stay alive.
We on the path to greatness. We're shooting the shot to make it. So moving the target is aimless. Cause we got the power to shape shift. We'll catch the energy waving. We go till our bones are aching. Cause the time's prize for the taking. And we on a mission to take it. Are you ready or not? It's about to go off. Turning up on the spot. Yeah, it's gonna be a lot. We gon' sit at the top. Give it all we got. Are you ready or not? Are you ready or not? Are you ready or not?
Stamets takes the win here in Barcelona.
Jason Mercier, he went with his instinct, he made the call.
There's the professional level, and there's the Ivy League.
Sebastian Paoli coming to terms with what he has just achieved.
Nicky Corrin has done it! 2 main event titles!
Sebastian Malletz has gone from poker fanboy to poker champion.
This is why people love the EDT.
Hello everyone, welcome to Cyprus and the PokerStars European Poker Tour. 6 days of live streaming starts right now with the final table of the 50k Super High Roller live from the Merit Royal Diamond Hotel, Casino and Spa. It's James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And we are thrilled to be joined by Sam Grafton.
Hey boys and girls.
Super High Roller time here in Northern Cyprus. And then we are going to segue straight into our main event coverage. Let's look at what's coming up over the next 5 days. Tomorrow is day 2 of the main event, and that means world famous bubble coverage. And then, of course, we will follow the tournament all the way through until the final table on Sunday. Live every day at 12:30 local time until we get to that final table on Sunday, which is half an hour later. Please note that Eastern European summertime is 1 hour ahead of Central European summertime, so we are appearing on your screens a little bit earlier than normal.
Hello.
Hopefully you're here from the start, and hopefully here for all of today and the rest of the week. Use the live chat on Twitch, the live chat on YouTube to get in touch, depending on what platform you're watching us on. And of course, check out what else is happening here at EPT Cyprus via our X, Facebook, and Instagram accounts. So this Super High Roller attracted 47 total entries. The final 6 have returned for the final day. It was a long bubble, playing down from 7 to 6 last night, and that's why we've got 3 short stacks coming into the day. Monster chip leader, no stranger to Super High Rollers, no stranger to Super High Roller final tables or wins, Sam. Adrian Mateos.
Yeah, he's one of the biggest names in poker right now. Obviously achieved everything in the game. Now trying to add a second EPT Super High Roller title, and he's in a good place to achieve that.
We have got short stacks. Vaska Boynikov, Zubov, and Jamil Wakiljo is in the danger zone. We've still got around 40 minutes to play at the 25-50 blind level with a 50k big blind ante. We'll roll straight into the next level before we take our first break of the day. And as I mentioned, 6 players in this Super High Roller get paid. So big bubble last night, but now everyone is guaranteed, I say a min cash, $159,600, not insignificant. Of course, we're looking at more than $750,000 for the winner, plus the Super High Roller trophy, a score of 786k with the usual money jumps with every single elimination. And Sam, because it played so slow last night with that big bubble, it's got a little bit shallower now, so maybe it won't take that long today to get down to a winner?
Yeah, we shall see. I mean, with Adrian in boss mode, you never know, maybe he'll wipe the floor with these guys. But he's got some tough opposition, obviously stacked final table, as we've come to expect from the 50Ks. And these guys won't give up their chips lightly.
So Mateos, the big stack with more than 100 big blinds.
Is he sponsored officially by Zara now? Or, you know, it's more of a just... You know, I'm surprised they haven't released a crossover, the Adrian Mateos button-down Oxford collar.
So Roman Hrabek is the second biggest stack, Artem Arturosian the third biggest stack, around 44 big blinds.
Yeah, it's sort of a tale of two cities. We've got 3 stacks which are very, very comfortable, and then 3 which are going to be battling it out. And actually, you know, having overcome that really big... initial cash, the bubble to make the money, which understandably took so long. Actually, the pay jumps between 6th and 4th, not too steep, and that will encourage you know, players like Jamil and Alexander to get the chips in a little bit more liberally than we'll see on some final tables. That's certainly something that these top players are going to take into account. They do adjust their strategies somewhat according to how the payer structure functions.
Okay, let's get the action started here in Cyprus. The final table of the 50k Super High Roller is underway. Blinds are 25,000, 50,000 with a 50k big blind ante. And action has started. Folded to the short stack, Jamil Wakil.
Hand one.
Looking swaggy as always. And the first decision for Wakil as he gets dealt that blocker. Maybe not quite good enough. Only blocking sort of one combination, a little bit. Ace-8, we might want to start thinking about opening.
Zubov with the AC Slater.
A little better.
Backwards chair.
Yeah, he knocked me out of this event, so I hold a grudge for lifelong. Not only do I hope he's eliminated, I hope he lives a barren and empty life.
He always loses a sock every time he does laundry.
Yeah, exactly. As a true professional, I take it very personally.
6 left. First hand.
Yeah, and Roman will put his chips to work. Something we see a lot once you're covering your opponent. Start to play raises more often from the small blind.
Just to your point. It was the very first hand of the tournament.
Does Arda want to see a flop, Joe?
He does indeed.
Of course he does. He doesn't even need cards. That's it. Look at this. They're on him.
I put for 15 seconds already. Not enough? Okay.
16 seconds we need.
The trade, sort of a trademark cap. Come on, Martirosian, get it together, mate.
To be fair, it might not be his fault. We have one dead card, so we know Arta has the king of clubs, and we know that he is ahead right now with king high.
Oh, Jamil Wakil must be so mad right now.
Maybe Martirosian has ace king, mate. You never know.
Hey, it is possible. That's why I didn't want to show.
Yeah, and so a lot of the aces get shoved here, and a lot of the 5s and 3s get folded. So it's actually not a bad board for Roman to start betting out. And Arta, as a sort of top player, is going to realize, okay, I can't just continue using pairs. Depending on what the side card is, might feel he needs to continue with some king highs. Indeed, opening with 40 bigs, he's gonna do something different with kings.
So 100,000 apiece as we go to the turn.
Oh yeah, Arta's actually got 37. I didn't realize. So yeah, doesn't shove all the aces, of course, but yeah. Now Roman has to decide. It's kind of useful to have a club because spades float, diamonds float, and they will fold, and you block the clubs, which will continue. But you have to control your frequencies as well.
Without form, difficult.
Yeah.
Huh?
I know.
Difficult
I keep
to
going
keep
to-
yourself without fun.
You keep going to check.
Control this.
Yeah.
Second barrel from Roman Hrabak.
Yeah, I mean, Roman's a pretty fearless individual. See, we speak so much about the technical aspects of the game, and this is also revolving around the way the ranges are constructed, but it's also a sort of, it does require some courage, something none of these players are lacking in. And look at that, getting stubborn. We don't know whether there is a pair to go along with that king.
Well, the board
Or
is
indeed-
bricked out for Roman Hrabak. Even only knowing one of Arta Martirosian's cards, we know he has the best hand.
Yes, indeed. You know, could have had something like king 10 of clubs, king jack of clubs, and be left with king high. Could have had even a king 4, imagine king 4 of clubs or the like. So Roman now needs to decide where he's pulling bluffs from. The 6-7s, 7-8s, all made a pair or a straight. He's got some 10-8s, 10-7s as well, which are a good bluff. Does he want clubs now? Maybe you don't. And does, I guess, wave the white flag. And now Arta, we don't know whether he's considering bluffing or value betting or showing down. It's a bit of a mystery.
or whether it's a bluff or a value bet, we are getting a bet into a pot of 950,000. Artem Martirosyan bet 625K and a quick fold from Roman Hrabak.
Walks him right into the muck.
Yeah, interesting hand there. And these guys actually flip-flop.
Yes.
That's not completely insignificant, especially with Arta on Roman's direct left. One thing we'll notice about this final table is it's pretty unfortunate for Adrian that he's opening into the two biggest stacks. Those are, because they're the mid stacks, there's the stacks he can really, really pressure with 3 bets and really leverage his stack against their stack. And they'll be very, very grateful that they're sitting on the left of Adrian, which means it's just a little bit harder for him to pressurize them. So it's a very significant table draw. I'm sure when Roman saw it, he would have, breathed something of a sigh of relief.
So Jamil Wakil first to act, playing 8 big blinds and about to play through the blinds. Queen 9 suited.
Yeah, and another close decision, you would imagine.
9 folds.
Lets it go. Alexander Zubov with his backwards chair. 10-6 of diamonds.
Raise. 3 raises to 100,000.
Ace Queen for chip leader Adrian Mateos and a raise to 100,000.
Good fold, Jamil. Oh boy.
Ace 10 for Roman Hrabak, now 3rd in chips. Has the button.
5 folds, 6 folds, 8 folds. Heads up.
Yeah, and ace-10, one of those hands it's too good to bluff with. Certainly Roman feels, and 3-bet fold, and too strong to just outright fold. And will go to a flop with the dominated combination.
A couple of 4s and a jack.
Yeah, and Ace Queen high still ahead. Mateos a 3-1 favorite near enough, and has the option to continue. Looks like he will.
Yeah.
3 bets, 80,000.
Yeah. And obviously Roman knows that he doesn't have any, has very little 4x. So it's almost like only 1 card flopped here, Joe. Like it's a 1-card flop and 2 were thrown into the muck. So for that reason, you've got the pocket pairs to continue and the jack, but you might have to continue some other combinations. And does Roman feel like ace-10 is one of them? It's obviously a very small bet, quarter pot.
Makes the call.
He lives his life a quarter pot bet at a time.
Turn card is the King of Hearts.
Yeah, and Adrian might feel like he really wants to pressurize the pocket 9s and pocket 8s and pocket 7s now. Or does he have worse hands than this to sort of bluff? So it might be a nice way to realize equity through betting. That's what he's thinking about. Does have a heart in hand, which gives him some options to make bluffs as well.
380.
Yeah, look at that. And now the real pressure comes.
Yeah.
We could see he's got the best hands. But imagine now you had pocket 6s.
Oh, this feels like a really bad start to the final table for Roman Hrabak. Just 2 hands, but...
Yeah, he's deciding, okay, can my hand ever be good here? Is this a hand I want to continue with?
It feels like it could be good here sometimes.
Yes. And is this a better continue than pocket 8s or whatever? Do I have king X? Yeah, I think this is the inevitable decision to fold, but you're not going to see anyone act in haste at this final.
No.
Particularly not against Adrian.
Hammersmith's finest, who boosts his chip lead up to nearly 5.5 million now, nearly 110 big blinds.
And by the way, we should just touch on the reason Adrian is such a headliner here, in that he is on one of the all-time heaters over the last 12 to 18 months. I actually can't reel off the top of my head how many...
I thought you were going to say 12 to 18 years.
I was going to
It's
say,
been a long time.
You're focusing on the short term, Sam. I mean, ever since he first came onto our radar with that win at the World Series of Poker Europe, followed by his win in EPT Monte Carlo, he seems to have been a consistent high-stakes winner.
No, I would never say he's not been a consistent high-stakes winner, but it's, there's the Coleman run, the Federal run, the Adamo run, these kind of all-time great streaks. And also there's a sort of... it's always a fun question. Who is the best in the world right now? It's something you get asked all the time when you play high rollers. And obviously it's based a little bit on luck
They
and
just
votes.
want you to say Ivy when they ask you that. They don't want to hear Adrian Mateos.
But-
As true as it may be.
Yeah, but Adrian really is sort of a name that's cropping up in that conversation for, not, you know, I mean, he's going to be in the conversation one day for greatest of all time, but, you know, it's a really special run that he's on at the moment. Side bets, huge wins, like he's really crushing right now.
He may get in the Poker Hall of Fame by like 2079.
Sure, if those old Vegas drunks vote for it.
Right. Mateos. What?
From where? España? Where? España?
What is Espana?
That's one of the moons of Saturn, isn't it? Sorry, I should never do a... You should pinch me. If I do an American accent
We don't
on
care.
air, just...
We don't care. It's all right.
Okay.
I enjoyed it.
Your chances of being shot in America remain very high.
Good to know.
6 folds.
Who is humming to themselves?
And now actually we get an interesting spot. As I talked about those big stacks all in a row. Now it's 3 short stacks, and it's Mikolai who will be the first short stack to make a move.
Yeah.
9 folds.
Button shove with a 6, just the big blind to get through. Zubov with 9-8.
Yeah, and nice shove. And nice to have Mikolai at the table. He's the one player that, you know, we would roughly consider an amateur, you know. I know he does have a very strong poker background and is involved in, you know, has played a lot of poker. Maybe at some point was a professional, but definitely a guy who's now firmly in the VIP businessman camp, however you choose to refer to it. Was actually at the Monte Carlo final table, 100K that Adrian won, his first EPT Super High Roller. I think he got 3rd or 4th there, and certainly very competitive in these fields.
Yeah, that was a couple of years ago.
Yeah, has a huge Triton win as well. So, you know, definitely comfortable at this final table, but, you know, sort of repping for the VIPs.
Action starts with Roman Hrabek. Folds. Artem Martirosyan. Pocket 6s.
It's all aces and 6s today.
Martirosyan officially second in chips right now. Starts the hand with more than 50 bigs. He's announced raise. Enough to get a fold from Vaska Boynikov. Jamil Wakil is out. Zubov in the small. Trey Deuce. No, thank you.
2 folds.
And Mateos in the big.
Later.
Raise and take it for Mar Arthur.
Oh, yeah. Forgot about Mar Arthur.
Yeah, we actually saw these guys, Jamil and Arthur, in the PCA, three or four-handed. I forget exactly where Jamil finished. And obviously, it's one of the nice things about following along with, you know, Roman, of course, probably appeared on a lot of people's screens for the first time at EPT London, finishing, I think, 3rd there as well.
Did you research this beforehand? You're just rattling all this off the top of your head. It's impressive.
I was commentating when we saw them, you know?
Jeez. I'm like, I know we saw these guys before, but I couldn't tell you where.
You thought you just nodded at them in the corridor.
I do think it's interesting that we do have 2 of the PCA 2023 finalists at this final table.
I mean, it's certainly one of the things that happens is, you know, you see players emerge online and then you see them creep into live arena, mainly in the main events. We see the same thing. Top players in the 1Ks graduating to the 5K mains, and then you get a few results behind you in the main, and maybe you step into a high roller or 2. And here we go.
Martirosyan with aces has raised it to 100K. Jamil Wakil now playing 6 big blinds. Queen 10 of diamonds folds.
Yeah, and good fold from Jamil. Queen 10 looking very alluring.
And it's Hrabek's big blind. Not going to defend. Have to show the aces. It's compulsory.
It doesn't matter how big the buy-in. The show one, show all rule is strictly enforced. You can be in a 50p home game, and they will make...
I want to see that hand.
Yeah.
I want to see that hand.
Exactly. The worst one I think is like you get walked in the big blind and then you show the small blind that you had like A7, and then someone's like, "Show me."
I want to see that.
I want to
Yeah.
see that. It's like, bro, I got walked. Like, chill out.
I
here.
like it when the show one, show all rule is misquoted. When someone shows one card and they go, show one, show all, meaning you have to show all of your cards.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, people are. Yeah, I'm from UK, so we like rules, and to enforce them through a passive-aggressive frown.
Tutting.
Yeah, tutting. It's big.
Okay, Jamil, what's it going to be?
Yeah, and Jamil with
Good luck,
half a hand. I think the deuce curtails you somewhat, but we shall see. We would love to have. Yeah, you can see this is Jamil does feel that it's closed. Does have a smidge of fold equity while he's at 6 big blinds, and the big blind ante is a factor because you have to put in 2 of your 6 in 2 hands, which Jamil might feel like pushes this hand into the shove category.
For a moment, I thought we had an all-in triangle ready to go, but I think it's just his little pyramid. Lucky talisman.
And does fold.
Buddy.
What he'll be noting that down to look at later. I do think that is the deuce is a real passion killer there. As Mateos, in a different situation, is able to raise.
Here we go.
Mateos' button raised, defended by Artem Artarosian, heads up to the flop on the 7th hand of this final table, which is Queen 6-5. Mateos still ahead.
I'm just trying to think about like what I would be saying if Sam wasn't in here right now, and it's giving me a cold sweat.
He doesn't check back here from Adrian, by the way. With heart and diamond, with heart, I guess deuce of heart's kind of irrelevant, but yeah, it's interesting. Arta, with nothing really going on, you normally need some kind of gut shot. You know, he's got so many 7-9s, 8-9s to be able to bet. But 10-8, not going to make the cut. Now Adrian might think about betting. Very subtle from Mateus. So easy to play the chip lead, you know, in a fashion where you just c-bet every flop, you know, to sort of delay there to the turn. Very interesting. Balancing for when, you know, he has a hand like pocket jacks that, or 9s that wants to check back or whatever it may be.
So Mateos has increased his chip lead from the start of the day, more than 110 big blinds right now. Artem Martirosyan and Roman Hrabek have flip-flopped, so Martirosyan's now second on the leaderboard. Still 3 short stacks, none shorter than Jamil Wakil, playing 300k, which equates to 6 big blinds. And as you observed, Sam, he will be in the big blind.
Yeah, he's really
next hand.
He's really going to want to get a shove here because Mikolai, it would represent half of Mikolai's stack, so he can't call purely for chips. So he's going to love a suited hand here. Read the body language, Joe, before we see it. Has he picked it up? And this is going to make the grade.
Let's go.
Yes.
200. 9 raises, 200.
Well, it's a virtual all-in. 2/3 of his chips have been wagered. Ace-5 is Zubov.
Yeah, it's nice to see Jamil rewarded for that disciplined fold.
How many blues do you have behind him?
Rewarded.
100 here.
Here he is. Not even ace king or ace 10. He's just
300 total.
Ass meet foot.
5.
And that foot belongs to Adrian Mateos.
yeah.
5
Well,
folds, 6 folds.
we are going to see a flop, I guess, because Mateos has just called. Vaskoboynikov folds the ace-deuce.
Couple of aces folded. And no queens. Pot 525 with just 100k behind. Yeah, and with 2 live cards against a hand like 10s. I mean, Jamil, I don't think will put it in because, by the way, well, this is going to be quite a technical and interesting spot because there's some chance that Mateos keeps Jamil alive. because in the next hand, I don't want to preempt it because that might not
Sure.
be Mateus' strategy. But Mateus now has a decision because what does he gain by getting?
95.
Oh, he does. He does just do it.
95.
I thought he might. Oh, he's gonna 95.
Yeah.
Yes. So you're right,
Wow. Can
but
he
in a
do-
weird way.
I don't know whether you can bet 95 though. Is that a legal bet?
It's not a legal bet, right? Because
50K.
50,000. Well, the five. No, it is. The 5K chips are still in play. It's a legal bet.
Wow. Because
Who would even think to do that?
well, this is you see, I'm just on the level of maybe check, but he's on the level of
Put another 5 in,
Thank
Andrew.
God they didn't color up those 5K chips.
wow. So where's Jamil's chip though? Do we even see?
Yeah, he's got it. He's got one chip back.
Wow.
You see it there.
Okay.
All right. Literal chip and a check.
Yeah, Mateus,
check. This
Mateus
is
is like,
unreal.
no, we're
This is hilarious.
Look at the devious. Even he knows I'm being a bit naughty here.
Wow. So Mateus gets the maximum and leaves Jamil Wakil alive for one more hand, and he will be forced all in on the next
He
hand.
should be stroking a cat. Ah, yeah.
I'll keep you alive.
No, Mr. Wakil, I don't expect you to die. And a remarkable hand there, you know, a sort of new era type hand there where Adrian recognizing how much it serves him as the big stack to keep Jamil barely on life
Even
support.
for one more hand. I mean, it's so sick.
And let's see what strategies Adrian...
Zero big blind.
Spin up, man.
Roman with some words of encouragement.
Maybe I had more chips, I could fold the flop, but
Yeah.
All right, well, this is going to be some kind of comeback.
I mean, this really, the literal chip in chair, but it's going to be interesting to see how Adrian wields his stack now. And if you get a medium strength hand, or even a pretty good hand, it's a really interesting
I know
spot.
he's going to be all in here, but there is some confusion out there as
So
to
your
why
special list
Adrian
in
would
5 years?
keep him alive there. Would you mind just...
Well, because everyone else is hamstrung now. You can't bust your 1.8 million stack while someone has 5,000 chips. Like what do you do with kings against ace deuce off if someone has 5,000 chips? So it really pressurizes these short stacks. Hands that would be on automatic shove like Jack 10 suited, let's say, now maybe you really need to fold and let Jamil, you know, see what he does.
I mean, we got a time bank card being used here. This could be a...
Yeah, I mean, who knows how to play this? It doesn't matter how much you study, six-handed with 40K pay jump, one player down to...
And a straight chip that no one even knew was on the table still.
Adrian didn't play his hands? Wow. I'm a little surprised.
Must have been pretty bad.
Yeah, it must have been bad.
Roman Hrabek with ace-7 offsuit, a.k.a. the Spraggy.
I thought he might play 100% hands here. It's interesting.
5 calls,
I guess with Arthur on the button, you can't just be opening 7-3 off or whatever.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, and look at this. Arthur now the covering stack against Roman.
200.
Yeah, there we go. You see the dynamic it creates, Joe.
It's so silly.
And Roman knows that he's... Look at a resigned Jamil.
20,000 total.
Will kill.
So Hrabek folds, Wakil all in, and
5 more.
Yeah, and actually interesting because it was Martirosian that was able to take advantage of the situation that
Second
Adrian...
biggest stack, right,
Yes, indeed.
мне интересно решение было.
You're sort of the effective chip leader.
well, Wakil at least has live cards.
Типа.
Yeah, and Adrian and to a lesser extent Arthur will be hoping he survives actually, rooting for him. And the short stack's desperately hoping that he busts.
That wouldn't work.
You mean?
I mean 7-4, it's kind of life.
Okay, well,
Door's not shut.
Queen High still ahead, but Wakil 7s and 4s live.
Opa.
Oh, 4 on the turn. Wakil takes the lead and is now a 3-1 favorite to more than double up.
He doesn't get that whole 330, does he?
No.
And that's nice to see. So I wonder how much he gets. He gets Does he get the whole?
Well, there was no ante.
No,
There's
yeah.
no ante because big blind plays first.
So he got
So he gets
15.
5K from Vasco Boynikov small blind, 5K from Roman Hrabek's open, and 5K from Martirosyan.
Quadruple. And there he is, 20,000, which is nearly a small blind.
Now you can go for entry.
I'm
love
just glad that Adrian's play gets rewarded. He didn't get to play that particular hand. He's got another shot at it
Yes,
now.
indeed. Well, I mean, this is why we tune into the high rollers, right? Because you see these the detail with which these guys apply to their craft and to each and every hand to not just maximize the EV in that particular hand, but think about how the future game will play out. And that's really what's remarkable about what these guys are doing.
So as you highlighted, Sam, he almost has a small blind. So for the second hand in a row, he is forced all in.
These guys having a little chuckle here.
It's just so hilarious that he made a bet that none of us even thought was possible.
Yes, yes.
Now, this is an interesting situation because, yes, he only has 20K, but he is eligible to win the whole ante,
Wow.
which is 50K.
Yes. Yes, this would be a good spot to find a good hand if you are Jamil Wakil. Look, when Jamil inevitably wins this, beating Adrian heads up, we'll see who's laughing then.
That's right.
Не, надо будет вообще почитать.
Probably not. Oh, Adrian is smiling. I was going to say.
Look at this. He even knows he's done something cheeky. This is what's quite fun about it, even though it's a very interesting and technical spot. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, now he's got his chance.
Okay, ace deuce opens to 100,000. Hrabek out. Martirosyan, 8-4 off, folds. Vasco Boynikov on the button, 10-5.
Yeah.
Yuck.
And Mikolai they're actually sort of relieved to not find a hand in a way like, okay, wow. And this is a nice spot for Jamil.
Oh, Zubov's got the bond. 7-5 of spades and is going to call. So we are going to have side
Wow,
action between Mateos and Zubov.
I'm really surprised at this, by the way. I guess it's that if this is also interesting because if he were to bust this hand and Jamil busts, then he gets
He
the
still
last.
gets the jump, yeah.
So it's an interesting eventuality.
3 players, 1 running, 2 still bet.
Ooh.
And the bond is on here, James.
It is.
The bond is live.
The street flash draw is live.
At least I got.
Yeah, and Adrian recognizing that this board does hit a Zubov flatting range. Poor old Jamil.
Pair of sevens, best hand right now. And with that straight flash draw as well, we've got 92% equity.
I mean, the only thing that could happen is Adrian on a king could bluff him out and let Jamil
Fair enough,
win.
yeah.
So Jamil is live in a very... he's live to Mateus's aggression, basically.
I mean, it would check out given the way that Mateus has been playing thus far for the weirdest possible thing to happen
A
here.
king or jack is the only...
Not that king.
Wow. And I assume... Wow, we should see.
Not that king.
Yeah, Jamil, looking at this board, is not giving anything away like a true pro, but probably, yeah, he doesn't want to see Zubov bet.
100,000.
100K.
Notice Adrian doesn't immediately release. Doesn't have a spade in hand, but knows that Zubov, I think you should realize Zubov probably only has suited hands. Yeah, and we'll just...
Flash.
GG,
Wow, I had a pair.
Jamil.
Jamil.
So we lose our first player. Jamil Wakil did come in as the super short stack. He is the first player out and cashes
Last hand flash.
for nearly 160K.
Yeah, big score. And obviously a little newer, certainly compared to, say, Adrian, to the high roller scene. And a big score in the bank, locked up, you know, in terms of raw dollars. And we'll see more of Jamil Wakil in the future, I don't doubt that.
Yeah, this is that button.
Сань, 700?
Нет, 625. А у тебя?
535.
Look how sad Adrian is
In English?
now that Jamil's gone.
Thank you.
should, when you're doing something like betting 95,000, I feel like you should have a big moustache to 12. You know, and you know, like a big dastardly moustache.
People learn Chinese to play poker. We should start
A
learning
cackle.
Russian.
Yes. So we go five-handed, and you know, nice result for Zubov there, who pulled level slightly ahead of Mikolai, and now it's those two short stacks that are sort of head-to-head. Roman really a mid-stack on 36 big blinds, and Arthur with the 55. And Mikolai will decide whether to raise or shove here, and we'll go for the shove.
He's going to go for that leave one chip behind crap.
Ooh, Zubov, who is now the shortest stack at the table. Ace-Jack in the small blind.
Yes, and button versus small blind. This is a very strong hand and a very natural clash.
Yikes.
And it is a domination situation, and Zubov is at risk and behind.
Раздали.
Hold on a second.
That looks like he's covered. He's got him covered.
Interesting.
We don't put the card protector.
Just.
Adrian's donated 80,000 chips to him
Yeah, right.
in order to keep him alive. The Mateo special.
Okay, so yes, Vaska Boynikov officially at risk. Zubov has 85K behind.
Very choppy flop.
Opportunities have indeed emerged.
He touches his pig for luck. Is that legal within the rules?
I was going to squeeze it too hard.
Yes.
I didn't hear any consent.
%23 chance of a chop. Zubov looking for a jack for the outright win.
Ace, 9 or king also would do it. Doesn't.
5. So
get
ace,
that.
queen holds. That is going to be a double up for Mikolai Vaska-Boynikov, and it's going to leave Zubov on life support with just over a single big blind.
Mateo special.
Comeback is real. Где мой валет? Непонятно.
Hey, it's better than 0 big blind.
Офигеть, раздали, конечно, туз дамам, туз валет. Таких позим. Я думал, у меня вообще тут нац. Оказалось,
Yeah, and obviously one of the features of that calling out the small blind and of course the big blind ante means he effectively has two sort of free hands after this, which in which Mikolai and the other mid stacks are somewhat hamstrung against Mateus, and he can sort of be a little bit patient and hope there's some sort of extreme cooler that occurs. So it'll be interesting to see how Zubov navigates this. Effectively, actually, 3 free hands.
Попроси, пожалуйста, чай с лимоном, и не такой крепкий. Резкий с лимоном.
И мне тоже.
И мне тогда тоже. Все.
Black with lemon.
Yeah, and so, yeah, and this is the really, when I say Mikolai knows what he's doing, he understands entirely his position at the table, that even though he's doubled, he's precarious.
Can't play.
Yes, and has to be very patient.
All in. 3 raises all in.
And look at this shove, by the way. This is a 35 big blind shove with queen high.
More mustache twisting.
And this is just, you want to play, if you want to play 90% of the deck, maybe even 100% of the deck, some of it needs to be through shove. And Mateus just knows that's the spot with the high card to apply real pressure. And, these guys just get on with their day. Mateus insta shoves and Roman insta folds.
Ударить вот так. Ай-яй-яй.
Very Russian language final table here in Cyprus. Obviously, do have a lot of members of the Russian poker community come over and play. I mean, Mikolai, I do believe, certainly has some businesses in Cyprus as well, knows Cyprus. Sort of local. I don't want to speak too much. I don't know
What people want out there, yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I like the colors, Sam.
Yeah, but he's definitely definitely spent some time in Cyprus.
2 folds.
Oh, interesting. I guess that's quite close on the cutoff for one big blind. Maybe, you know, one of the nice things is if you are going to get small blind shoves where Queen 3, you know, could crack aces, let's say, and Roman, you know, the fact that Adrian's going to play so aggressive means there is a bit more chance of someone busting than under usual circumstances, potentially.
And another pot. Buenos dias, Adrian.
Yeah, that chip lead only growing, by the way, 122 big blinds. 2.5 times Arta stack, pretty much.
Yeah, he's moved over the 6 million mark. Blinds up, by the way, in just over 5 minutes' time. We will go to 30K, 60K. That's why the 5's still in play.
Fake blind level?
No, this is a legitimate blind level. If they leave the 5Ks in play for us to go to 35,
70?
70, then we're into fake blind level territory.
Yeah, interesting. Zubov here, he's playing this hand or the next hand. I got to say, one of the biggest dollar mistakes I ever made. I was on a stream final table and I had 3.5 big blinds. And I made a mistake, lost me like, made a shove with 3.5 big blinds, was losing like $60,000 or something like this. Because it's actually, it's sort of understudied. It's hard to sit down at a computer and be like, I'm going to study what to do with one big blind under the gun. It's also kind of, even with the software we have, only now sort of adjusting for big blind ante, because it's so much to do with future game as well, and understanding how the next hands will play out, you know, is a bit beyond the technology or some of the technology right now.
$60,000, it's like 3 dozen eggs.
Yes.
So Mateos opening with Jack-7. Martirosyan calling out the small blind with Queen-10 suited. Ace-5, Mikolai Vaskobojnikov, who is now playing more than $1 million, now playing more than 20 bigs after that double up through Zubov.
Yeah, and I don't think he'll play Mikolai. It does seem close. Marta unafraid and knows he can't just get with 50 bigs. It's not like Adrian can run it on each and every board. Yeah, Mikolai, I think this is nice, proceeding with caution.
Wow.
Heads up.
And heads up to the flop, which is King, King, Deuce.
Yeah, again, sort of like they only dealt one card. And Adrian will recognize that Arta's range is pretty robust.
70,000.
But we'll begin with a bet.
70,000. And Martirosyan does have the best hand with Queen High, has a couple of backdoor draws here.
Yeah, he's taking his time, but he's not going to fold. But of course, the thing that you know with, in this circumstance, is this 70K is just a down payment. It's a very easy call right now with Queen High. But what will the turn and river begin? Maybe he's even thinking of check raising, by the way. But yeah, no, he's not. We know he's not going to fold.
Turn card is the 3 of clubs, so Martirosyan's draws disappear. Yes, Queen High is still the best hand, but can Mateos find another barrel?
Well, we see the functionality of the Jack of Clubs here, right? Because if they're continuing with Jack 10 of spades, Jack 10 of diamonds, Jack 10 of clubs, you know, the Jack 10 of diamonds has to fold the turn. Whereas the Jack 10 of clubs or the Queen Jack of clubs or whatever it might be we interfere with. So Mateos may want to utilize that, you know. Decides to check back.
Check, check. Queen on the river.
Yeah, and Arta gets there in a big, big way.
Is this a check call spot, Sam, or do you think he bets out here?
I would imagine he would bet, because he's sort of protected in the fact that he has some kings to bet, right, as well. You know, and Adrian can have worse Queen X. The 10 can even play here. Decides to check, playing very cautiously against the chip leader. And will Mateos go for the bait? What's he trying to target if he does bet? Ace high. Yeah, and just... I'm really interesting there because, you know, I was suggesting that Mateos might use the Jack of Clubs to barrel, but we see that Adrian, it's not just aggression willy-nilly. You know, he understands that Arta's sort of playing in line. Arta knows he's got the covering stack, so is going to play tighter. You know, Arta might even flat a hand like 10s there or whatever it might be. And so Adrian not getting too out of line in each and every spot.
So is him deciding not to bet there something that's purely situational, or is there some amount of balance to it also?
Yeah, I mean, you just play very passively against the covering stack. Winning 1.5 big blinds is doesn't do anything to your. If Adrian has 120 big blinds and you have 60 big blinds rather than 58, what does that do to your maneuverability in this tournament? Absolutely nothing.
Got it.
So you're just playing very defensively, having a very robust checking range in each and every spot in order to deter Adrian potting into you and overbetting into you or whatever. You just play your whole range. That's certainly what Arta feels about the spot. Someone else may feel differently. I think it is reasonable to have considered a value bet there.
Cinco.
So it is Zubov forced all in here with Jack 4.
It's better than Jack 3.
Sure, I mean, he's got Jack 9, Jack 3, and now Jack 4 off, all in a row.
Mateos with the best hand, pocket fives, and a 2-1 favorite to eliminate Zubov here. The flop is 9-8-3. Does not help Zubov.
10 of heart.
His immediate outs are the 3 jacks in the deck.
How about a sweaty turn? No.
No sweat.
The opposite.
The set for Mateos and the elimination of
Maybe next time.
Alexander Zubov in 5th place. He cashes for just over 200K, $205,200, taking us down to the final 4 at the final table of this 50K super high roller.
Yeah, nice score for Alexander. Certainly becoming something of a regular on the high stakes poker scene.
Blinds are up, huh?
He'll be jumping in the main now, I'm sure.
It's kind of annoying that, you know, the bubble burst last night. You go to bed, you come back, and you forget about how happy you were just to cash. Now you're just mad that you went out in 5th.
Yes, of course, you get anchored very quickly to your new position in a tournament, as we see the stacks.
Yeah, now the stacks are accurate. The big blinds not so much, because they just confirmed that the clock has ticked over into level 19. So the next level, the next hand, will actually be 30,000, 60,000 with a 60K big blind ante. No big deal to Adrian Mateos, who's still got more than 100 big blinds. However, does start to put the pressure on Mikolai Vaskobojnikov, who now has a sub 20 big blind stack.
Yeah, and it's a nice moment for Mikolai, by the way, because there was sort of a battle of the 3 short stacks coming into the day, all of them 10 to 13 big blinds, and he's really emerged triumphant out of that little scrimmage at the bottom of the standings. Adrian just taking note of where he stands. See, it is very demanding. I mean, Adrian going to be one of the best, if not the best in the world at navigating it. But, you know, as chip leader, you sort of have to play, you're trying to play each and every hand to some extent.
Yeah.
So it's very intellectually demanding. It's not like you get to take your foot off the pedal at any moment. You're defending, or you're raising, or you're 3-betting, you're jamming. You know, it's...
And ideally, it's like that till the very end. I mean,
Yes.
until you're playing heads up, in which case you're doing it on every single hand as well.
Exactly. And Mikolai's style, I think, is to shove here, having played with him a little bit. And I think that is reasonable with the suited king. We shall see what he wants to do. But, but it certainly seems reasonable. Just get it through, and if your opponent finds an ace, you know you're not going to be in so much better shape. You know, occasionally you'll be dominated, but the king, suited king, certainly very powerful in a one-on-one situation. And the thing I like about Roman is he just rocks the EPT gear. I think he did the same at the UK, at the London final. He's repping stars always, the guy.
I mean, if you look like that. Why not?
Yeah,
Show off the goods.
yeah, he's looking great.
I mean, in an ideal world, he'd be wearing the Cyprus hoodie at EPT Cyprus rather than Monte Carlo swag.
can we
I mean, would you wear a Pearl Jam hoodie to a Pearl Jam concert?
So you think it's not cool?
I'm just saying that if he's wearing a different event, it's fine.
Ah, yeah, exactly. It's like when you go on demos and people have like old, T-shirts protesting the first Gulf War. It's got a lot real cool, like retro.
I've been
flavor.
doing this for a while.
Yeah, I've been holding placards in the air for a while.
This ain't my first demo.
Yeah, exactly. If you suddenly pulled out a UK RPG Bristol T-shirt,
Okay, now now we're talking.
vintage.
You've got to go the rare ones,
Yes.
like Monte Carlo. It's been running every year since like 05.
I went to EPT Lutraki and all I got was this T-shirt.
Yes. So Mateos folded him in the small blind. He raises to 180,000 with 10-5 suited. Roman Hrabak has the option to check or raise with 8-4 of spades. Or rather, to call or re-raise. He decides to call, and we are going heads up to the flop.
Yes, and Roman, of course, not really had a spot so far at this final table. I don't think he's actually won a hand. No fault of his own, had the worst of it each and every time, pretty much, I believe. As both players do connect.
Yes, we have Mateos with bottom pair. We have Hrabak with second pair and a 3-1 favorite. Mateos has checked.
Yeah, and again, we'll see how Roman values his hand, but in general, don't want to build the pot against the chip leader. So, you're always balancing between wanting to protect your hand and get value from your hand, but also the fear of opening the door or bloating the pot unnecessarily. And when you're against the chip leader, protection has to sort of, oh my days.
Oh, boy.
I mean, this Mateos guy, he's just, it's different level, hey?
Cinco.
Improves to trips, now has 95% equity.
Yeah, great turn for Adrian. And after check, can bring out some big bets on occasion, I believe.
Potentially a delayed C-bet and confirms 350,000 into a pot of 420,000.
And by the way, we see when we raise pre-flop how quickly the pot bloats. If Roman were to call here, he begins to have pot left, and that's deliberate, of course, by the way, from Adrian Mateos. We call it sort of geo-sizing, pot and then pot, same size turn and river to really threaten Roman, and he has to decide if he just wants to bin the second pair here on the turn. He doesn't, and gonna need an 8 in order to be victorious in this hand.
2 outs for Roman Hrabak.
Yeah, a 6 or 7 or a diamond might slow the action.
Okay, well, it is the 6 of diamonds.
Yes, and Mateos hating that river. Now can't really go for it all on the river with his hand. And we'll decide potentially, is there a sort of 10% pot sizing I can go with my 5? Do I want to check? Who does this card favor? Maybe B10 is in order, I don't know. Also would feel natural to kind of check it and hope to just show down. Because, of course, a 9 would quite often bet the flop, right? And so you do feel like diamonds and straight draws are common hands for Roman to have. Even having the 10, we interfere with the Queen 10 and Jack 10s. Yeah, that, and he does go even a smidge bigger than the 10%. And you see his eyes immediately turn to Roman, trying to pick up a read. And Roman looks to me like he's not gonna bluff. Now deciding, we can picture the Queen Jacks, the Queen 10s, the Ace, sorry, King 3 offs that might bluff turn and go for this subtle sizing on the river. we definitely need to defend a lot of our range. I guess a 4 is kind of bad. You know, 8-6 would be a better bluff catcher than 8-4 by quite a considerable amount, I believe. But there are a whole host of bluffs that Mateus... What hands does he put in?
Oh my goodness.
You
Right, he did
said
it.
he was not
Wow.
considering raising, Sam. He has decided to shove river.
Love this from Roman. Absolutely amazing poker. And now
Goodness.
the decision back on Adrian. And this is why we tune in. This is two top poker players, fearless poker players, going to war. I mean, I said he needed an 8 to win it. He's trying to win it here with just second pair. Really remarkable. Dialed into Adrian's sizing, dialed into who this river card favors.
I am not going to be as able to recall Adrian's moves as much as you are, Sam, but I've seen him call it off many times and be eliminated from the tournament.
Look at him. He's dialed in. He doesn't surrender. He doesn't be like, FML, like I'm folding now. Look at this.
So Hrabec, we were talking about him having a bluff catcher with the 8. He turns his hand into a bluff, and this is a tough call for Mateus. Yes, we can see he has trips, but everything got there on the river.
Yeah, and Adrian dialed into what properties he wants to make a hero call here. To be honest, I think a 10 is kind of a bad card, blocking Jack 10 and Queen 10. Let's imagine we had Jack 10 with the Jack of Diamonds. That would make a pretty juicy river bluff, right? So that's not a great card. Has no diamond to interfere with, say he had 10-5 with the 10 of diamonds. Now he would block some value. So he interferes with bluffs and doesn't block value. But he... by the way, to use the old commentator's cop-out, these two have history. Don't get me wrong, they have played a lot of poker. Roman, one of the top online players. So they will have battled often, and Mateus knows he's more than capable of pulling the trigger. And also, Adrian's thinking about his own range. What hands, does he ever bet this sizing with a full house? Or, you know, has he got better hands than this with which, has he got... Or does he bet this sizing with his whole range, so he's just got the nuts to snap off with here? Or does he have to defend some of his weaker holdings? Yeah, and he folds.
Wow.
Great.
He almost showed it.
And a nice little moment for Roman.
You will see on the TV.
Love some emotion.
You'll see it on TV, says Roman Hrabec as he bluffs Adrian Mateus off the best hand.
Look at that. And for a moment, even the greatest in the world, one of the greatest of all time, just head is sunk a little bit. So frustrated. It's such a great feeling when that 5 turns and you know you're going to be able to go for the whole stack. And that's really great play from Roman.
So Mateus has dropped down to 5.1, still chip leader with more than 85 big blinds. Roman Hrabec has closed the gap on Artem Martirosyan.
And by the way, it's a nice little lesson for, you know, less experienced players. I thought I picked up a sort of Roman's face changing to where sometimes players like come out of the stare and say, okay, I'm not raising now. But actually he maintained his pose, you know, didn't give anything away. Particularly, I thought he did, but didn't really change his pose, and then was able to turn his hand into a bluff on the river. Really, really nice, of course, from Roman. And we've seen some amazing poker here, as we always do from these top guys, but I really enjoyed that hand. Not often you see someone get the best of Adrian in such a fashion. And as I said, position, absolutely key, you know?
I mean, you could not have predicted the ending to that hand.
No, indeed, indeed. Yeah, making miracles happen, the boy. And, you know, obviously with Adrian having this stunning chip lead, we have sort of focused on him more. But Roman, I believe, you know, had that prestigious sort of #1 on Pocket Five's position. Amazingly strong online background. Also got a huge super high roller win under his belt.
Cool down, you know.
Yeah, I see.
Well, that had a walk for Artem Martirosyan.
I saw you calling.
Me too.
Almost. was close, really close. Changed my mind a couple of times.
Yeah, he's a hard man to bluff, that's for sure. Mate, some
time,
days
it was
you
a
bluff
bluff
Johnny
again.
Lodden, some days you are Johnny Lodden.
Always right.
That was pocket fives then too, wasn't it?
And we're gonna mark it in the calendar. What's the
It
date
was.
today?
Я знаешь, кого она видел?
Finally, the work bluff. The Starstable.
When Jupiter and Saturn align, you know, and Venus is in the rising, then you can bluff Adrian Mateos. It's a very rare where, you know, all the constellations
full
have to
moon.
be in line.
Roman Hrabek is saying, Johnny, I avenged you.
Yes. Johnny Lodden screamed even louder than Roman when that got through.
So A7, button raise, Ace5 for Vaska Boynikov in the big blind.
It's funny because I thought of that hand the first time he picked up pocket fives, and I was like, was that Adrian? That was such a long time ago.
Yeah, and I was about to say, we got an optional reshove here, and Roman, it's not an exciting hand to call off with. Again, he's...
Deuce? Oh man, I was ahead.
Nobody's ahead of ace five.
Exactly.
Or at least flipping.
Yeah, it's a flip.
Roman, you already took a lot of chips. You need to cool down a bit.
I had A7.
Yes?
Yes. Close one.
Actually played, I'm going to, sick
was
brags
ahead.
here I'm going to work in, but I made the
Ahead of
final
flipping.
of this event last year.
Ahead
And
of everything.
Mikolai was also on the final table, and Juan Pardo put a horrific ace deuce off versus kings beat on him for a chip lead. And Mikolai, pretty unruffled guy, but he was a little, it was a small bit of emotion.
A little reaction.
Yeah, nothing from Juan Pardo. He just scooped in the pot as if it was completely normal. But
Sorry, no one can see me miming
yeah.
Juan Pardo's statuesque.
I think it was even on the pure bubble or something like that, and Mikolai might not have cashed. So he's looking for a bit of redemption here as well. Juan Pardo, of course, victorious in the event last year, so it would be back-to-back for the Spaniards if Adrian were to take it down. Long way to go, as we saw in that hand.
And it's a walk for Mateos. So 20 hands played at this final table, 2 eliminations so far. We did start the day with 3 short stacks. Jamil Wakil, the first player out, cashing for $159,600, followed by Alexander Zubov, who cashed for $205,200. The winner, the eventual champion of this tournament, will receive more than $786K.
Seeing as Adrian's such a celebrity, we can make speculations about his personal life now. You know, he's in the public domain, Joe. So I wanted to ask you, do you think he does his own ironing? Yes or no? Because these shirts are immaculate.
Yes.
Do you think he's just setting the alarm an hour earlier than me?
The thing is, you still have to set your alarm if you want to have stuff pressed on the premises, too.
I will not hear a word said against the elite staff of the Casa del Glory. There is a butler, there is a maid.
Look, maybe at
chef?
home he doesn't do his own stuff, but on the road, I mean...
He must do.
120?
Unless there's a very expensive fabric that
Maybe
just
he
doesn't
has
wrinkle.
horses that he puts in the EBT main. He's like, yeah, I'll take 60% of your action.
You gotta
But yeah,
iron.
you got to iron my shirts as well as part of the deal. I'll give you strategy advice.
I mean, that does look like
You get one
relatively wrinkle-free fabric.
Yes.
You get one look, he's always optimizing, isn't he? He doesn't buy any old shirt from Zara. He's like, give me 40 wrinkle-free shirts.
That's what I love about my Zara shirts.
Yes.
So Vaska Boynikov raises the button with ace-10 suited, and Hrabek defends with jack-4 of clubs. We've got 2 clubs on this ace-high flop.
Yeah, a lot of interaction for both players here. And Roman will decide whether this is a flush draw, you want to check call or check raise. You know, obviously check raising forces out hands like King Jack off or whatever that might have raised. On the other hand, ace high, of course, very, very favorable for Mikolai. A lot of the opens built around ace X when you're opening into covering stacks. And for that reason, we'll check call. There's some options to lead on low cards as well, board pairs. You know, there's ways to go on an aggressive, turn cards to go on an aggressive footing as well as he eyeballs Mikolai. And that's a great card for the Belarusian.
Yeah, now has 4-1 advantage.
There are 2 flush draws out there now, so there's sort of 7x of clubs, you know, 5x of hearts, some straight draw plus flush draws. So we got to put our foot on the pedal. Yeah, and Roman unimproved will just release a 6 or a 3, some kind of gut shot to go with the flush draw. He might have continued, or certainly would have continued in some fashion. And Nikolai also climbing up to 27 big blinds. Really been a great start to the day for him.
I mean, surviving the 2 bust outs, good start.
Yeah, and it's worth pointing out that after Adrian lost that hand, if Roman doubles through him, Roman doubles into the chip lead. If Artur doubles through him, Artur doubles into the chip lead. If Nikolai doubles through him, they pull almost level. So, Adrian also, there's chip leads and there's chip leads,
This would be a chip lead.
Yes, but you have...
Earlier it was a chip lead.
Exactly. But you do think about sort of the future game, it's really nice when you could double someone up and still retain the dominant position at the table. And you have to recalibrate your strategies as the stacks around you change.
Alex on YouTube wonders how many fishes play this type of tourney.
I mean, there's not really fish. There's there's obviously the people that play super high rollers, myself included, we're super competitive, and we sort of think we're better than this person, or these people are not playing quite optimally. You don't get many people that are really terrible playing. Even the recreationals tend to be absolutely top poker players in any field except the very highest buy-ins in the world.
120? 120.
3 bases to 120,000.
King 4 under the gun. Adrian Mateos raises. Roman Harabek, King 10 on the button. Round to the big blind. Vaska Boynikov. 7 deuce of diamonds.
Yeah, and we see how strategies change. Folding ace-5 in the big blind a moment ago. Now defending with the 7 deuce suited.
Would you like to know what Nikolai is wearing on his wrist?
I do.
That is an Audemars Piguet Royal Oak Offshore Limited Music Edition. You'll notice that the face of the watch has like color music bars, colors. I like it. It's a really funky design. It was a limited piece. Interesting, I just checked Chrono, and this watch was selling for like double the price it's worth now. Like the watch market has tanked in the last 6 months.
Really?
In terms of, I mean, it's still up over time, but it had that ridiculous COVID spike, so all the prices got grossly overinflated. So you could probably get one on the used market now for about $50,000.
Oh, that's it?
Yeah.
Huh.
And I know that sounds like a ridiculous amount of money, but I was expecting it to be worth a lot more because those were trading at like close to 100K about a year ago.
I actually have a legit watch question for you. How expensive does your watch have to be before you tuck the hoodie sleeve under it, like I see everybody doing? There's got to be like a threshold for that, right?
If you're going to wear a flex piece like that, you want people to see it.
Yeah, it looks beautiful.
I don't, no offense to anyone who does that. I would feel like the biggest goober if I was like, better tuck my sleeve under so everyone can see my watch.
No,
everyone can see what time it is.
There should never be fabric under the watch. No.
140.
Yeah, I mean, but come on, Joe. I've seen you with 5 buttons undone at the parties because you've got the chest hair to flex with. I mean, how much chest hair do you have to have before you start undressing to the midriff?
Very expensive implants.
Yes, indeed. Those guys in Turkey really earned their money there.
That's where my 50,000 went. One at a time.
You know, if you do need a hair transplant, I mean, Joe could feed millions, with...
Locks of love, baby.
Yeah, exactly. It's like a savings account.
Top pair for Martirosyan. 94% equity.
Yeah, it's always great feeling to flop top pair. It's almost trademark hat now for Arta. I feel like we see it.
Definitely. I'm actually a little disappointed how not loud the rest of his outfit is.
Yeah.
Oh, of course it's a king on the turn. Of course.
Yeah, and again, we see the sort of dampening of aggression. It also sort of makes sense, okay, if we want to check a queen, what's the worst queen we're opening? We're not opening queen 7, potentially. So queen 8, we just check. Take out a street. Try and get value later. I imagine Marta may check again. And interestingly enough, he does allow Adrian to catch a piece. We see one of the advantages of this strategy. Obviously, the downside is we let Adrian realize some equity, did turn a gut shot. But now does Marta want to go for value? Might feel like he can extract something on occasion. Seems like
250.
Yeah, and there he goes.
Yep.
Yeah, and Adrian, really with the first decision point, everything else played as standard. And he's just questioning to himself, does Marta check down a 6 and turn it into a bluff? Does he play ace-8 like this and now on the river feel like ace-8 needs the bluff because it's plummeted to so low in his range? Again, he'll have some sense. Yeah, I like
Well
this
done.
fold. I think
Well
this is,
done, as usual.
yeah, and it's so hard to catch these top guys. You know, you think you're playing it deceptively, but actually, Adrian's sort of correctly realizing, well, okay, well, wouldn't a weak hand start representing the king? Wouldn't it c-bet the flop and such like? Really attuned to Arta stylistically. Of course, you know, high stakes. There's a lot of players that come and go, but I mean, Arta and Adrian have been staples for a long time. Now, you do clock a lot of hands against each other.
Mm-hmm. Does it ever get boring playing against the same people in super high rollers?
No, actually, you know, a bit of commonality and sort of friendship and knowing each other's
Makes it a little better.
wives and kids. Yeah, means, you know, you're not starting from cold, you know, building.
Is there any getting to know each other at this level? Like, there's not a lot of.
Sure,
There's not a lot of showing each other pictures of your kids on their phones happening here.
No, there definitely is, I think. There definitely is. I mean, of course, there's circles and circles, but yeah, especially because there is kind of the fact you're gambling together for such big stakes does sort of sometimes form a little bit of a bond, you know?
Trauma bond.
Yes, indeed. Yeah,
Stress bond.
Same as if you're in a plane crash and you're sat next to each other, you both survive.
You're friends for life.
Yes, indeed.
Pair of threes on this flop for Roman Hrabek.
How much price?
Mateus checks, has a gut shot.
Yeah, and we'll probably see the same sort of thing as we saw before with Roman. See, it is a board that, I mean, traditionally favors the big blind, but third pair not going to get into the betting range.
Nope.
There we
And
go.
6 on the turn.
Well, this is going to go bet call.
Drills it.
How's Roman going to bluff this river? Roman already thinking about turning his pair into a
What does he
bluff.
need, the 5 of clubs to bluff the river?
Yes, yes, indeed. Yeah,
Almost.
nice turn for Adrian.
No, WPT I don't have.
Plenty
But
that he can get
WPT
value from.
only in US, and I played only.
Adrian
two
does
summers.
put a chip out there.
times.
Or was that a time banker?
But I
No, it was a
on
100K
Finaltable
chip.
main event
Yeah,
on
and
WPT. Busted 6.
Roman
This, like, Pico, you
might
could
feel obligated to continue, but you can also continue with the 8x, the 9x, the flush draws, pairs that, you know, pairs with an 8 or pairs with a 9 are
You play
definitely
15 years,
more valuable than the 3 deuce.
20 years.
But we shall see.
EPT.
When was first EPT?
Yeah, and let's go with it. And I think that's a smart play. Again, you see, you know, no ego involved. He knows he's got bluffs sometimes there. But, of course, as we saw, drawing dead other times.
How many second place?
Many seconds.
Many second place? Need to train heads up.
No, heads up also is about luck, yes? You
There's a
remember,
little
yes,
camaraderie here.
online.
There you go, just to illustrate.
So we're halfway through level 19, 30 minutes on the clock at the 30-60 blind level, and then we'll get the first break of the day.
Chips, queens against jacks. You know, this is, this you can't train.
Yeah, you see, I mean, Mikolai's a nice guy to hang with, you know? You can see
This
it
you
there.
can train with Alexander, with his pick.
Yes.
It's
Which
all in trainings. You can ask Adrian also.
Yes.
Yeah, Adrian, the master of the
I
all-ins.
think heads up is not.
Also skill.
Not often we get a bit of
Most important
Russian poker community banter
Fun.
on stream.
Yeah.
I mean, he's getting chat out of Arthur. It's pretty impressive. by the
I
way.
mean, Arthur's got to be like a secretly funny dude. There's just something about his.
Secretly funny.
Yeah.
We don't all have to flaunt it like you, Joe.
Exactly.
Any of us, we could all be stand-up, no problem. We don't
try.
We're not just waving it around willy-nilly. 5-4 versus 5-4, classic matchup.
This is where the real poker starts.
Well, all diamonds, and neither player has a diamond. That means if this hand goes to showdown, it will be a chop 100% of the time.
The good thing in high rollers is they never go to showdown 5 high versus 5 high. That I can guarantee you. There's no showing down 5 high. It's actually a good piece of poker advice, actually. I was chatting with someone and they played a hand against someone or whatever, and they checked down the river like 6 high or whatever, and the other person said to them, just never check it down. This is a hand you always bluff, basically.
Okay.
You know, if you find yourself at the river with less than 8 high, you know you're bluffing. That's a good rule of thumb.
It took me so long into my poker quote-unquote career to come to that point where I'm like, oh, you should be bluffing when you have a really bad hand on the river.
Yes,
like, it
yes,
just,
yes.
I'm talking like 6-7 years into being in the poker world.
Of course.
Ты майн будешь брать?
Yeah, because sometimes there's so much noise in your head. Oh, I don't want the flush draw. They're going to call this and blah, blah, blah. But no, I mean, you don't. If you end up with the lowest cards that you can have, it's very, very often a good bluff.
All in every time.
Sure.
But anyway, you can play both because main you can enter day 2.
Yeah.
Ace Queen for the chip leader, and Andrew Mateos will open with a raise to 120,000.
Wrinkle-free Mateos coming in from under the gun.
He's probably going to be furious with you that you say his closer from Zara.
He doesn't listen, thankfully. We've got a Spanish language one. He's listening to that one. He doesn't know who
That
we
makes
are.
me feel so much better that he doesn't listen.
Sorry, are you telling me that Hammersmith's finest is not watching
Sure.
English language content? Come on.
It goes around Harry Lodges and they watch it together.
Exactly. Couple of stops down the district line. 10 high flop.
Yeah, and because the big blind, this is also another board where almost one card flops. There is a flush draw out there, of course. It's just a board that we could sort of range bet, protect.
300.
Ace, queen, wow. Snap, raise from Mikolai. And there we do see a sort of different kind of tendency. I don't think any of the other players would act quite so quickly as that. Definitely needs to be careful when playing against a player of Adrian's caliber. He doesn't start sort of tipping off anything with timings. But Adrian, I don't know whether he will fold here. Is getting a good price. Very few hands that he's drawing dead against. Also, I mean, no hand he's drawing absolutely dead against.
Vaska
Wow. And
improves significantly on the turn.
yeah, and there were some troublesome turn cards when you check raise the 10-5 here.
Yeah.
But this isn't one of them. And Mikolai, whoa, and just puts it all in.
Okay, then.
And so Adrian worried about 4 6 of clubs, 4, 5 of clubs, suspects that a 10 wouldn't play this way. I mean, I think, I mean, obviously 4, 5 of clubs is still in good shape against us, right? Yeah, and it's just a weird line that is, the speed of the actions as well is something that Adrian's working through. He might think that not every 10 check raises here as well, by the way. Yeah, and he's going to fold, and understandably so. I mean, it's a tough call to make with pocket nines or something that's actually just stronger in actual pure hand strength. And Mikolai picking up a nice pot there.
So Vaskobojnikov no longer the shortest stack at the table, playing around 30 big blinds. Roman Hrabek, 29 big blinds. Mateos still leads with around 80 bigs. Artem Arturosian in second place, just over 50 bigs. Blinds up in 25 minutes.
Yeah, and we see once again what an Everest it is to, to climb here, to win a super high roller. You might think, okay, we got one of the top players in the world with 120 big blinds. This is going to be Adrian Mateos' show. He's going to just coast to victory here, but there's no coasting against these top guys. It's really, really tough. Everyone plays we saw Jamil Wakil playing 5% of a big blind to as maximally as he can. People clinging on with one big blind. Everyone eking out every last piece of EV from their stack, and Adrian's chip lead being chipped away at here.
I'm going to need you to dumb down that Everest reference a little bit. Can you make it about cliffhanger instead next time?
If you're, I believe it. That's, how you see some films when I believe I was probably like 15 when it came out.
Exact perfect age to see that movie.
I've watched it, but I don't think I've ever, it's not one you really re-watch, I guess.
No.
What'd you do with the money? I burned it. I was never good with money.
Quoting cliffhanger, you just fountain.
So blind v blind, Vaskobojnikov versus Mateos.
Yeah.
I have the entire Rennie Harlan on Criterion Collection.
60K apiece. 4 clubs on the turn.
Yeah. And Adrian actually with a double gut shot here. It's actually a pretty good card. And we see how tough it is to get through Adrian. I see a lot of players, you might be playing a 1K, c-bet the Jack-6 and expect to fold from the King-5 high. But it's a lot tougher, and we'll continue to rep that ace. Adrian here, obviously knowing he has the 2 nutty outs in the 6 and 2, and occasionally, very occasionally, the best hand.
On this occasion.
It's a bit nutty. Barry Greenstein makes an appearance.
Yikes.
And Vaskobojnikov elects to check.
Yeah, acting very... We're still on him.
He did check, though, right away.
I did see him tap the table.
Yeah, and Adrian now deciding whether he wants to bluff or not. Can he get... Yeah, he feels king high will either show down or...
It's good. It's good.
Mikolai seeing it is a hand. He could have got to fold with a 3rd shell. Little bit of regret. And
Mateos back over 5 million chips, more than 85 big blinds. Still chip leader at this 4-handed super high roller final table.
yeah, nice for Adrian, who's been on a little bit of a downward slide. We see the determination blind on blind that you have to employ.
With this super high roller, Sam, did you play on day 1 or did you late rage at the start of day 2?
I was in the south, so seeing friends, so I raged day 2. It's obviously a real deluxe tournament where you still get 40 big blinds, so it's nice. Plenty of play. Sat next to Roman actually, which was nice. It's a very charming companion at the poker table, except when you're in a hand versus him.
So Martirosyan is open to 120k with ace queen. King jack for Vaskobojnikov on the button.
Yeah, and Arta, certainly reputation-wise, on the looser side. But Mikolai not lured into combat.
Martirosyan still sitting in second place on the leaderboard.
You know when we did have that PCA final table with
Yes.
Arta, I commentated with you. And then I left the booth and I went and regged, I think, the 10K PKO or whatever it was, or like static bounty or whatever. So I go and sit down in my 10K. And Arta's at the table. So he's, you know, because we're on a delay, he's bust. And he's just on, he's already regged the 10K and he's on his phone playing tournaments, playing online poker. And just head down, said, "Grats, buddy," on the, 700K score. Yeah, just give me a nod. Okay, yeah. Can you not distract me? I'm playing 4 tables on my phone here, basically. I mean, really a guy that is consumed by poker and loves the game.
Well, he's pretty good at it.
Yes. I mean, if you've got a money printing machine,
right,
you turn it on. Yeah, you turn it on every now and again.
Vaskobojnikov opening with jack-9. Forwarded to the big blind. Artem Martirosyan with 10-6.
Yeah, and by the way, Mikolai's, again, I don't want to, obviously Mikolai's going to have a sense of his ranges, and as I said, he knows the game. He's sort of sowing his oats here a little bit. Feels like he's got a bit of, he's been chipping up all table, firing with the jack-6, now opening the jack-9 off. He's ready to play a little bit here, I sense. And Arta with a looser defend as the covering stack.
Jack, deuce, deuce. Vaskobojnikov, huge favorite now. 99% and a C-bet will get the job done.
Yeah, he's enjoying himself. I mean, I can only imagine once you take, if you were to take away the pressure of it being my job, and potentially, I don't know, the pressure of the impact financially it has on me, and now put me at a high roller final table, I would be jumping for joy. How much fun to play at the highest level of the game against the best in the world and not have it sort of the pressure of it being your job or feeling, excelling in so many other areas that you don't need to worry, about results determining whether you get to play them in the future.
Yeah. So with 4 players remaining, everyone's guaranteed at least 5 buy-ins, more than $250,000. 353k for third, more than $500,000 for the runner-up, and more than $750,000, a total of $786,000 for the winner.
I can't even in a fantasy, like in my mind's eye, imagine not caring about the money.
Well, I mean, there's some people who would care. No, I used to see people playing the Saturday £100 tournament and be like, sick. Wow. Imagine that.
I know,
like,
shaking, yeah.
Yeah, like, wow, like 1,500 up top, so.
Martirosyan raises small to big, gets a fold. Now played 31 hands at this final table.
The first hand of No Limit Hold'em I ever played was me and my buddy split it. He sat at the table, I stood behind him, we each put in like $100 playing 1-2, and he got it all in on the first hand with 2 overs and a flush draw, and we bricked. And he just stood up from the table, and I was like, "What happened? We're done?" And he's like, "Yeah, no, I had to get it in. I was a favorite." And I was like, "I will never, ever play No Limit Hold'em ever again."
This is basically the poker version of the blackjack scene from Swingers, all gone in one hand.
Yes, exactly, absolutely. And I couldn't sleep that night. I lost $100 on one hand of poker.
Yeah, the only thing I feel sad about losing my...
That was in 2021.
About yeah. Yeah. The only sadness I have about losing my Facebook is that there was there's for sure a wall post to my brother where I lost my first £100 cash game hand, and I couldn't believe, how could this guy, I'd made it obvious that I had aces because I've limp re-raised from under the gun, and it's like, how could this guy get it in against me, with kings and defeat me for £200?
What an idiot.
What else would I be getting in for £100?
Love it.
Button-Ration Martirosian, Vaska Boynikov announces all in from the small blind with ace-9 of diamonds.
And we'll get it through. Lost my Facebook because someone impersonated Michael Zhang on Instagram, and I gave him my Facebook login details. So anyway, the less said about that, the better.
That is the what?
Moving on. There's a reason these you know when you get those scammers and it's like, how can this even work? You know, I understand now why people sign up to become a Nigerian prince.
What was the possible reason that he needed to log into your Facebook?
We don't need to get into it, all right? Just saying, if Michael Zhang asks you for your Facebook details,
you give it to him.
Yeah, you might be cautious.
Even the real Michael Zhang, I would be like, why do you need to access my Facebook page?
Sure, even person to person.
And I thought you were one of those poker players who was actually good at all the life stuff.
Yeah, no. You get dumber. As your brain gets better at poker, there's less capacity.
Yeah.
Everything else shrinks down.
The higher stakes you play, the bigger the gap between you and reality.
Indeed. Yeah, Mikolai with another playable hand.
Vaska Boynikov raises and gets both blinds to fold.
Yeah, and we see, I mean, Roman just through hand distribution has actually sunk down too short a stack. Hasn't won a pot in a while. I mean, to be honest, the thing I would say about Roman is you see what a great player he is, because the only hand he's won, really, he actually hasn't had the best hand at any point against anyone at this table. It's only that heroic bluff that's kept him afloat.
Yeah, so Mateos just running back to the table there, and I wonder if he went to talk to someone and whether he has now heard about what happened in that hand and whether he knows that he got bluffed.
You think he's going to punch Roman? That's what you're saying? There could be a fist fight at any moment?
What are you playing at?
I start with 3.
Do you see any smoke coming out of his ears?
Maybe he was going to Dom Nietzsche for a sim. No, he wasn't. I would never besmirch Adrian Mateos. He would never do that.
But you would besmirch Dom.
120?
Redacted.
Mateos raises with a6. Martirosian 10-7 of diamonds. Not unplayable hand in the big blind.
Yes, indeed. Obviously, all the first calls coming from the suited region. Just give you that much more ability to continue down the streets.
And the flop is Queen 5-4, no diamonds.
Yeah, both players missing. Adrian with club and heart in hand, which is nice. I was playing with Nick Palmer yesterday, which was a treat, of course.
Nicky P, wow.
And he, this poor young lad, like a Russian lad raised, he defended the big line. Came ace-10, 4 with a flush draw or whatever. Nick checked, and the guy tanked, like Adrian just did, deciding whether to c-bet. And Nick was like, oh my God, like, how long do you, and I just folded out of turn, like, flung his cards into the muck. He was like, ace-10, 4, just bet, bro, blah, blah, blah. And just went after this guy really hard.
I think the most surprising part of that entire story is that Nicky P has a passport.
Yes, indeed. But he paid for it because he also berated me, which was a mistake. And then he got all in against Fob Troy. Ace-King against Fob Troy's 9s. And the whole table stood up, going 9, 9, and a 9 just came on the flop. We all high-fived over Nicky P. Even Bob Choice handing out
That's so funny because his bust-out tweet sounded as if the whole room was against him.
Sure.
But I thought he was just...
No, of course. We were really against...
Just because you're paranoid doesn't mean they're not out to get you.
That is so funny.
Yeah,
I gotta see if I can dig up this tweet.
Don't worry, I did get shushed by the tournament staff yesterday, as any good ambassador would be. You know, they used to have the same problem with Eugene Katchalov.
I can't believe that you have ever been shushed at any time in your life.
No.
I mean, his Twitter is just...
I think my personal favorite, bear in mind, we haven't spent that much time together, was in a restaurant in Monte Carlo where we were told, there's a sleeping baby in the corner. Can you please keep your voice down, sir?
Sometimes it's justified. Other times when they shush Sam, I'm like, go away. We're in a bar. Stop it.
Yeah.
Okay. King 8 versus Ace 10. Mateos not continuing the flop.
Yeah, bluffing with King High to fold out Ace High doesn't seem to make too much sense here. Again, Adrian just aware that Art is going to have a very robust range.
They just absolutely effed me in this 2200 event, getting close to the money. All good. I always come back stronger.
Yes, he's a determined character, Nicky P. And he, to be honest, I enjoyed having him at the table, but he's definitely
polarizing.
Yeah, the good thing is he can take it, because once you give it, you got to be able to take it. Like the crowd turning on him a little bit. Adrian here again, just taking his time. Can he get King 10 to fold? Is that enough of Arta's range? Well, we'll just check back. Yeah, an Ace 10 feeling a lot stronger on that river. Again, just the two biggest stacks at the table. You know, and again, we just see the way strategies change. You know, two of the most aggressive poker players in the world.
Yep.
But in a place in their range where they don't need to put too many chips in. And look at this, by the way. This is Artur Martirosyan value betting Ace High for 270,000 chips. The 10 doesn't even play, by the way. Be interesting.
So Martirosyan still hovering around 50 big blinds. Andrew Mateo still chip leader with more than 80 bigs. Roman Harabek currently the shortest stack with 24 big blinds. And 10 minutes left on this level. Break incoming.
Yeah, and you know, because everyone's got a sort of reasonable, you know, we had such a flurry of action. You know, Adrian at one point shoving 35 bigs blind on blind because of the stack distribution. Here, no one in that danger zone territory. Everyone aware that doubling up an opponent would plummet them down the, you know, you sort of losing money directly to someone else at the table, which is what ICM is all about. So having to proceed cautiously. So it's just been nip and tuck for the last couple of orbits.
Blind v blind. Vaska Boynikov in the small with 10-3 of hearts.
How much you play, you know?
1.8.
Thank you.
He has completed. Mateos with the option. 8-4 in the big.
Yeah, just definitely going to get raised at least some of the time. But we'll check on this occasion. I wonder how Adrian randomizes, or if he does, with these kind of combinations. And Mateos with a gut shot. Yeah, and Mikolai got to be careful because, you know, SPR 10, the board does change. So again, it's balancing sort of protection against the fact that you're against a covering stack in position, and you don't get that much fold equity and can be bluffed, etc., etc. So here he's sort of valuing protection. Okay, I've got the best hand pretty often, let's put money in. But it's not so simple when you're up against top-class opposition. As Mateos takes him to a turn. Of course, we've got to remember, he just showed down the Jack-6, firing 2.
Board pairs on the turn. Vaska Boynikov now an 81% favorite, having paired his 3 on the flop.
Yeah, and who does the 2 favor? Seems like Mikolai doesn't limp in that much deuce X. The kicker is negated, so, you know, whereas he was beating 3-6 with a kicker, now 2s and 3s with an ace.
Check.
Yeah, and What does Adrian want to do? Does he want to fire? Seems like spades, flushes. We'll check. He just realized his equity. Very interesting, because you would, by the way, you would imagine a lot of Adrian's call and check back range will be king high. So this is quite an ambitious value bet from Nikolai. But sensed correctly, his hand was good.
Exchange machine.
Really interesting. Interesting dynamic there developing between those two. Blind on blind.
Mateos down to 4.8 million. Still 80 big blinds.
Yeah, and I think one of the things you see with Adrian is, you know, I think people imagine that a top professional like Adrian just tries to win every pot. That he's trying to run him over. He's never. But you see that he takes a subtle approach. We've seen him sort of checking down king high, folding third pair, delaying the bluff there with 8-4.
He knows it's a marathon, not a sprint.
Indeed.
Do you think that he would play it a lot differently, let's say, against me?
120?
Everyone would play differently against you, Joe. Yes, indeed, indeed. You mean, will he be intimidated because you're a big hero of his, obviously? You mean, would he be
As long as I have the buttons all buttoned up and the chest hair all under control.
I mean, you could make him an offer, by the way, because I know he's got a couple of buttons undone there. He's not showing what you've got. You could come up coaching for chest hair arrangement. I don't know whether that's been done before.
Him coaching me would be a waste of both of our time.
Be like a Frankenstein thing. You're both like electricity, you know, lightning bolts flashing in a castle as they take your chest off and bolt it on to. Anyway, I'm getting carried away in my own fantasy there. We'll stop. Enough of that disgusting imagery. I realized, I forgot I was on air.
I guess my question was, if it were a player that were more easily able to be bullied, would he be more of a bully, or would he approach it the same way?
One of the things that I think makes Adrian great, and one of the reasons he does so well in main events as well as high rollers, is he is definitely someone who tailors his strategy exactly to the person.
Right.
I don't know what he thinks of me, but for sure there are, in his mind, Sam Grafton, a little tendency here, a little tendency there, do this a bit more. And I would imagine that is the case for everyone he comes into. And, you know, if you play with him on day 2 of the main, he will be immediately watching your showdowns and your body language to recalibrate. And that's something I feel very confident in saying as he picks up the pocket queens. Yeah, and Nikolai, who's taking every opportunity to raise.
Nikolai, could you put in 20s, please, the stacks? So hard to count.
Yeah.
Get over it.
Oh, that's reasonable
No,
request.
I'm just kidding.
Of course. Yeah, Nikolai does like to do this, actually. Obviously, having a legible stack, one of the, I mean, it's just good courtesy, but also I actually believe a rule potentially.
It is a rule, I believe.
Yeah. So Adrian's request more than.
Who was Mike McDonald getting into it with that time, right, where he kept asking him to stack his chips and the guy kept refusing? I feel like it was a PCA. Was it Roger Teska?
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit ironic coming from Timex. I heard, well, he used to deliberately
Or maybe it was him who wasn't doing it.
No, he would have been doing it.
Oh, it was Bonomo and Kerry Katz. Thank you, Paul.
Yes.
Ah, nice. Wow. Wow, they all look the same to you, hey? Bonomo,
nerdy white guys, yeah. Oreo smells like a vape. Yeah.
Jack 3 versus 10-7.
Yeah, and obviously blind on blind confrontations, so interesting because of how wide the ranges play. Nikolai with a quite tasty hand here, the backdoor flush draw possibilities dry up on the deuce turn. I think that 7x, at least some of the time, might want to start bluffing. Arta actually sensing correctly that he's got the best hand. And Mikolaj will snap, call. Again, someone that's not afraid to sort of act very, very quickly on occasion.
And the board bricks out for Vaska Boynikov.
Yeah, and Arta deciding whether to value bet now against a deuce or a king high, king 7 high, something like that, or whether to check and bluff catch. What makes more sense with this hand? I mean, the jack kicker play, yeah, and we'll bet again.
And with just 60 seconds left on the clock, one more hand in this session, one more hand before the first break and the next increase in the blinds. Which is not good news for Roman Hrabak, who is the shortest stack of the 4 remaining players. Currently has around 20 big blinds.
Yeah, and I mean...
Like this is also okay, yes? It's 500, 1 million. 500.
20s?
Huh?
It's 20?
Yes, 500.
Adrian's like, just put them in 20s.
Just
like
20, buddy.
Yeah. And you know, again, we just see how some amount of poker is what cards you get dealt, even at the highest level. Roman really been card dead, right? Like, haven't seen... You see even showing a tiny bit of emotion on his face as he gets dealt 5 high yet again. None of these juicy ace-queens will go for his break earlier.
So Martirosyan opening from the button with ace-queen. Vaska Boynikov folds the small blind. Mateos defends the big blind with jack-9, heads up to the flop. Matthias, watching on YouTube, asks, is this final table? Yes. Thank you for your question.
Just to clarify.
You've got a round of applause for your question, Matthias. Aren't you a lucky boy? 10-5-3 on the flop, ace high still ahead.
Yeah, and it's really interesting because obviously so many decisions automatic in the early parts of the tournament. How does Adrian, being a covering stack, affect our c-bet strategy here? How does it affect sizing?
A c-bet and a fold, and the players are going to get their first break of the afternoon. 2 eliminations during the first session. We saw Jamil Wakil dispatched in 6th place, and then we saw Alexander Zubov eliminated. So 4 players remain, and they will return in around 20 minutes' time to continue playing down to a champion who'll receive 786K plus the Super High Roller Trophy here at EPT Cyprus. These are the stacks right now. Mateo still hovering around the 5 million mark. 61 big blinds at the next level, which will be 40K, 80K. 45 bigs for Artem Martirosyan, 23 for Mikolaj Vaska Boynikov, and Roman Hrabak drops down to 16 big blinds. Some more action when we resume, which will be in around 20 minutes' time. The final table of the 50K Super High Roller, the first of 6 days of live streaming from the Cyprus leg of the PokerStars European Poker Tour.
O'Dwyer has 8-10 of clubs.
Ooh, we like this hand in the cutoff.
He raises to 180,000. Sipple on the button, passes. Kenny in the small blind. Also folds. Mitzi in the big blind. Has Queen 8.
It's Domination Nation, and the president likes to wear some wacky beads.
Mitzi calls. O'Dwyer in position with the betting lead. And he's flopped a flush.
Wow, these guys are hitting more flushes than Snoop Dogg's entourage when the cops show up.
Mitzi with a draw to a better flush. It's been checked to O'Dwyer. He continues for 200k, so what does Mitzi do?
Sorrell's hand is behind, but it's not bad by any means.
This looks like a raise. Mitzi makes it 505,000.
He's hoping Steve is just c-betting, but he's not. He's both value betting and semi-bluffing. He's got a straight flush draw.
Call.
O'Dwyer calls.
Playing it a little slow, hoping to trap against a big club, which is what Sorrell's got.
1.46 million in the middle as we go to the turn, which is the 5 of diamonds pairing the board.
And part of the reason Steve may just call the flop is to give Sorrell the chance to bluff the turn.
Sorrell slows down. He checks. So Steve's going to do some more betting. 575,000.
Sorrell even more likely to be drawing dead now.
He folds.
These guys are good.
O'Dwyer chips up to 3.2 million. With that hand, he moves ahead of Sorrell Mitzi, who now sits in 4th place after starting the day as chip leader.
Hey, Mitzi, you not so fine. Hey, Mitzi.
So 3-handed now. Sipple still the big stack, but Kenny and O'Dwyer aren't that far behind. Blinds are still 5,100. Brenner's folded his button. Steve's got kings in the small blind.
Beautiful.
Steve recently won a super high roller event in Macau for the equivalent of $1.8 million.
Father time.
So he raises, and Sipple's got queens in the big.
More beautifuler for Steve.
That's a 3-bet to 650,000.
I think Steve expects Roger to be super strong here a lot.
Looks like he's counting out a 4-bet. 1.25 million.
And I sure don't see how Sipple can fold. He has got all the chips.
He shoves. And Steve calls.
Damn.
O'Dwyer is ahead, but at risk. And Sipple is the self-proclaimed suck-out master.
Steve's a worrier.
A safe flop for O'Dwyer. He's now a 9-1 favorite.
Hearts are no good.
Except for the one in here, Roger. Except for the one in here.
A black pen.
Just 2 cards for Steve to fade on the river. It's not a queen. O'Dwyer wins the pot.
Nice hand.
Thanks. Pretty gross score.
Grosser than a hot tub during spring break.
Steve O'Dwyer gets a big double up and takes the chip lead from Roger Sipple. We're going to sweat with Steve on this hand and play it from Mr. O'Dwyer's point of view.
Steve O. Sweat your cards.
It's his small blind. Deuce 4.
Yeah, let's see a flop with these.
He calls. No raise from Roger. He checks his option.
We're probably behind.
Well, Steve flops bottom pair. Plus he has a couple of backdoor draws working for him.
A pair is going to be the best hand most of the time.
He checks the action, and Roger Sipple bets 175,000.
We've got the perfect hand to check call with.
O'Dwyer does call. And And just to annoy Joe, I'm going to say that Steve has improved to 2 pair.
Technically, you are not wrong. And we are hoping Roger checks behind, but it doesn't look like he's gonna.
Yeah, looks like another bet's coming.
But the way he's looking so concerned makes me think he could have a monster here.
550,000.
Steve's probably gonna call again. There is a pretty small range of hands Roger could have that are value hands.
Steve does call, and we have a pot of 1.68 million. And 9 on the river. Steve checks for a 3rd time.
Pretty passive line.
I'm all in.
And Roger shoves for 2.2 million. It's an overbet. How does Steve O'Dwyer respond to this?
I'm gonna remind everyone, monster is what I think Roger has here. He is repping a very narrow range, but I think he's got it this time. How often is he bluffing here?
Hero call.
Full house.
Got him.
That is a monster.
I can't beat a full house.
I was hoping you couldn't beat a full house.
I can't beat much of anything, but
Roger may have doubled up, but Steve O'Dwyer is still the chip leader.
Sipple plays all right, but he connects with more flops than an easily bought movie critic.
Right now he's got 27 big blinds. Steve has 111 bigs. He's raising his button with King 6 off. Roger with 10 deuce of spades.
Reminder, this is heads up, so most hands are playable, including these two.
Oh.
Roger defends. Roughly 60-40 as we go to the flop. And Sipple has paired his deuce.
Problem is, now he's got to stick around with it.
Oh, looks like he's going to lead. 300,000. O'Dwyer with king high calls.
And leading there is a little out of the ordinary, and I think it speaks volumes about Sipple's hand.
An 8 on the turn. Sipple now an 86% favorite. Is he going to bet again? No, he checks. And Steve O'Dwyer checks behind. Jack on the river, so Sipple has the best hand with bottom pair. Action's been checked to O'Dwyer. Is he going to take the showdown value?
Sipple has taken an odd line for a hand that was supposed to be value on the flop. And I think Steve sniffed out something he can maybe make fold.
600,000, roughly half the pot. Snapped off.
king high.
It is.
Steve could not make him fold.
It's the first time I've done that in a long time.
Roger's on the button, in the small blind, Queen 7. He raises to 260,000. 8-10 for O'Dwyer.
Yes and yes.
He calls. Roger the marginal favorite as we head to the flop. Steve now in front with second pair.
Perfect hand to check call with.
Here comes a continuation bet from Roger, 450,000.
Steve's not folding second pair, and he's not raising second pair.
Sure enough, he calls.
See if Sipple just shuts down now.
Nearly 1.5 million in the middle. It's a jack on the turn. Roger now has a straight draw. Action's been checked to him for a second time.
And this is a pretty good card for Roger to bet again.
I'm all in.
And bet he does. Everything he's got.
Now, this does look a lot like a draw, but Steve may be a little snake bit from the last all-in he called.
Tough for O'Dwyer to know he's a 3-1 favorite. O'Dwyer folds. Sipple chips up to nearly 5.2 million.
It is getting a tidbit sipply in here.
And I like it. That's a raise. A7 suited for Sipple.
Call.
He defends.
Okay. Okay.
The flop gives O'Dwyer top pair.
Now let's see if Steve can do some damage with a hand he can be a little more confident in.
Roger checks. Steve does not continue. He checks behind.
Steve, I think, wants Sipple to barrel into him on the turn and maybe the river.
Well, the board pairs on the turn. Steve now a huge favorite. Sipple checks a second time.
Not barreling.
So a delayed c-bet from O'Dwyer, 300,000. Sipple, with just ace high, calls.
Pretty quick call with just ace high and no draw, but I think it's okay.
Another 8 on the river. O'Dwyer now with a full house. Actions on Sipple. He checks for a third time.
If Roger thought he could have the best hand before, he might still think that now.
Nearly 1.2 million in the pot. O'Dwyer going for value.
How much is that?
750.
In general, this river card's a really bad card to bluff on, so I don't think Steve's gonna be bluffing very often here. Especially once he gets called on the turn.
Sipple considering a hero call.
I have a queen.
Hey. Nice hand.
Nice tiny bet sizing by Steve, too. Knew how to rope in ace high like throwing a rubber band around a greasy ponytail.
O'Dwyer back up over 12 million. Sipple hovering around the 4 million mark. And that means that Steve O'Dwyer has re-established a 3-1 lead over his opponent as the blinds go up to 80,000, 160,000 with a 20k ante. Jack 10 for Roger.
The old two-handed peel to go with it. Don't see much of that these days. I'm for it.
He's raising from the button. 450,000. Ace 10 for Steve O'Dwyer.
Uh-oh, Steve's doing the dominance dance.
He calls.
Plays it kind of slow.
The flop is Queen 8-8. It's a gut shot for Sipple. O'Dwyer still ahead with ace high. O'Dwyer's playing in flow. He's checked the action to Sipple.
And Steve can now call a lot of c-bets because it's a smaller pot.
It's a chunky c-bet from Roger, 750k.
And I don't think Roger's going to have much here very often.
O'Dwyer calls. A pot of 2.4 million. The turn card is a deuce. It changes nothing.
Can Roger dump? Nope.
Check, check on the turn. The river card, a 3. It's a brick. Sipple misses its draw. Ace high is the best hand. O'Dwyer checks for a third time.
I'm all in.
And Sipple bluff shoves the river.
Roger. Roger, what are you doing to me?
This is really tricky. Last time Raj did this, he was stronger than the drinks at the players' party. But this is not how most players are going to play their bluffs.
And that is certainly the kind of thing a player of Steve O'Dwyer's caliber is going to notice. We can see he has the best hand. A lot of players are going to fold in this spot, and if Steve does fold, he'll still have a 2-1 chip lead over Roger. But considering he has the best hand, if he heroes, with ace high, he will win the tournament.
I think a 10 is pretty good.
Father Time is gonna need some time.
Good call.
He calls!
It's over.
Good call.
Incredible call.
Ace high.
With that hand, Steve O'Dwyer wins.
Wow. I didn't have you on a pair and you didn't have one. I didn't think you were going to make that call.
I was worried I had a 10 that blocked some of your gut shots. So.
Good call.
Thank you. And nice job.
Thank you. You too.
Oh, man.
NAPT coming to Vegas.
I heard that's gonna suck. Yeah, I'm looking forward to going to the NAPT in Las Vegas.
Can't wait for the party, can't wait for the main event. It's gonna be a blast.
Last year was the first NAPT back after a very long time. This year, we're cranking it up. Instead of a 1K main event, it's a 5K main event. We really are putting on an entire festival in Las Vegas in November.
I'm excited to bring some of my subscribers along with and show them the PokerStars experience. Viva Las Vegas, baby.
And there will be a 2-day live stream from NAPT Las Vegas, as well as a new season of the big game on tour with qualifying tournaments if you want to take part in the loose cannon casting process. Right now we're in Cyprus with the PokerStars European Poker Tour, and it's a final table today. The 50K Super High Roller is down to the final 4 players. Playing down to a champion today. Adrian Mateos, the current chip leader with close to 5 million chips. Artem Martirosyan sits in second. Then we have the 2 shorter stacks. Nikolai Vaska-Boynikov playing 23 big blinds. Roman Harabek with 16 bigs. At the new blind level, 40,000, 80,000 with an 80K big blind ante. They are playing for a first prize of more than $786,000 with 4 remaining. They're guaranteed more than $250,000. James Harshkin rejoined by Sam Grafton.
Hey boys and girls.
And we introduce Griffin Benja.
I can't believe you guys started without me. I mean, I did just wake up, but still.
It's a Griff Graf reunion, ladies and gentlemen. We don't have the meme, we don't have the music. But yes, how excited are you, Griffin, that you get to come in at this point in the final table when your boy, your hero, your idol, Adrian Mateos, is still bossing proceedings?
Yeah, I mean, tale as old as time, right? This is just what he does.
Yeah. I mean, we actually can't emphasize enough what a strong poker player he is, and what he's been doing over the last 18 months, winning everything in sight, putting together, even by his standards, absolutely sort of rapacious collection of dollars, euros, and every other currency.
Nice.
Yeah.
Obviously, we did see that hand earlier on where Roman Harabek got the better of Mateos, bluffed him off the best hand, but as you observed towards the end of the last session, Sam, Harabek's just been running dead.
Yeah, I mean, that was real highlight reel stuff from Roman. I mean, you know, it's obviously a lot of top-level poker at final tables, short stack, is kind of executing on mechanics. But, you know, sometimes there's a hand which just, you know, you feel like someone's doing something on another level where there is a certain amount of courage and, you know, some sort of emotional element to it, and I really felt that about Roman. You know, it's such an unusual spot to come across, and bluffing one of the other best players in the world. Of course, Roman can count himself in and amongst the best players himself, but it was a remarkable sort of the immovable object meets the unstoppable force kind of moment.
Now, if you're a viewer that's just tuning in right now, what was the hand exactly, Sam?
No, just he bluffed Adrian off. He had second pair, 9-8, 5-5. He had an 8, and Adrian had trip 5s. And on a 6 river, he turned the 8 into a bluff. So completely a flush. And Adrian blocked and folded. Really, really nice execution from the check.
Nice.
But since then, Harabek's just not been able to find a playable hand.
He's got dealt out.
Bleeding chips and is now down to 14 big blinds.
Sure, absolutely. And, you know, it's as we come to expect. 4 top quality players. Quite nice. We got, obviously, Mikolai and Arta seem to know each other a little bit. See a bit of commonality, Belarusian, Russian, language-wise. A little bit of chit-chat out of Marta, which is nice to see. I think Roman, if he wins this, wearing the EPT hoodie, should get some sort of lifetime dispensation. You know, some sort of, you could spend each and every stop up to $500 on us, PokerStars, at the EPT store.
Just keep wearing them.
Yeah, definitely should be anointed. Same deal that Adrian has with Zara, probably.
So Vaska Boynikov opening here with kings. Round 2, Martirosyan in the big blind. Queen 3 of diamonds.
Yeah, and suited queens probably going to qualify here against a cut-off open. Under the gun, sort of doesn't really do it justice when we're playing four-handed. And Marta going to need some help. Always an ace on the desk, Kate.
Always. So action will go check, check, which means we see the turn for free. Deuce of diamonds.
Yeah, and I don't think Marta going to be lured into anything too out of line. It's noteworthy, Griff, of course. You know, people have different stylistic approaches to live poker. Mikolai acting very, very quickly each and every hand.
Yeah, I did tune in towards the end of the last level. I did notice that. So it's interesting, you know, just feeling comfortable, sipping a little, you know, wine or juice or tea.
Yeah, Turkish tea out there.
Yeah.
One of the pleasures of being in a Turkish-speaking region.
So a few people asking about what's happening in the main event. Today's day 1B. Yesterday was day 1A. Sam, you made it through 1A. Bring a decent stack to day 2.
Yeah, 100K to do some work on day 2.
So 475 entries on day 1A. Today is day 1B, up to 520 entries so far. Registration remains open until the start of day 2 tomorrow, and that's when we kick off our coverage of the main event. So 12:30 local time is when we go live tomorrow, and tomorrow is the day when they're expected to make the money. So world-famous bubble coverage will be part of our first day of EPT main event streaming.
Wow, that's exciting. Yeah, I saw Adam McCullough bust. If you're a McCullough fan, it's quite distraught about it. Spraggy still in. Roman reluctantly folding the 10-9 on the button. Very hamstrung by his stack and position. And the blinds do come thick and fast, of course. You know, one way of imagining the blinds here with the big blind ante is it's 200K each and every orbit. You know, if you don't win a hand, you know, when you're sitting on 1.1 million, that's
almost 20% of your stack every orbit. Got to get going.
You got a calculator there, James? Can we check that? Griff showing off.
Griffin's learned that you just speak with confidence and people just believe it. No one's going to check you. If you speak with confidence, they're just going to buy it and no one actually will do the research.
And Mikolai with a hand.
This is strange, right? A little bit. 20 big blinds to start feels just maybe like a shove over the limp, but now 3xing.
Yeah, because obviously when Arta continues, we just don't have much visibility. Obviously, we got position. It's not a hand that, you know, either flops amazing or doesn't flop well. And this is going to potentially work out well because obviously the ace-jack, there's other hands in Mikolai's raising range which do hit this board particularly well. And you can see the 8-6 not connecting in the way Marta would have hoped.
So Vaska Boynikov wins that one, is up to 30 big blinds.
Yeah, and I guess I just imagine what the plan is if, you know, Martirosyan does have a limp shove hand for those 20 big blinds. How do we respond when there's a 90K pay jump? And obviously Roman has quite a few less chips.
Yeah, as I said, Mikolai, really always nice to have an amateur in the field. Obviously, as we've come to expect with the sort of VIPs that play high roller, very, very strong poker player, potentially even played it a serious way at some point in his life. Certainly a huge poker enthusiast, plays online and live. You can see him in the higher stakes on PokerStars as well. But, you know, not his be-all and end-all, as it is presumably for Adrian, Roman, and Martirosyan.
Still no playable hand for Roman Hrabak. Martirosyan.
Some days you're the stick and some days you're the puck.
Yep.
Of course, Roman, an ex-professional ice hockey player, I do believe,
Oh, wow.
at some level.
Oh, that's right. I remember that.
Kicks raises 180,000.
Raises to 180k from the button with the ace-8.
You know, the NHL season just started, so I really appreciate the hockey reference.
Of course,
I'm really
bro.
in hockey zone.
I adjust to, you know, I'm a people pleaser.
Yeah, you are.
If you were into, you know, equestrianism, I would be, is that even how you say it? Or archery, I would be, some days you're the arrow and some days you're the...
Right.
Oh, don't worry, I can mix it up.
Yeah.
2 pair for Martirosyan. Not much for Mateos to...
Yeah, bingo, bango for the Russian pro. Obviously, the classic board that favors the pre-flop raiser.
120,000.
And we'll continue. Gets a fold from Mateos. Next hand.
Yeah. Just hoping that Mateos finds a float or catches a piece. And Martirosyan gaining some ground on Adrian. Obviously, they were separated by 50 big blinds at the beginning of the day.
Correct.
Now, only 11 big blinds apart. I don't think that's particularly the fault of Adrian, but in Arthur, without having necessarily played too many huge hands, see, it did eliminate... who did, no, he didn't eliminate Jamil. But, yeah, he's just negotiated each and every hand effectively. Picked up a lot of pots, actually. Button versus Adrian's big blind, mainly with just the best holding. You know, there's a lot to be said in tournament poker for just flopping top pair, c-betting, and the like. That's how most of your chips are accumulated. And here, Mikolai with the strong pair.
All in. And everyone else folds.
Just keeping him sweet.
Ну, блайндики и плюс рейс.
Talk about Martirosyan closing the gap on Mateos, Sam. Vaska Boynikov is closing the gap on Martirosyan.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, it's you know, as opposed to Roman, it's really gone Mikolai's way. A couple of bluffs, or like, you know, shells fired on flop and turn against Adrian, which haven't worked out, right? But, you know, the big confrontations have gone his way.
By the way, something I didn't flag at the start of the day is with 6 days of live coverage from EPT Cyprus, you get 6 free rolls on PokerStars, daily tournaments offering $2,000 in Power Path tickets. The 9 finalists in each free roll will receive a $55 Step 4 ticket. In case you missed the news, Step 4 is reduced from $109 to $55. So tickets available. Watch the stream every day, find out the start time, find out the password. A bit closer to the time when registration opens in today's free roll, we'll let you know. And as ever, there are restrictions on where in the world these free rolls are taking place. So if you don't see it in your version of the client, chances are it's not available to you.
Mateos takes down another pot.
I guess I should very quickly reel off the T's and C's. It's available on the following licenses: EU, Bulgaria, Denmark, Estonia, Greece, Romania, Switzerland, and UK.
If you're not on the list, you ain't coming in.
Correct.
2.5.
2.5? Thanks.
You want to wax lyrical about Adrian again while we have a little pause? I honestly feel that we actually, you know, sometimes you can feel a bit cheesy sort of hyping up a final table that you're covering or hyping up a feature table. But with what Adrian's doing right now, you know, the spotlight's really on him sort of almost globally in terms of the results he's been putting together.
Yeah, and it's just been, you know, despite how obviously, you know, young he is, it's been going on for a long time now, and it's just amazing to watch. It just feels like you're seeing someone really special that's really committed to the craft and is just going to be around for a long time.
Oh, here we go. This is the moment we've been waiting for.
Vaska Boynikov announces all in. Roman Hrabek calls. He is the at-risk player here. He's involved in a coin flip against the Belarusian, a flip that he needs to win to survive.
Yeah, and nothing gone Roman's way. I got to say, I'm going to root for him here a little bit. After that spectacular bluff, he's a great guy as well. Would love to see him on the right end of the coin flip.
Eights holding on a 5-3-3 flop.
Kind of bleak flop there.
Yeah, not a good start. But still a quarter of the time, wins every time.
Turn card is a deuce. So Hrabek picks up additional outs, could make the wheel with a 4 on the river. An ace or a 10 gives him a higher pair.
And a big moment for every player at the table. The pay jump in play.
The river is a 5, eights hold, and we see the elimination of Roman Hrabek, 4th place finisher in this 50K super high roller. Gets more than $250,000, $262,200. Everyone else ladders up to 353K.
Yeah, and you see Roman leaving a little bit deflated there, but there's absolutely nothing he could have done at that final table. Obviously, an online phenom and putting together big results in the live arena as well. I think when he reflects on this final, he'll realize he sort of maximized his EV and obviously, you know, played probably the most spectacular hand of the final table. A real treat for those of us that tuned in.
And look at that, from start of day, up over 3 million chips, so great day here.
And Vaska Boynikov has now leapfrogged Artem Martirosyan. 46 bigs for Vaska Boynikov, 40 bigs for Martirosyan. Second and third, respectively, as we start three-handed action, which means when we get to the end of this level, which is still 45 minutes away, we will go to 30-minute blind levels now that we have dispatched half of the final table.
Yeah, and, you know, it's a real shifting dynamic at this final table. Obviously, at the beginning of the day, Adrian with a humongous chip lead and really licensed to run over the table. Three-handed, the ICM pressure is lifted greatly, and with the stacks in touching distance, means he's got to tread that bit more cautiously and be a bit more straightforward in the way he approaches hands against his two opponents. Very, very exciting to see.
I can take less money. Much less
So
money,
surely
but
with the amount of trophies Adrian Mateos has won, do you think at this point he has a full-fledged trophy room? You know, and how many poker players do you think have a trophy room that was only for the trophies?
The only question with Adrian is the amount of closet space he requires for all the button-down Oxford collar shirts that he's got. Is there even room in there for the trophy?
Yeah, that's a good point.
They sort of must jostle.
Yeah.
You open a room and it's...
Surely Negreanu has a room just for trophies.
Sure. You think he's got more trophies than Adrian, though?
That's a good. That's
I bet he doesn't
question.
because obviously, like
yeah,
high
you have
rollers.
to win. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, not that it's easy to win a high roller, but I think Adrian, you know, he can go blow for blow, trophy-wise, with anyone in the world. I'm sure.
James, do you just have a watch room, or is it sort of a pull-out?
It's
drawer?
more of a pull-out drawer.
Okay. One day we'll get you there.
I imagine it like the bling ring when they break into Orlando Bloom's house and start stealing his things.
It's bad. We're at capacity now. It's like there's a strict one-in, one-out policy now. Otherwise, you get. I mean, it's already ridiculous, but you can get really ridiculous.
Do we know the number? Have you said how many watches you have?
25.
Okay.
Yeah, but some of them are like G-Shocks, which don't live in the watch drawer. So
right. I say it right like I know what he's talking about. Like I know what a G-Shock is. Do you know what a G-Shock is?
I was going to make a vulgar joke there, but I'm not going to pass.
Yeah. Don't worry, you just said it.
The G-Shock, introduced in 1983 by Casio watches.
The G-Shock's a myth. It's made up by Cosmopolitan in the 80s. All right, Artem Martirosyan with the ace. See, when Stapes is in here, I shift. I take on his ball.
Yeah.
It's It's like when I'm not here, you have to do strategy. You know, and when Joe's not here, I have to do vulgar jokes. You're the funny. Oh wait, I'm doing strat. So you're the comedy guy here.
I'm
now.
supposed to be the
Is that,
yeah.
is that what you're doing?
It's okay. I just got here. I'll let you. It's fine.
Are people aware? People aware of that you're going to do should be in your contract 1 joke per 15 minutes. Otherwise, 1 pun.
I think I'm the
per
fool.
The fool.
Yeah, Joe always says I'm a goober, and then he said it in last level. I listened. He said something like, "Oh, I always feel like such a goober," and I'm like, "I should look up this word." And it's just like fool. Like, oh, it's not a compliment. I thought this whole time.
And by the way, Mikolai going on the front foot here with the gut shot, and Arthur with the ace of hearts, not going to go anywhere. Let's make a reasonable bluff here, and you know. Mikolai's value bet strong hands at quite a clip, acting swiftly. Snap checks back here. Is he one and done? Now Martirosian with the ace of hearts in hand. See, it's not as pertinent in blind-on-blind situations. With tighter ranges, the ace of hearts, a real superpower card. Bit less so in this exact situation. Still might want to wield it in some manner, maybe even as a check raise if Mikolai goes for it.
350.
And Mikolai with 10 high bets again. What hand exactly is he representing here with the flop bet, snap check back, and then the small, well, not such a small size, B66, 66% pot on the river. And Arthur, I would imagine, is caught between many minds here. The check call, the check raise, the check fold. And we will go into time bank. He also potentially feels this doesn't make sense. But, I mean, 6-5, 5-4. There are a manner of hands, 9-5 got there. It needs to be a bare 10x or 9x. Something of that ilk. What can he get to fold by check raising? Is he just going to get snapped off the times Mikolai's got? He calls.
Nice.
That's a nice call, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. That is someone that is dialed in. That's not poker theory. That is really being attuned to the moment that you're living in. Don't you agree, Griff?
Yeah, that's pretty beautiful right there.
That's special.
That's real nice. I mean, you know, like you said, I mean, even 8-6, for instance, is now 2 pair. I mean, there are a lot of different ways that, so to find that call is really brilliant stuff.
Yeah, and a few, you know, it's nice Mikolai takes it with a smile and a few words being exchanged.
Look how close they all are now.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, wow. That's, again, a highlight reel. I mean, it's really nice. You know, I often think, oh, maybe, I don't know, I always get excited for Super Bowl, and I think, well, maybe it'll just be like raise and take it and aces versus, you know, jacks or whatever. And there's always some special moments at these big final tables.
But there's also something to be said about, you know, how does, I understand that he's pretty balanced with his fast action and checking pretty quickly on the turn. But if he did have something like a jack, or you know, maybe would take some consideration thinking about wanting to bet the turn.
Sure, but so you're calling with a 4 in your hand, right?
Yeah.
I mean, the impressive thing for me is sometimes in that moment I'm just like, I know I play 9-7 like this, and I'll call with 9-7. You know, or I know I play King-7 like this, I'll call with King-7. I've got all these hands to standardly call, and those are the ones I'll call with. To call with Ace-4 high, bottom of your
calling range,
it is just really, really nice. I mean, a hand that's, you know.
So a shove there from Vaska Boynikov gets folds.
That's a big shove.
That's a big shove. Yeah. Was that a limp shove or that was just a shove?
Shove over a button open.
Well, we're going to step away from the final table for just a moment and check out some of the players competing on day 1B of the 5K main event. Sam, you mentioned Spraggy already.
There he is, looking good. The boy with the is that a Gloucester baseball cap? Love that. Hello, mate.
And when we're talking about players repping the red spade, hopefully when we start covering the main event tomorrow, we will get to follow Ramon. Senor Calillas also in action on day 1B.
Hasn't been eliminated on day 1 since 1997.
I wonder what he's listening to.
Alexander Shilko.
Hello, mates.
The reigning PSPC champion.
Now in the 3rd year of his reign. Longer than Anthony Joshua held the belts. Show me someone else, James.
Who do those chips belong to? It's 2-time EPT finalist Rania Nesruddin.
Legend.
Tune in on Sunday to see her on another final table, ladies and gentlemen.
And a former EPT champion, winner of Barcelona last year, Simon Witziak.
Looking. No, Iceman, you're dangerous. No, that's not the line. That's not the line. That's quoting Top Gun. That's a cardinal sin on this broadcast.
Back to the final table of the 50K. And it's ace-3 versus ace-3 on a 7-5-4 flop. But Martirosyan is free-rolling here because he's got clubs.
Yeah, wow. Big, big flop here for Martirosyan. And I think yeah. And actually, is this pot raised pre-flop?
It was raised small to big by Mateos, called by Martirosyan, and Mateos has bet 400,000. That's the size of his C-bet, flattered by Martirosyan as we go to the turn. That turn card is the 5 of diamonds pairing the board, meaning there is an 80% chance of a chop at showdown.
Yeah, interesting because Adrian does have ace of diamonds in hand, but the 5 you would imagine is a pretty good card for Martirosyan. Like when middle pair pairs, Adrian doesn't C-bet it often. Marta calls with it always. So for that reason, Mateos forced to check over. Also ace high. Perhaps we got other combos we want to bluff with. You know, a 10-8 springs to mind ahead of an ace-3. And Martirosyan deciding whether he wants to build the pot for value here or just check back.
Check, check. King on the river, so this will be a chop.
Yes, and it seems like Adrian not incentivized to bluff here. Still ahead of a 6-9 combo on occasion, 8-9, queen 6, all sorts of hands that he can beat. These guys very considered about not bluffing hands too high in their range or bluffs which show down for a percentage of the pot.
Showdown.
Not good news for Arta, but he will chop.
This will be a chop pot. And you know what they say.
Everyone loves a chop pot.
Bing, bing, bing.
I love how committed Sam was to that. It's like he decided midway through he'd do it. He was like unsure, and then he's like, okay, I'll just get the rating down a bit.
It's nice.
Yeah, I think if we take Sam out of the equation, that's a solid 8 or 9.
Yeah. To be
Sam has definitely brought that down to a 6 or a 5.
To be honest, I should have given it more because it was a real chop pot, like ace-3, ace-3.
Yeah,
exactly.
a real clean one.
You know, it was like a very.
What do you mean? Are you saying there are some chop pots that are invalid?
Some are more chopped than others. I'm just saying. If you get it in ace-king versus ace-deuce off and you get a chop pot,
right,
or,
okay.
you know, pocket 4s
Sam,
versus 3s and it runs up.
Technically, it's still a chop. And technically, everyone, and I mean everyone, loves that situation.
Love it.
No, I think he's a good point. I think I'm only going to sing if they have the same hand now.
Check out the
it
small
works for me.
print
It
in
makes
your
sense.
contract, Griffin.
Dance, monkey boy, dance. Yeah, and we can see a sort of serious air to the table. Just the concentration required and the focus. Again, just to remind people, I think it's always worth, you know, touching on. I seem to do it every final table. These guys on the 3rd day of this tournament.
Yeah.
And at no point is this tournament easy. You're playing against the top players in the world from the word go. 3-hour bubble last night.
So once again, the 40 big blind shove over
Huge.
40 big blinds from Casablanca.
I mean, but the thing I would say is, actually, if you're up against the 2 best players in the world.
Yeah, let's up the variance a bit.
And let's say it was you, Griffin Benja. What would I say to you? You know, don't make...
Bob and weave, you can swing with these guys. You're one of the greats. They don't know what you're capable of. That kind of stuff.
The redemption arc is in play.
Yeah.
Oh, dear. exactly. You took the words right out of my mouth. Okay, good.
3.2, 6, I have 3.7. So
Yeah, it's like 4.3.
Yeah.
Or 4.4,
Separate-
playing 3.7, playing 3.6. It's
Separated
very
by
close.
by 10 big blinds.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and Mikolaj, you know, I actually do take your point, Griffin. He needs to be a little bit careful about the big shoves.
I appreciate where he's coming from, though. I mean, you know, you do want to kind of...
Yeah, because, look, sometimes people get dealt a real hand here.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, sixes, by the way, doesn't seem a bad hand to shove. Yeah. Now we'll fold the A7.
So action on Mateos with Queen 8 in the big blind.
Yeah, and we've seen this raise defense spot a number of times.
640.
And Adrian here, I wonder if this is authorized. I guess maybe I'm a little surprised at the hand selection. Feels like Queen 8 is the time to apply pressure. He's going to know the spot better than me. And Marta will jam the nines. It's the first time we've seen Mateos get it, inverted commas, wrong.
And it's the first time we've seen someone else at this final table with the chip lead. Artem Martirosyan is now in the catbird seat with 53 bigs. Mateos drops down to 46 bigs, pretty much tied for second with Mikolaj Vaska-Poinikov.
Yeah, and I might be showing up my, you know, I might be making a fool of myself here, but I would almost say, and I hope Adrian wouldn't mind me saying it, it's almost like a little bit of frustration crept in there, and he kind of tried to make something happen. Not won a pot in a while, slipped back into the pack. Queen 8, an interesting choice for me to go for it, almost like he wanted to change the momentum a little bit.
Right.
And went against him again. You know, Adrian right now, undisputably one of the very best players in the world. So I don't want to be too critical. I mean, I have no right to be too critical. But yeah, it didn't work out for him. Obviously, doesn't need to run into the nines. Also, interesting jam from Arta. You know, could have seen a flat there on occasion.
Yeah.
And that is a walk for the new chip leader, Artem Martirosyan.
Yeah, and as far as I know, Marta doesn't have an EPT super high roller title. I don't even know. I would imagine he must have run a super high roller out there somewhere, but not one that readily springs to mind. I'm certain, you know, that's...
The title that both he and Adrian Mateos share is they are both EPT main event winners.
You know, we had an interesting chat at the table yesterday. We were trying to set a line on how many EPT main event winners played this tournament, EPT Cyprus.
Okay.
And we were trying to set a line of like, well, what do you imagine the line is there, James? You have a good, or Griff, you have a good guesstimation at it.
Sorry, how many played in the super high roller?
No,
or how
no. I would say like in the low teens, maybe.
Yeah, it's between 10 and 15, I imagine. And then we sort of tried to like eyeball it or whatever. It's pretty interesting because actually I would have thought with 5 a year, if you've won an EPT in the last 2 years, you would
Probably
go to
be here,
everyone.
yeah.
But actually maybe that's not the case.
Yeah.
You know, people coming over from America and such like. But it was interesting to sort of reach back and, you know, Ognyan's won one, or like there were certain players that had won them in the distant past but still come, and then some recent ones. Yeah, it was an interesting little chat.
He played too fast.
Yeah, Martirosyan checking over the top pair. Trying to get Mikolaj to bite.
160.
6 bets, 160. 160,000.
But yeah, Adrian Mateos has won the main event and a super high roller in Monte Carlo. Martirosyan won an EPT in Sochi a few years back.
Yeah, at a very young age, actually 23 or something, wasn't he? Just like, he's deceptively young, Arthur.
Сложно представить.
Нет? Выкинул гадшот, да. Нет? Вторая совсем плохая, 8-2.
Do you see Marley's skit, the international language of poker, where it's someone speaking a foreign language?
Yeah,
you know,
great. Yeah, that's one of my favorite sketches.
Oh yeah, you did. You sent it to me actually.
Примерно. Marius.
160.
Marius.
Raises to 160.
Martirosian raising with Jack 8. Round 2, Mateos in the big, and he folds. And Martirosian now putting some distance between himself and the other two.
Yeah, and as we mentioned with Roman's performance at the final table, card distribution going to make some difference here. You know, when players are so close in terms of skill, just getting the candidates to open, the candidates to see that, the favorable run-outs for your range in your hand. And also, you know, if any setups come your way. We haven't seen too many, you know, we haven't seen a classic ace-king, queens, or anything like that. Closest we got was that ace-10-8s at a shorter stack. Maybe that's on the cards for someone. And
can I see chips that you have behind? Ah, you have two greens. Two greens. Two stacks. Yeah.
Mateos completes with the ace-king. Martirosian checks his option.
Yeah, it's two greens.
Yeah.
Adrian Mateos over 50 million now in live earnings.
I mean, I think Adrian's ambition is just to be number one, probably.
Ever,
yeah. I think that's the kind of challenge he would see for himself, you know?
Appreciate it.
And a very trappy check here with the ace of diamonds in hand here. Pretty interesting choice from Mateos.
And does indeed pick up the diamond draw to go with top pair. Has a lock on this. Martirosian is drawing dead.
160.
160.
Bets 160,000. Quick fold from Martirosian.
Yeah, I got a feeling Adrian wanted to play a pot there.
Yeah.
I mean, understandably so with the ace-king, but was looking to get the limp raise in. Was looking to get even potentially a check raise in on the flop. Even at this SPR, I don't know, maybe just check call, who knows, but he wanted some more money there.
So three-handed at the final table of this 50K super high roller. Adrian Mateos, Artem Martirosian, Nikolai Vaskopoinikov competing for the trophy and the first prize of $786,000.
He got fourth in Monte Carlo when Adrian won?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah, so
160.
Potentially new high score. Actually, it's probably for a little bit more money than this, or similar amount, but in terms of going deep, a new high score for Nikolai on the EPT.
So I don't know if you guys have mentioned this or had a look at his Henenbaum lately, but just in August he was here for a super high roller series in Cyprus, and it seems like he finished top 4 in like 5 or 6 events.
Yeah,
I'm not even kidding.
Yeah.
Second in a 25K, third in a 50K, fourth in a 100K, first in a 25K, third in a 25K.
Yeah.
It's like, how many events did they have at the super high roller series?
Yeah, he's on the run of his.
Insane,
he's on an all-time.
Yeah.
On an all-time run, because of course he's been consistent over the 12 years, but there's a heating up. By the way, your same hand rule is in play here, Griff.
Oh yes, it is, absolutely. But because this is how you like them, we really need you to like give her, time it well. This is the key. You know what I do? I look at James, we look at each other, and we lock in, and we know, and we mouth it. That's how you got to do it. So
eye contact is important. Of course, if there's a spade on the river, this will not be a chop.
Yeah, and even Nikolai might think about some aggression on that turn card. Obviously, just cleaning up equity, you can get there, gives you flexibility to bluff. Considering a lead here, I do believe, from the big blind, just as a way of realizing equity and not necessarily folding that many better hands, but just allowing you some flexibility. The lower card potentially does favor the big blind. And Adrian a little perturbed. He does have a spade in the hand. He has the gut shot. But also he'll be thinking of whether he's seen Mikolaj do this before. And a spade here on the river would be a huge boon to Mikolaj. Adrian locked in.
River is not a spade.
Yes, and I think some players on that card wouldn't continue, would feel like the ace-8 is maybe, I don't know whether too good is the exact word. Maybe we do still want to go for it here. I mean, Mikolaj might find a way to win the whole pot here. Can Mikolaj pull the trigger here? And he waves the white flag. And now actually it's on Adrian. I assume, by the way, that he won't bluff with ace-8 high.
Check it. The audience demands a reprise. They demand a greater effort from Sam Grafton. Check it.
Yeah, and look at
yes. This will be a chop pot, and you know what they say.
Everyone loves a chop pot. Oh, you came in early, Sam.
What? No,
You're not even trying. You were in early for sure.
What was wrong with that? It's too critical.
Play it back.
I mean, when am I at the... I wish I could name a... What am I, a Juilliard here? Look at this, Mikolaj.
You gave him the whole speech about making eye contact. You gave the whole speech about going on my cue. What did he do? He went rogue.
It just sounded a little bit creepy. I don't know, like, got to make eye contact. When you say, HR could be listening, bro. You got to go easy on that stuff. Yeah, Mikolaj kind of cursing his luck there. He had Adrian drawing dead to a chop. Mikolaj certainly didn't love the chop pot there.
Well, this is the biggest question we've had of the day so far on YouTube. Guys, is it life?
One time, 5 of spades.
Wow.
Yeah.
42.
It's a straight flush or not?
Oh, very, very existential. Was that John Paul Sartre hopping in the chat there?
Но по шоу-дауну я такому исходу был доволен, если честно.
I tell you what, Mikolaj's pretty jovial. You know, there was 3 extreme short stacks at the beginning of the day, or 3 10 to 30 meters. Come out on top of that. You know, and how outlasted Roman. He's the one in the good mood. Adrian, you see, you can sometimes sense the guy's mood here at the table. He's determined. Again, emotionally won't be rattled. Been in this spot more than perhaps anyone else in the world. In terms of fighting for a title, 3-handed. Do you remember much about your high roller win?
Adrian.
Yeah.
You don't give me space to breathe.
Every detail.
The memoir is coming out soon. There's a whole chapter dedicated to it.
Well, I had like a very clear villain on my table. Oh, well, I forget his name at this point, but I'll never forget the face. I mean, I should remember the name. I'm just having
you know that you don't always have to create a rival. Did you also berate him on his on his lifestyle and his politics?
No. When I tell you who it is, you'll know.
Yes.
You'll agree with my how easy it was to make him the villain in my head, in my narrative. You know.
I think that was my first time in Berlin. By the way, that I was there.
I mean, he's most famous for being like very difficult to play against in that.
Wow.
You know?
He's naming shaming.
I'm very comfortable with this.
If you wrong
Don't worry,
Griffin
he's like
5 years ago,
he's almost a cliche at this point. It's like a guy. It's like let me find him for you. I'm just forgetting.
Cabral? No.
Yeah, Martin Cabral. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So he was
It's bad news if I got it in 1.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, yeah. He was because he was very like intimidating, and then he would he like in the way that he would talk to you. And
so you've had encounters with both William Kassouf and the Czech William Kassouf.
Yeah. I told him to check his privilege.
Yeah. It was like the American and British Office. That it was a Czech TV series, and then they rewrote it.
Yeah.
Pair of 4s here for Martirosyan.
Yeah, and Mikolaj with a sort of hopeful C-bet. Just great. Like, I hope you've got 8-6 of clubs, and I'm going to just pick this up. But Martirosyan won't be shaken off. You know, and I feel like Arta, having made that great ace high call, is pretty dialed in to Mikolaj. As much as they're being pally, you know, which I'm certain is genuine on both sides, Marta, you know, seems to have a strong sense of where he's at and some of the tendencies that Mikolaj might employ. So he's got to be careful in how he continues. And Martirosyan going for the small leads.
Now that's nice and clean, isn't it? Just a little,
yes.
You know, 200K, quick fold.
Little range charge.
Yeah.
А только воображение бьют твое.
Blinds up in 18 minutes. No one's super short. Vaskoboynikov officially the shortest stack, but currently playing 36 big blinds.
Yeah, and it's very grueling, by the way. Obviously, the toughest spots in poker are sort of the wide range spot. Anyone, you know, playing, you know, aces, jacks, and ace-jack suited from under the gun, nine-handed, anyone could do. The spots where you got to maximize your EV with the jack-5 off versus the queen-4 off are the real taxing spots in poker.
280.
And Mikolaj fighting against two of the best pros in the world. As I said, I think at least some of the time he does spend living in Cyprus. It's just a short stop, trip across the border. Oh my days. We don't see Arta's hand will release.
We're going to see it now.
Five deuce clubs, yeah. I mean, also, wow. Again, got to be.
Got to make sure your timing's right with some stuff like that.
Yeah, it works every time until the last time is how the big shoves work for sure.
You see, scared, I didn't push you all in on the river.
The only time.
Guys referring back to that ace-8 versus ace-8 hand.
I know.
Actually, I was thinking maybe I still can win with showdown, to be honest.
You win half of the pot.
Yeah, to be honest, I was thinking.
You see, I told you, he doesn't love a chop pop. He's the only one. He's the exception that proves the rule.
I don't know how many times I have to say this. Everyone. No exceptions.
It has been said, and so it shall be done.
I will not fall.
Not everyone tells the truth at the poker table.
Yes.
Believe me.
Deception is an important part of the game, as we see Vaskoboynikov complete in the small with Jack-10, dominated by Mateos with Queen-10.
I don't know.
You need a coaching for folding.
It will be not you.
Nice to see a bit of camaraderie between the guys, certainly.
Oh, domination rotation.
Indeed it is. And it's the 10 kicker, you know, we imagine king jacks, ace jacks, even some queen jacks get elevated, so feels very powerful. Adrian with the overcard and wrapping around the jack. Obviously, we'd much rather have a spade, but don't know whether we can fold with position. See how tough these guys play. Real street poker, making you fight for every pot. And Mikolaj might, immediately going for value with the two flush draws out there. And that's enough.
Nowadays,
Little,
not many
little grimace there from our boy Adrian, being like, maybe I shouldn't have called the flop. It's kind of an annoying turn.
Well, for the first time today, Adrian Mateos is officially the shortest stack at this final table. There's not much separating him and Vaskoboynikov, but he is in last place.
Yeah, indeed he is. And although I've alluded a little bit to Adrian's sort of emotional state in general, of course, these guys don't worry about it too much. There's a lot of poker to be played. It's nice to be in the catbird seat, of course, for Arta. But, you know, with the diminished ICM, three-handed, you know, you're really directly taking from your opponent and only one other player that can benefit. So you're able to clash that bit more won't worry too much about his exact stack size. But yeah, it is notable. And credit to the way Artur and Mikolai have battled.
So blind v blind, 6-5 versus 8-4, and a queen, queen, 4 flop.
And
3 checks.
Martirosian deciding whether to bet the 4.
Bets, 120.
And Adrian, 3 straight, 3 flush. Might consider check raise here, check call, check fold. Who knows what the great man wants to do?
390.
Yeah, I thought that might be the case. Nice way to play this hand. If he just comes out betting, gets floated a lot, doesn't achieve much, and continuing through check raise, giving him some optionality on 3s, 7s, 8s, a whole host of turn cards.
Optionality, nice.
That's a completely made up word.
I love it.
You just add a syllable and it sounds very grandiose.
That's great, yeah.
But Artur, you know, when we bet the 4, not exciting to get check raised. No backdoor flush, sort of punishing Artur's frequency. If he stabs too much with, let's say, a 10-6, we fold him off it. And we do have the 2 overs to the 4 when we're Adrian. This isn't really the turn card we're looking for out of position. We've obviously defined Artur's range a bit more now to flush draws, queens, 4s, and the like. And we didn't turn additional equity. So if he has a queen, we are drawing dead with the 6-5. We kind of want to be able to, you know, beat queen 10 by making a straight.
Yeah,
or
a little
flush.
eight of spades, or
Yes.
even an offsuit too. Just give us something to keep
firing.
Yeah.
You know, out of position, you obviously do have to sort of be equity driven. Can't be just purely polarized in the majority of spots.
280.
Yeah, and Artur seizing on it to protect his 4. Once again, things not going the way of the Spaniard. I do really like that check raise, working it in with the 6-5, keeping your opponent on their toes.
Martirosian up to nearly 5.3 million. Mateos has dropped below the 3 million mark.
Yeah.
Yeah, and sometimes, I mean, almost all the time, you have to kind of work in flow with how the cards are responding too. I mean, Adrian, you know, like we mentioned, didn't get the turn card he was looking for to continue his story. You're going to be tough to hold on with a hand like 8-4, but you know, sometimes you just don't get the run out you need, and you got to give up.
Of course. I mean, it's another form of variance. Variance isn't just beating ace king with queens. It's, you know, when they're playing an intricate strategy, you know, the run-outs are and who they favor. And
they're important.
Yeah. And Mateos here with the beautiful hand on the button.
Poker legend Rick Dacey is watching on YouTube. He says, love the new term optionality to justify spewy play. Pretty sure Sam played with a whole lot of optionality back at the gut shot.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Glad that's been noted. Finally, all that optionality I did at UK IPT Coventry is justified by the performance of Adrian.
Almost unfortunate there that Mateos' button open, you know, didn't find an ace 9 in the big blind to shove for the 40 big blinds. I mean, that's really the danger, which could end up happening for the way Vaskubnikov has been playing.
Yeah, and these guys know they're in for a long haul. You obviously get a little bit of a buzz. So it's also three-handed. I mean, again, you really are involved in every other hand. You know, comes around so fast. You get a little break, you know, as hands play out when you're six-handed. That's why the chit-chat diminishes a little bit.
Button raise from Artur Martirosian. And a big blind defend from Adrian Mateos, who is hoping that the board does not all come strawberries. Thinks he wants hearts, but he does not. Was only one of them.
Yeah, very good board for the pre-flop raiser. Although obviously it is a button open and wider because of that. After deciding whether he just c-bets range on this board,
110.
which potentially is the case. Quarter pot here, very hard, you know, to defend against. We just keep our range wide. And again, Mateos considering check raise here with the 3 flush and overcard.
650.
Yes, and he's looking for spots to regain the momentum.
Always pushing.
Yeah,
I'd love
and
to see it.
does leverage Arta off the best hand.
Nice. And Mateos reclaims second place on the leaderboard with 3 remaining in the super high roller. Let's take another look at the tables in the 5K main event. Players competing on day 1B. So who's a former champion and who isn't? Well, I can tell you that we've got another former EPT winner. That is Tom Middleton. Hit the hole, took down Barcelona back in 2013.
Maybe the biggest legend of them all.
Yeah.
And then we have players who have yet to win an EPT.
Everyone else in the field.
No, so there's another champion coming up, but this next guy, he's not an EPT winner. But no one loves it more than Rory Jennings.
Oh, look at that. The glamour. Looking like a young Tom Cruise there with the shades, the hair.
Want to make another wrong Top Gun reference?
That guy is an EPT champ, Roberto Romanello.
Yes, indeed. Prague winner.
Lady Gaga fan.
The greatest Welsh poker player of them all.
Well, Eric Afriat made a final table, was at the FT in Paris early this year, but is not an EPT winner.
Don't win a pot off this guy. He'll let you know about it.
And another player who came close to winning an EPT, Jean-Wei Lin, lost that huge hand in Barcelona against Iranian Nesruddin.
Yeah, big legend, this dude. China's finest.
So we will start covering the main event tomorrow, day 2, when the players who survived day 1A unite with the players who survived today, and they will play into the money tomorrow. We're live at 12:30 local time.
You're saying that with such confidence. Is this a sort of, it's almost a guarantee you feel?
What, the money?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice. I'll be stalling from level 1 then. No shot clock. I'll be sitting on my hands, mate.
What an ambassador.
Hashtag my ambassador. I'll have Nick Palmer at my table. He'll be berating me if I take 10 seconds to see that. I was saying earlier to Joe Griff, how fun must it be to play a super high roller where your sort of career doesn't depend on it. You are, I know Mikolaj is super competitive and wants to win, but also just knowing, okay, the rent's paid, how I do, it's not going to affect my ability to play in the future or whatever. Must be such a joyful experience.
Yeah, it's always the best to cover the events where it doesn't mean anything to the players and there's no excitement and you're not.
No, but no, I mean, I don't.
I'm teasing, obviously.
No,
like
that's not the case at all. But you know.
Yeah. No, but yeah, it's to be in their shoes. You know, to be in a super high roller and playing for just an enormous amount of money and it not being a huge difference is pretty remarkable.
Well, Mikolaj with a must VPIP hand in some fashion.
Now, he has, at least he's kind of changed gear. I was a little bit worried that he was going to rip, which seemed to be his MO, and he would definitely get called by Martirosian's queens, but he's just 3-bet to 525,000.
Yeah, and it's difficult for Martirosian. Queen's not a hand that we necessarily can slow play, just because of the overcards that come, and the choice of hands that Mikolaj might elect. We also want to just make sure we cooler pocket tens. and such like. So Arthur deciding how he wants to proceed with the queens, and he's actually clicking it here to try and induce. You do actually get some 4-bet folds, and I wonder whether Mikolai might bite, either in the form of a call or a shove. It's got to be tempting. We can imagine the bluffs here. A hand like ace-5 off would click it here some of the time, I'm sure of that. And he's got a sort of middle of the range hand.
Ooh.
And for that reason, he's going to hood flat. A lot of players wouldn't play flats here, and we got a very bloated pot here now. 2.3 million in the middle, pot back.
Exactly. Vaskobojnikov, the effective stack here with only 2 million behind.
Yeah, plenty of boards that he'll be prepared to go in on. You know, even a 7-8-9, for instance, with 2 million out there, you're getting it in. And the king comes!
Yeah.
Wow.
Spikes the king and immediately checks to Martirosyan.
Yeah, and the queen's particularly tricky to play here. It's kind of easy to play the ace-5 off and just put money out there. Easy to play the aces or ace-king. Does queens sort of shielded by the top of range, aces and ace-king. And Martirosyan will check back. And I wonder if he's concerned by that king. Mikolai might just reaching for chips. How does he want to play his range and his hands?
So I guess you're really considering all the, I mean, of course you do block something like king-queen here with the queens, Sam, but you know, if you think about the kind of hands that might 3-bet and call here, I guess a lot of these kind of suited king X's would be a part of that range.
I mean, you're dealing with a specific
yeah,
opponent.
I mean,
so it's really dialed into him, his sizing, the speed with which he acts. But we are calling 525 to win 2.8 million. So this is not the street where we're going to see Arthur make a big fold. That's for certain. He will call. An ace here, of course, would potentially slow everyone down. A queen for a get-out for Marta.
Well, the river is a 4. Vaskobojnikov has a lock on this. 3.4 in the middle. He's got 1.55 behind. He announces all in.
Now, it's a big decision for Arta. So frustrating.
Yeah, and what a price too. 3.4 out there before the shove. Just, you know, about a 40% pot all in. Clubs, of course, have missed. How many club combos sort of come along for this 4-bet pre-flop? How many pure bluffs?
What does Mikolai do with ace-jack? I mean, another thing is that could there be aces,
right,
you know, in the range? Kings in the range. Would they have just called the 4-bet? So there's actually some hands that had us beat all along. What does ace-king do? We imagine Mikolai doesn't call the 4-bet. Martirosyan really going through what he knows about this opponent.
Yeah, and less likely, but some ace-7 suited combos, too, that are going to somehow be here.
Yeah. And what does his range look like when he checks back the flop? He would obviously check back kings full on king 7-7. Where is he in his clicking range, etc.? Oh, and he does call.
Martirosyan makes the call and gives Vaskobojnikov a huge double-up.
Wow.
That changes everything. We have a new chip leader at this 3-handed final table.
1.540.
Nikolai Vaskobojnikov now playing 6.5 million, more than 80 big blinds. Artur Martirosyan down to 24 bigs. Scratch that, the blinds are going up. We've just hit the 5,100 level. Vaskobojnikov may be a bit shallower, but it's still the monster chip leader. Martirosyan's now going to be, dare I say it, a short stack.
Yeah, remarkable turn of events. Incredible flop. Big call on the river by Arta, getting a good price. And you see Mikolai, you know, he's been so chirpy, but understanding the gravity of the moment. Does, you know, such a class act, doesn't want to seem boastful. It's just a moment of quiet at the table as everyone sort of takes an assessment of what's just happened. Mikolai in a huge chip lead as we go to talk about the big game for a moment.
Yeah, just to let you know, in case you missed the details, we are going to be running qualifiers to find the next loose cannon. You could earn an audition spot if you play one of the free-to-enter tournaments at Resorts World Las Vegas on either October 30th, 31st, or November 4th, filming a new season of the big game on tour at NAPT Las Vegas, which will be the next event after EPT Cyprus, plus 2 days of live streaming from Vegas, the last 2 days of the main event. But if you're planning on attending the NAPT, if you're thinking of going to Vegas, if you're interested in playing in the big game on tour, those qualifiers taking place the 2 days before the NAPT starts and the first Monday of the festival.
I'm planning on being there, Griff. What about you?
You know what? Absolutely. And Vasco Boynikov, in a way, was the loose cannon of this table. So that was a great segue.
Wow, yeah, the loose cannon can come out on top.
yeah.
So actually, just to take a little screenshot or X-ray of what's going on, Mikolai on 65 big blinds. I think they're taking a bathroom break actually.
I think I heard him say, "Can we still make love?"
You know, but Mikolai on 65 bigs, Arta down to 17 big blinds. What did you make of that, Griff? You think, you know, obviously speaking with humility, obviously when we're speaking about these great players, but you think he could get away from that hand, or do you think the sort of loose cannon factor means that he just sort of has to pay it off, having checked back the flop, sort of check back in order to like keep your opponent's range wide and hopefully they find those bluffs?
Yeah, I mean, it's a heck of a price, right? It feels like he should never really be bluffing there, but it's also like, you know, imagine that you just fold there and you just feel like he's the kind of guy that could maybe just turn over 10-9 of spades and smirk at you or something like that. You know, it's just like, and there's a lot of money out there. And
I mean, we did see him give up there with the ace-8, you know, albeit a hand which had a little bit of showdown, right? And we did see him fire a couple of shells against Mateus and give up, you know, check down jack high and let Mateus win with king high on one occasion. So I don't know whether he's emptying the clip all the time. And also, he's got to 3-bet and call a 4-bet in the first place, which just means that some of the goof around hands are missing from the range. I really don't know.
Ooh.
It's also people don't like,
Numbers.
Is that?
Laptop out.
Toby, he looks like an undertaker, like he's taking someone's measurements for the...
It's a good tie.
Very interesting, by the way, that this moment of all moments where, as the equity really shifts in Mikolai's favor, that they opt to look at numbers. I'm a little surprised at this, I got to say. I think Mikolai might, again, I don't want to speak out of line, but I did hear maybe Mikolai say that he would give something up. I don't know whether that's still...
I mean, I think that would be the only way to get a deal done, I would imagine.
Yeah, I don't want, again, we don't want to be presumptuous.
Right.
But you can kind of...
I like being presumptuous, though. It's kind of nice. Just
Sure. Presumptions are the mother of all, you know? Presumptions makes an ass out of you and me.
That's right.
This is the well-known... that was Aesop.
Fine.
That was Aesop who said
Fine.
that. The
Well,
turtle...
he was talking about a donkey, I think.
Yeah.
So this is sort of calling back to another conversation, but do you think Dan Smith knows that you use, I mean, combinatronics is one of your biggest words. Like when you're on stream, do you think he knows that you only really use it because of him?
It's a callback
that it was the inception with him.
It's like he told Feraldo and it became, you know, leaked out to the British Isles. Otherwise, we'd still be going all in.
I'm just saying, does he get royalties? How does it work?
We'd still all be playing like Mormon and going in all in with 5 deuce off. You know, he like messed up the
Mormon.
whole...
Whatever happened to that guy? Just never made it through the changes of the tides.
Do we even know who he is in real life? It's just a screen name, right?
Yeah.
Mormon 1.
Yeah.
I wonder if anyone ever found out who was behind that guy. It's like a Peachy Mur type online figure. Wow, Toby Stone. The amazing thing is one of the smartest, most dedicated men we have in this industry, universally respected, but every time looks like he's never seen a laptop before. Like it looks like he's like, what is this object? Get me a pen and paper. Like absolutely befuddled. Is someone applying for a mortgage? That's what I would like to know. If the three of them grouped together and said, we want to buy a couple of condos on the north of the island, what interest rates will you lend us the money? I think Adrian Mateus' credit's good.
6.5 sharp. I don't know if he's been paying for stuff with cash his whole life. It might be terrible.
Yes, indeed. I think that's how he takes the money, just duffel bags. No, he doesn't, in case anyone's listening, by the way. Here's Mikolai, looking at the APR.
I'm going to need the power windows thrown in.
Sure. Does it come with Microsoft Word?
6 миллионов 500 ваш стек.
Look at that, by the way. You can see how beautiful the room is there. It's like we're playing in an opera house.
Yeah, it is real nice here.
No. Deal is somewhere else. Он потом покажет. Это в принципе.
It would be good if we were doing the commentary from up on the balcony there.
That would be nice.
Like
that would be nice.
Pretty woman with opera glasses, just peering at them, you know?
Oh, the two guys from the Muppets.
Yes, but
Waldorf
we are
something.
discussing only because we want to stop right now. Yes, and I win the trophy.
It's actually, it's.
Oh, are they talking about just being done with the tournament?
People don't know, but Godfather 3 was actually filmed here. Like the final, it was the steps outside that Sofia Coppola was shot on.
No, they want to stop straight away. No, stop.
They can't stop. Can't stop, won't stop.
Wait, I've never seen Godfather 3. Did you just spoil it for me? I'm serious.
I think Francis Ford Coppola spoiled it for you.
I want to make the deal only because.
Okay, let's listen in.
Oh, that's funny. They just want to end the tournament.
You must play for 10% of remaining. 10% of remaining is after you've all been paid third place.
Okay.
And then what's remain after you've all been paid third place from the total amount. 10% of that, which is 59,000.
Because before we made like this, but it was not televised. It's.
Exactly, but because it's televised, obviously we can't just.
59 должна оставить разыграть.
Michaela wants the trophy.
В таких турнирах можно сделать остановить.
I think they can speed up the blinds, by the way. We obviously don't hold people to ransom, but it's.
Марис,
That's a deal breaker.
Это единственный турнир.
We can give you a trophy, but after. I mean, the photos and everything for the winner. If one of us win, and then you keep the trophy to hold your home.
okay.
That's fine for me.
Yes.
Nikolai wants the trophy. Love that. He wants the glory.
Okay.
But we're going to continue like.
Yeah, okay.
I would give up a little money to have a trophy.
Whoever wins.
Ты согласен?
It's gonna be the real winner.
He's going to have the announcement.
To win your Emmy.
Trophy here.
You say, I'll drop that.
I'll take any of them. I'll take any part of the EGOT.
But whoever wins is the winner from us.
Давайте посмотрим цифры.
It's a little bit weird because obviously he's saying, I want to be declared the winner.
Even if I don't win.
And we're saying,
Yes, I'm like first place, and then it makes too much sense. Yes, then I can pay big for it. But
So anyway, let's move on.
pay-
Yes.
This is what you're going to play for.
Okay.
All right. They're your chips.
Okay.
You can check that.
this is actually a little bit juicy. I sometimes feel like it's a bit weird that we allow this to be a thing, but like it's kind of going to be kind of interesting because
59 smash.
Mikolai, potentially we're going to see, we don't often see deals where people surrender some EV, but it does happen. It used to be actually more of a thing.
Тебе вообще интересно в таком случае, или мы просто продолжим играть?
Блин, мне интересно было, что я как бы первый.
Mikolai kind of playing for the love of the game. No, a guy that has his wealth in other things and wants to be an EPT champion here and sees the chance to sort of seize it.
It's a prestigious title.
Of course it is. Of course it
Марис,
is.
что вы исключение не можете сделать?
Это единственные турниры, где никак, потому что это
I think
трансляция.
does live in Cyprus some of the time. Have strong connections to Cyprus. And perhaps mean even more to him because of that.
40,000 more, and then if I win the tournament, you keep the trophy.
Yeah, but it will be televised anyway. If you, let's say, if you get the trophy here.
I mean, at home.
You have to go to.
I can send it.
It's not really just who holds the trophy, is it? I mean, I have a trophy at home that Vanessa Subs gave me. It doesn't mean I won the tournament.
So what's your proposal? What's your proposal?
It's quite hard because we're kind of interfering. We're kind of saying the money's yours, but who is the winner is kind of up to us, the EPT, in a way, which is
It's up to whoever wins the tournament.
Yeah, but you know what I mean, though. It's kind of like we never interfere with the money, but like who we allow to lift the title can't be the guy that exited in third. Really,
Probably not.
because there's a kind of sporting aspect to it, as well as a
For
gambling.
record keeping.
Yeah, it's a very, very interesting. Did you win the tournament if you Busted third.
Получается 560.
Yes or no? Is
будет
winner
500, а у тебя будет
just
минус
a
8.
sort of
What's your
label?
opinion? As a non-player, I try to stay out of these things.
I know the same happened with Bryn Kenny at the Aussie Millions, where they did a deal and he was third in chips or whatever, but he said, I'll only do a deal if I get to be named the winner. And they did name him the winner.
He will get for. And
It's also
we
weird because the tournament doesn't finish right now.
For the remaining amount, so you will get 550. You wanted 560. He will get 490, and I will get like you 550. So we will be the same with you by money, because I think it's couple of fair. So I pay like 60K to you for the
Could have said 35 and you can give me 5 or he can give me 5, like 25, 35.
No.
Huh?
I will not give. Let's play.
You need 30?
Let's play. I'm not sure I will agree 30. So I want...
Артурчик, Yes, 2 minutes, okay? Артурчик, ну сделай мне приятно. Ну что тебе? Ну сколько у тебя еще этих трофеев будет? Сделай, я
Sluggy
детям
Joe
привезу
took
трофеи,
that
но мне
Russian language
мне
course, so you can give
прикольно
us a
будет
précis
просто.
of what they say.
You don't want to
понимаю,
know.
но
Yeah,
я считаю, что у него хуже положение, чем у меня. У него средний чек, у меня короткий. Ну, то есть у меня нет давления на меня. А он хочет попросить больше, чем я. Я типа...
I just want to say, and I think I can talk over this because most of us don't understand what they're saying, but it's pretty remarkable he's offering an even chop with Mateos.
Yes.
I mean, he has a 2-to-1 chip, more than 2-to-1 chip edge, and so like this is a deal that Adrian, I mean, no matter how good he is, he needs to find a way to get it done. And Martirosyan is saying, you know what, no
And
bet.
also, by the way, sometimes people say, does the money matter to these guys?
Hold on, guys.
And I give him 35 from this amount.
Okay, and then we play for
Yes, and
10%. If you
whoever wins from you, I
And
take
this numbers without 60K that we play.
yeah, and we have to play 59 more.
59 more.
59.
So what's the? Do you need a decision? Need an answer from you?
Yes,
I will give 35K each.
I give 35K each, so I stay
Wow.
with 540. 540.
So Mikhail takes.
Nikolai.
I mean, it does make for good TV, by the way.
Yeah, absolutely.
Even
but he's
though
saying right now that
I love it.
I only want 540 when first is 786, and he has
Sure.
more than half the chips in play.
Although he can win 60 more, but yeah, which he has a bigger share of. But
Yeah.
I mean, we know it's serious. Adrian's untucked his shirt for the first time since the first CPT.
Hey, a good deal's a good deal. I mean,
Photo with my phone, or you can make a photo. Yeah.
So we're going to take 35 from Nikolai, 7 from Nikolai.
And just to put this into some context, again, it's a little difficult for us. You know, I can speak very confidently about, or at least somewhat confidently, about the technical aspects of poker. Hard a bit to speak about people's personal aspects. But Nikolai is someone where 25K doesn't really matter to him in the grand scheme of things. I'm sure he would love 25K extra in his pocket. But he is someone that's playing as many of these non-professionals, strictly speaking, do for the love of the game, the will
he wants
to win.
To go to in his office and have that trophy there, and it's an
Absolutely.
important part of his experience.
Yes, exactly. And whereas for Arthur and Adrian,
Yeah, it's very nice trophy. I bring for my kids, you know.
Yeah,
there you go.
For me, it's bigger, you know, than
exactly.
you
That's
make
adorable.
good negotiation. I maybe give more.
He just spent.
If you make better negotiations, maybe I give more.
No, I think
He just spent $70,000 on maybe getting the trophy.
No, he has
if you
it.
win, you take more than me. You know?
He has it. That's the deal.
He
Even
has
if the
the
others
trophy.
win, they're giving him the trophy.
No.
That's the thing. Yeah.
And if I
Let's-
win, I
So he just
will
spent $70,000 on a trophy.
Yes. Yes.
well,
Yeah, that's the
I mean,
deal.
he's played it. He's also made it because he's. One presumes,
no one,
like,
no one
inverted
poker
commas,
player loses
losing
this
playing
deal on my
three-handed
place,
here,
yes?
right? His EV is not the same, you know,
Right.
you make some adjustments. If you and me, if we put you down there,
I think
Joe,
we'll still take a trophy.
You don't need to finish that sentence.
Sure.
We're still going to take a photo with Adrian with the trophy when he inevitably wins, but he's going to hand him the trophy afterwards. It's
This
like,
is gonna
in
be
the same way Vanessa Selps gave you
This
the
is going to be
trophy.
a very awkward winner's interview for me.
Yeah, because I think also the lads are not going to want to take away from Nikolai's experience of overstepping into.
Okay, big
but
hand
whatever.
here, yeah.
Wow.
So Martirosyan shoving
We're
effectively
back.
18 big blinds. Quick call blind on blind for Mateos, and Wow, Action Jackson already.
Back in action, yeah.
There you go. A little bit easier now that this is they're fighting three-handed for 56K.
Хорошо получилось.
С ним договорились в хедзапе вообще остаться. Еще когда было
I
15
think it's also a factor of, yeah, I mean, well.
I mean, 18 bigs, yeah. It's a pretty premium hands. Blind on blind, I think.
Yeah, of course it is
Just going in
Martirosian
either way.
that is at risk.
But the big favorite, domination situation. Couple of clubs on the flop.
Yeah, no heart, so no way out from that direction. Actually, 2 clubs, you know, could turn Mateo semi-dead.
Diamond 8 on the turn.
Now, Mateo's stoic. Of course, this another reason it's kind of okay, like the nice side of doing a deal means it's worth a bit less money.
Nice. Yeah, they are playing for just about $60,000 now for first place.
Yeah.
Do we have confirmation on those numbers, or are we only going to get them at the end?
I win.
We will get them. We have them.
You
so
already?
They're playing for $59,277. Our tour got $496,000.
Wow, very close to second. Would get over second if he won, by the way.
Yes.
Carry on.
Adrian got $555,000.
Yes. Wow.
And Mikolai got $542,000.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, people at home can sort of sense the maths there. You know, it certainly is. Basically, as the inverted commas weaker player, you know, perhaps in his own estimation, he feels a little outmatched. You sort of pay a premium in order for a deal to done. If you're 3 equally matched players, you take the ICM numbers. If you feel like...
Yeah, I mean, he's in a very unique position in that he has a huge leverage, which you normally would not have deal-making wise because of the big chip lead three-handed. He's like, you know what? This might be my only opportunity to get one of those big gold statues. And speaking as someone who has one himself, it's one of my favorites in my limited but beautiful collection. You know, I can appreciate the position he's in.
Who is wearing a Shambhala bracelet.
No, my ex-girlfriend took that one away.
The Shambhala bracelet's been sold 4 times on eBay.
Sure. Yeah. Nice that Shambhala bracelets are still getting, you know, this is what happens if you endorse the EPT. We'll talk about it for 10 years later.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're playing some poker here to crown an EPT super high roller champion. And look at Mikolai's smile, by the way. That's another, you know, that's worth a lot. Obviously, very, very happy to have, in his mind, locked up the win and the trophy. And flops very well here with the 7-6. And the sort of splashy approach he's taken might get him some action here, because Martirosian with the king of diamonds, again, could think about check raising in a similar way. Just actually lets it go. Really nice with spade and diamond in hand.
Top pair good.
How much pressure I took from you, you know? Now we play without pressure, everybody.
The way it's supposed to be played, without pressure. That's how I like it.
60K.
60K, yeah.
60K free roll on PokerStars.
and you know, to what's been nice, I can't remember whether it was you, Joe, who said, is there chat at the table, etc., etc. Obviously, one of the things about these high rollers is we tune in at the moment of most gravitas. And as I said, you know, I've had... Mikolai's got no reason to chat with me, but has always been super friendly and warm. And we see now that the pressure is eased, a little bit more of that personality shining through. And also the sort of approach people have to the game, where it's not all about knuckling the last dollar. There is a sporting aspect to what we do.
Yeah, I mean, look, they're not making decisions for $750,000 anymore, so that's gonna lighten things up a little.
Maybe the next time England's playing Spain in the Euros or the World Cup, we can offer them a way out. Listen, guys, you just give us the trophy.
I have a question.
You all the money.
Yeah,
I have a question. It's a two-part question. The first question is, do you think that he would buy my EPT high roller trophy for around 15K? And 2, is it inappropriate that I ask?
Mateos turns top pair and has a diamond to go with it.
How much for the Iron Man toys, though? Are they for sale?
Oh, no, that's you know, we're not having that.
That's
no.
sacred.
It's very sacred.
His Goku versus Superman is the last thing to go.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's a good
and
one.
Marta Rosian using the king, a card favorable for his range, to protect his ace-10. But when he gets a check call, it does, if he gets a check call, and I assume he will, it is going to diminish the value of the ace-10.
You know, betting 35% of Mateos' stack here, so just going to put the rest in.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought he said all in, but no, I see you said call.
Yeah, makes sense with the diamond in hand as well and the worst king. And Arta gonna know now this ace-10 in trouble. Very weird to ever bluff with this exact combo in general, having opened the button. Yeah, and it's he checks down. It's a problem. And shielded on that turn card by having stronger hands.
I hope he never stops wearing that hat. It's just, it's a part of his. Wow. It's just, I've
I
never
mean, by
seen
the
him
way,
not without it, I feel like.
It's actually cheap, that hat, because he's worn it so often, the dollar value per wear.
Yeah.
You know, I buy
Right.
I buy baseball caps for $30.
And then you
but
wear them once,
I wear them once and then they get trodden on or get, you know, like chewing gum in them or whatever,
All
you know.
right. So excuse
This is $60,000 trophy there, by the way.
Excuse the flip-flop here. We've got second and third advertised the wrong way around, as they say, but these are the deals that have been made.
Yes.
And they are playing for the additional $59,277.
I feel like it's a bit of needle just to put the advertised up there. But anyway, whatever. It is a true reflection. And you see how sort of, I mean, it's close to just a fair three-way chop. You know, to emphasize, Mikolai did have twice as many chips as anyone else. So he's the one that sort of paid out of pocket here to get the chop done. And as I say, no shame in that. People play poker for different reasons. And Adrian and Arta, like me, play to make our living.
Yeah.
And other people play for the glory and the fame.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see something you've never really seen before. I mean, he had 60% of the chips in play or something, you know, like so, or maybe over 50 at least.
Because
so
some
it's pretty
might say that
remarkable.
ICM doesn't even account for the fact that as big stack you get to leverage, like bounce the two of each other off each other.
Martirosian turns a gut shot draw.
Yeah, and we see
ace high still good.
Yeah, we see once again this sort of technical blind on blind, king high not wanting to bet, ace high not needing to bluff, as Martirosian realizes a pair on the river.
King.
King no good.
Optimistic. Either card wins for Arta.
Good point here from Alan. These guys just proved ICM is for poor people.
Well, I'll allow it, brother.
That's a really good callback.
I mean, the opposite of bang. They could come and co-commentate one day. That's just really
yeah,
good.
that's
just great.
That's how you get your foot in the door.
That's really nice. That's really nice.
You could
God damn it.
You could tour with that line.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
How did we not think of this?
That's such a zinger.
Between the three of us.
Oh, dear. Dear, we've been shown up.
Yeah.
Who will you choose to give the trophy? You need to choose between one of these.
I have already one big one, now another one. So
one for each?
Yeah, it's worth saying that
Yeah,
Mikolai
most
does
probably.
have another very big super high roller win.
Yeah, so he already has one.
Not a stars one, not the prestige of the shards, which, you know,
The shard
due
prestige.
respect to every other tour, you know, which due respect, they are a lot worse than our tours.
Shots fired.
Shots fired. But yeah, of course, it's got a long history and great prestige to it. I got to say, I mean, I have a second, and at the time I didn't care at all. I was overjoyed to get second, and now I have a little like, ooh, I remember the all-in that I lost where I could have closed, and I think like, oh, I wish I'd got that win.
Even this long afterwards.
Yeah, exactly.
Got a board pair on the turn. This was a limped pot, blind on blind. Running diamonds with jack of diamonds.
Yeah,
on
and
5th Street.
Some chance that hits Nikolai. You imagine the 6-7, 6-8 on occasions will bet. It's king 6. Oh no, okay. Just checks down. A 10 high, I guess, potentially.
Хорошая перспектива была на флопе, но не пошла.
Бэкдорчики.
8-6 червей было.
Хорошие.
По червиночке бахнул бы. А так что-то не хотелось.
Just over 16 minutes left in this level. We are doing 30-minute levels now, so we'll have one more after this before
I wonder
the
if
break.
they'll shorten them even more if they're trying to get this
Yeah.
done.
I do believe they have the option to do it. I mean, 56K is still meaningful, and the guys, Adrian and Arthur, will know that, you know, shortening the levels, if they're the better players, it doesn't do them any favors.
Yeah.
On the other hand, there's a sort of desire to get into the main. But I think, you know, 56, it's sizable.
59 even, yeah, 59K.
It's like winning a side event basically here.
Yeah.
You know, or getting
Yeah,
second.
and it's already been lowered, right? Like 30 minutes is still like pretty short. It's half as half as much as what normally.
I mean, I know that 56K isn't what it used to be, but it's still something.
59K.
Okay. Yeah.
You think 56K? I'm thinking about a modem.
Yeah.
Remember the 56K modem?
Here we go.
It's one of the happiest days of my life. Getting that 56K modem.
Yeah.
Same.
Finally run those Doom death matches.
Have we ever had people on the table sing the Chop Pot song?
We have, yes.
Great.
Griffin does it.
Yeah,
when
it's
he's
whenever
there.
I'm on because I'm contractually obligated.
We do have 3 suits represented.
Yeah. Somehow the ace nine of clubs looks powerful.
Couple of clubs.
Red.
Couple of clubs. Nikolai may just get his wish the natural way.
Sweaty, and you see those equities shift.
How do you kill a god?
You prefer 60K more.
A club on the turn.
Or River and Mateos. Well, he won't be lifting the trophy either way, but won't be winning the extra.
9?
No club on the turn.
No.
9, right?
This color.
Can Mateos fade?
Yeah, make it black on the river. There's the color sweat I like. I
The
like that
bad
idea.
beat. It was black.
Way.
Chop it up. This
You're
hand
giving us
ends
all
in a
big
chop, and you know what they say?
Everyone loves a chop pot.
He does it on purpose, I'm telling
Yeah,
you.
but we slowed down to match him.
No, that was good.
You started early again.
Oh, did I?
You got to look at him and see when he starts. That's all. You know,
Okay.
look at me next time.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
Adrian,
a
how
chop
you
which you didn't
so
have to pay
lucky now?
60,000 for.
So lucky always.
Yeah.
Nice one.
Nice. That's good. Put that in the edit.
I had 50% to catch.
Adrian looks like, I don't know,
25% on
he's
each
just,
card,
he's just finished a long day at the,
Yeah.
maybe he's a supply teacher. He's untucked his shirt and grab a beer.
Some fun with math there from Michaela saying I had 50% there, 25% on the for the turn and 25% on the river.
Что говорит?
I just I asked, did they announce about deal or not? And
Yeah, they announced.
yeah.
Dolly.
Yeah, Adrian,
Dolly P.
Adrian Short. One of the things to say, of course, is that, you know, maybe it's self-evident, but ICM, of course, completely different in a winner-takes-all scenario. It's the exact opposite of ICM. There is, you know, you don't get anything by outlasting someone like someone else.
Yeah.
You're just playing pure, in the purest sense.
For chips.
Yes.
More clubs on this flop.
Wow,
Martirosian this time with the club draw.
Yeah, and Mateus, with bottom pair, forced to continue. Can't know what bad shape he's in.
Check.
And that is a flush on the turn. Now Martirosian's 7 was already good.
Yeah, and I wonder if Martirosian with the pair ever checks. I don't know. We want to try and get the whole stack in the middle with this hand, so maybe not.
Yeah, interesting, right? Because it doesn't feel very kingy, Mateos's line either, right? So you're just going to be folding out a lot of 5Xs.
Yeah, I mean, he obviously can't know that Adrian doesn't have the 7 of clubs. No, sorry, he does know who Adrian doesn't have the 7 of clubs. So yeah, I mean, yeah.
No, but it was interesting what you said. I feel like it's easier in the booth here to see like, oh, this would make for a really interesting check.
Yeah.
But maybe in practice,
sure.
You know, you want to maybe.
Yeah, I mean, Adrian might just check call Queen 8 with the Queen of Clubs.
Yeah.
You get just
but running out of chips is Adrian too, so that's like murky water. But I guess in particular the Queen of Clubs.
Adrian down to 16 big blinds, 37 for Martirosian, 61 for Vasketbarnikov.
Просто 3 крести флоп надо было положить. Я не знаю, что он на 2 положил только.
I want to know what this dude's business is now.
I know some quite cool stuff, but I don't want to say it. Just
can you just write it down for me?
Yeah, we can say. I know that he has one business which is super cool and Cypriot related.
And what related?
Cyprus related. Wow.
Okay.
You know, this is when, like, you know, when someone says, I'm not saying what hand I had. Did you have queens? No, a bit lower. Nines? No, I wouldn't get in nines.
I'm not telling you.
Yeah. You just, yeah.
Mateos opening King 8 on the button. King Jack suited for Martirosian.
Yeah, a very powerful hand. And it's tough for Mateos. Would join. I mean, I don't know even whether we could say he's a winner if he wins to be a 2-time champion, but whatever. If he had claimed this, would have joined a very small and elite group of 2-time EPT Super High Roller Championships.
That's right.
Having good trip, huh?
You know, you hand out the trophy, so you're the guy. But
Dude, I couldn't tell you who won 5 minutes after the tournament ends.
Okay. Makita definitely with 2.
You know.
Many
Between
others,
us,
I
we know
don't
who
think.
is first. How it will happen, it's another.
Dragonburst asking, why is Mateos getting so much off the chop when he is so low on chips? That's the whole thing about this deal is that the 2 shorter stacks got more money than they typically would.
Because of a skill edge.
Because of a skill edge.
And we're able to say that because that's what Mikolai's saying to some extent. And he just ripped Rooney's the 3s. And Mateos wakes up.
Crab people. Martirosian opened this pot. Mateos reshoving.
Yeah, and I think Archer is going to fold this with a bit of a smile because he's got look, he's going to even show it. Pretty strong hand, but not when this is the action.
Yeah, and when you get snap called cold, this is absolutely best case scenario for the 3s. And ace dead as well, so a little equity bump because of that. And we would be heads up if the 3s hold here. Somehow I want it all to align and Mikolai to actually win. And then it just saves a kind of rhetorical headache. But we shall see. Hard to root against the Spanish king of Adrian Mateos.
Oh, boy.
What a flop.
3 is coming, Adrian.
3 kings for Mateos.
Ace in the river.
Vasketbarnikov still hopeful about his chances to knock Mateos out here.
Oof.
Oh, it was little. Hard for it to be a black 3, though. Two outs for Vasketbarnikov. Mateos fades them and doubles up.
Not too much.
Yeah, and for poker fans everywhere, it's nice to see the man of the moment double up and continue to fight.
It's nice to see Ace King hold up for once.
Yes.
Poker fans, that's what they're really thinking. Why does my Ace King never hit?
Already. Next all-in, no chance.
2?
Of course.
Stacks relatively even after that double up.
Артур, сколько у меня сейчас?
Relatively.
1,5, 3,500.
Yeah, I mean, again, I don't know whether to call it the title, but this 59K certainly anybody's.
Я думаю, да, ты же можешь легко посчитать. Отдели зелененькие вот эти сверху, да. Ну, посчитай, сколько вот этих соток.
Yeah, I mean, would have been a commanding chip lead, heads up. I know it's all academic now.
Смотри, 2800, 4300, 4500, 4600, 4700. Нет, 5, да, где-то 5.
То есть еще нормально, еще не плачевное состояние.
Нет.
Нормальный сейчас пуш был или нет?
Допустимый, скажем так.
Raskolnikov out. Mateos in the small blind with Jack-9. He's going to limp in. 10-9 for Martirosian. And this is going to be an unraised pot.
2.7.
To the flop. Jack 8 deuce, heart.
Actually, flop.
Top pair versus up and down.
Yeah, and again, the King Jacks and the like get raised. So Jack 9, a bit more powerful than it looks in terms of the kicker. And we get back into a straight. And for that reason, Adrian will start putting money out. And Martirosian with the nut draw and heart in hand. No need to raise.
Betting a call, turn card, ace of diamonds.
Yeah, and I wonder how many ace X Martirosian has. It might be actually quite a clean turn. Definitely want to continue betting some jacks, check some potentially as well. There are all those gut shots we can imagine and pairs we can get called by. So Mateos might elect to far.
Sure does.
Yeah, with the dampened sizing, allowing him to value bet wide. And it's a great price for Martirosian's actual holding.
Yeah, just 200,000.
Seems hard to do anything but call.
Thanks to the Russian speakers in chat letting us know that Nikolai was asking for approval from Artur for shoving the threes.
Makes sense.
Was that a good shove?
Yeah. What did Artur say?
I'm sure he said it was fine. And Mateos now, can he go for value or does he need to check? And Artur arrives at the river with possibly the worst unpaired hand he gets here with. Does he want to represent hearts? Sort of card matching with the 9-7 of hearts and the 9-5 of hearts that might play this exact way.
Come on, Blufferosian, do it.
Is there ever like just a jam? What does a flush do?
There is ever just a jam right now.
And look at the way these great players execute. Just putting Mateos' hand into the bin.
220% pot, let's go.
Yeah,
I'd love to
now
see it.
Adrian has to determine what properties he wants.
Later.
And does just fold. Obviously interfering now with the 9-10.
Yeah.
Not great.
Не могу сказать.
And look at that. I mean, it's just great poker.
Ему не скажешь, что ко мне.
Но он же тоже все слышит.
It has been a day of great poker.
Yeah.
Lovely. Like, yeah, it's just, no. I mean, they don't turn it off. That's the thing about, you will play with, if Adrian Mateos busts this tournament, he will go put on another identical shirt and enter the main event. And he will be playing with the same focus and attitude. Same with Artur. If you encounter him online in the 215 6-max, he will beat you up in just the same manner. And it's really, amazing. These guys, they don't turn it off. Even
Nikolai, he probably turns it off.
Sure.
He probably turns it off occasionally.
From time to time. Yeah, it's just cool to see.
When he's out there farming halloumi.
Yes, indeed. Amazing you can make so much money through the halloumi. By the way, you actually probably can. If you owned the Cypriot halloumi empire.
Yeah, you'd be doing all right.
Yeah, the EU might have even declared that you're the only ones that can officially make it as well. I don't know.
Gosh, I love halloumi.
Yeah, now lean.
So before
It was invented here, Griff.
I feel like I only started eating halloumi like
It's like
5-10 years ago.
It's like avocado.
Like it's a new thing or something. But
It's like avocado was invented in 2003.
Yeah, nobody ever had it before that.
In a lab.
Apparently they were having it here in Cyprus.
Quinoa invented it in 2002.
Kale.
Yep. Totally.
Sourdough. They just invented a new type of bread.
2020. That's right. That's where the Ace 5 sourdough comes from.
Yeah, you started and then they started making the bread.
It was after that, yeah.
That's it. Not many. How many foods are named after poker hands? Not many. There can't be many.
Vaskovanikov is going to complete with Queen Trey.
Interesting check back from Mateus. Now he's at the 20 big blind mark.
Jack 8-8.
And I wonder, he might consider betting the ace. This is just a subtle technical thing, just betting the ace for protection on the paired board.
Getting value from the queen high with the
Yeah,
backdoor
it's a
flush
really
draw.
nice
Wow.
and somewhat deceptive. What a turn card there.
All of the backdoors.
Yeah.
Knock.
And now I don't think we want to bluff with it. We'll check back. And can Mikolai get there? And now who? Oh, no, he doesn't. He doesn't. I was going to say he might even wreck the ace. But
Didn't even give time for Sam to jump out of his chair.
No, he doesn't it.
I mean, it's kind of interesting. I wonder where he feels he is in his range. Mateus is going to go for value here with the ace now. And it's kind of interesting because the amount of aces he has pre are very limited.
Snap full.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. Obviously, a lot of camaraderie between Mikolai and Arta. No, it's a pretty common thing, with players that are more in the amateur camp to have pros that they can sort of turn to for advice. And there's a pretty collegiate spirit amongst the high rollers that if someone who's less experienced asks you a question and they're not a professional, that you sort of give them a truthful answer.
Yeah.
Something we see. Like when Griff asks me a hand history, I just will give him my thoughts on it. I've been there as well. Take time out of my day for you, mate.
I actually do ask him questions.
Showing the beautiful Queen Jack of Diamonds.
Beautiful, huh?
Yes. I agree. I agree. Mikolai.
All right. Blinds up now. 60, 120, 120. And you're going to get additional 10 banks up.
That's correct.
Мариса, как в туалет сходить?
Через 29 минут.
Blinds are up now to 120,000. So Mateos just playing 19, Martirosyan 35, and our chip leader Mikolai, but not by much. Sitting at 40 big blinds.
Yeah, and the money could go in here, Griff, right? Because especially with Mikolai playing like an aggressive four-bet, an aggressive pre-flop strategy with big shoves and reluctance to fold to four-bets, etc.
Maybe spot you go on the flop together a bit time. Yes, I go to toilet.
Okay.
He's demanding chops. He's demanding mid-hand toilet breaks. Mikolai really taking control.
240.
Raise 240.
And in comes the button raise. Pretty standard with the Queen 9.
Alan.
And there is the
Did
shove.
you see the cards or no?
Good one.
And Adrian, despite that double up with the ace-king, can't get much going. Struggled to remember him winning 3 hands in a row, or even 2. Sometimes it's not your day. Still playing in good spirits. Of course, I mean, understandably so when you've locked up 550 already. Get another payday for the man of the moment.
Cool tower defense there from Michaela. Nice little structure.
Yeah, he's like, you want them in 20s? And Arthur will fold the 10-7. And Nikolai considering a raise here, maybe. He's just folding. Just folding. Doesn't feel it with the 9-5.
Хорошая рука получается.
No coaching.
Ну, coach.
I have another coach. Online guy.
Online
Strong
guy?
Belarusian, yes.
Strong.
Лосовский.
No, another one. Another one.
Not Лосовский.
There's some really good Belarusian players.
Legendin, you know, Legendin.
Saying he's coached by
He coached you?
the legend.
Yeah, he coaching me a bit.
You must have played with Lekendon back in the day, Griff, a little bit.
With who, pardon?
Lequendon?
Oh my God, yeah. Are you kidding me? Oh, I played so many hands against him.
Yeah. You know he got second in the 25K. He won like 3 W Coops this series. He's on a big
No way.
renaissance.
What's his name in real life?
I don't know. But
Guys,
Nikolai perhaps saying that he's coached by him, if I understood it correctly.
Wow.
Yeah, but he's having a big
But if you don't know who he is in real, I mean, that means he's like really just an online, like he's
online
one of the
legend,
pure,
yeah.
one of the last of his kind, really.
Yeah, definitely.
That hasn't transferred over.
No need to.
You know what? I'll look it up. I wonder if there's anything out there. I'm sure he's. Come on, at some point you gotta. If
gotta
you're that good,
stick
you gotta
your head above the parapet.
Yeah, you gotta come out of the water at some point.
Yeah. And Mateus, a little stutter step here, considering betting, I think, to actually target.
Check.
No, it doesn't. Checks. Maybe just feels it's too weak, the low end gut shot. Such a connected board. And now Martirosian might stab to give himself bluffs on 9 or 10x turns. Again, just a little bit of deliberation on this hand for some reason from both players. Oh, they're taking their time because he's gone to the restroom. Okay. So this is one of those things where the commentator's off in the...
Just trying to figure out, ooh, why is this such a...
delicate spot, but actually it's because a sort of another player's lurching across the room.
Free ball on the turn. Doesn't change much here.
Yeah. How long does he need? He's got to dry his hands. He's got to...
It's so funny, even how it looks like they're intensely waiting.
Yeah.
450.
Yeah, but he's still going to bet here and actually plays as an overbet. And
yeah, and Arthur will tank to try and allow Mikolai to return.
I think he sees him. I saw some recognition there.
It's so funny doing live broadcasts, what we have to navigate. I mean, let's be honest, our job is pretty cushy. We're not going to pretend otherwise, but we certainly have to deal with some interesting situations.
I'm in the bathroom right now. I have one of those new portable headphones.
I don't think there's many other sports where we have to consider what these NBA players are doing and they're actually waiting for someone to relieve themselves. Look at the empty water bottles. You see why?
Yeah.
I got good news, and it's not just that Mikolai's back. Free roll starting in 2 minutes.
No way.
My babies.
How much does it cost to enter though?
It is a free roll.
Ah.
So what, you get like a pair of dice, and then if you roll and you roll well, you get
You're
into
in.
the tournament?
That's right.
Okay.
Russian is hard to learn. It's not
Free,
Spanish.
that's probably where it originates, Griff, if you break it down.
Actually, yeah,
So the
you're right.
registration opens in 2 minutes, not starting in 2 minutes. Starts in 32 minutes.
I know
Did I tell you I
people
went and
who
saw
learn
Guys and Dolls,
Spanish
and
for
I had
1
no
year.
idea what it was going to be about? It's about gambling.
and they know.
No, it's just about the entire thing's about gamblers.
Of course
Huh.
not.
I didn't know that either.
Not,
Yeah,
not
it's
everyone.
like amazing to watch.
Password, by the way, for the free
I
roll.
think Spanish is one of
Mockery.
the most easiest languages.
No way.
As in, don't mess with the Kai
That's
hand.
good, I guess.
Really?
By the way,
Yes.
fantastic podcast guest. Mockery was really good.
Nice.
Yeah.
I can imagine.
Great guest.
Vivacious character.
Yeah.
Very open.
Sure.
Happy to tell stories. Sometimes, sometimes I'm pulling teeth a little bit, right?
Yeah, of course. Poker players are not, we're not the most naturally gregarious. Kagan's one of a kind. You know, he'd stand out if he was, you know, in a circus. Be like the most outgoing guy.
Portuguese is very different.
Him and the ringmaster.
Similar?
Yeah.
So you can understand.
What job would you have in the
They
circus
speak
if you were going to have?
Estonian more or less, yeah.
Bearded lady, perhaps? No, what would you do, Joe?
I mean, I think I'd probably be the ringmaster.
Oh,
I like to
That's
bark,
what you
bark
think
to the
yourself.
crowd.
Some people have that ringmaster
I'm a
energy.
natural showman.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Back in the day, this was your Tinder open. If I was in a circus, I'd be the ringmaster.
I wish there was a better way to say that.
Yeah.
Okay. What would you do, Griff?
Oh gosh. Well, whatever job the ringmaster would give me, really.
The geek.
The geek.
Bring out the geek.
You guys remember that from
No.
Nightmare Alley?
No, I didn't watch Nightmare Alley.
I didn't watch it either. There's some directors I've just missed. You know, I've barely seen any. This is embarrassing to me. I'm not going to say.
That's Guillermo, right?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I've never seen any of his films.
You've never seen Pan's Labyrinth?
No, I don't.
You should be beaten about the head and shoulders
There's
for
just
that.
some guys I've just never got into. It's crazy. I mean,
I have some weird gaps too, but probably
no, you have a weird. Your weird gap is any movie before 1990,
Yeah.
so don't, or before 1984. So don't give me that. Any movie not in
Listen,
the English
Barry
language.
Lyndon is at the top of the watch list. Okay, I'm going to get to it.
Yeah, just because of the Savage 21 cut, you're so.
What do we have happening here? Martirosian shipping it.
Wow, shipping the unblockers somehow. Like that's pretty interesting. How many bigs is that?
One half of sourdough.
I wonder if that's legal. That's a pretty interesting hand there. I would love to.
I think
observe
it's
that.
legal.
I would love to observe that because that's some sort of principle. Sometimes you do some funky stuff with 3 deuce I've seen as well. Like really interesting shove there. If any of the nerds in the chat want to send me a screenshot of a.
Don't ask chat.
Oh.
Don't ask chat.
Oh.
Oh, Mockery, the password, by the way, is all in caps. You guys haven't figured that out yet.
That would have been important to have mentioned when you first gave it.
It's hard to get a word in with you two. Literally, a word.
But if you were going to get in a word, it would be mockery in
Mockery,
all caps.
all capital letters. That's right.
To be clear, it's a name, not the word, because mockery could be a word.
Oh.
Spelled M-A-K-R-I?
It's not
It
mockery.
could be Colin Mockery.
No,
Whose
it's
line is it anyway?
M-O-K-R-I. That's how you spell
Look at this, by the way.
National treasure.
Mateus just having a tough time of it.
Canada.
Gets shoved on again with a very nice hand opening, losing out on the flip equity. Very, very tough. And Arthur chipping up, by the way, in touching
Now
distance
too,
of
yes,
Nikolai. I'm sure he would sort of fancy himself if he could force out Mateus somehow heads up against the more recreational inclined friend of his, for an all Russian-speaking heads up.
Man, I really wish someone would pay me $35,000 to not win a tournament.
Sure.
Man, that would be so awesome. Wait. All you're saying is I don't have to win? Give it to me.
Yeah.
I was going to do
I've been
that
training
anyway.
for this day for years.
I was going to do that anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, dear.
Queen 7 on the button for Artur. Nikolai. Ace 8. All in.
Yeah, and
Душишь, да?
AYCE. Mateus
Да.
folds.
Очень. Он же нас поддушивает, а теперь мы его.
It's a very good feeling to put pressure on you.
Very good feeling to put pressure on Adrian Mateus. I bet.
That's nice.
What a jerk.
Like every EPT when I message him to ask him to hang out, you know? Put a lot of pressure on him.
It's nice. It's nice working through the guys. Think Adrian would ever have a heads-up dinner with you, Griff? What would the circumstance be like? You're on a desert island. There's just you two. Like, you've cracked. There's one tin of beans. You're the only person with a box of matches.
Okay, I'll tell you what I think the situation would be. I would say that if we were both on like dinner break of a main event and we both happen to be eating alone, and we're like close to each other.
No, absolutely not. That's what we're terrible.
I think he would be like, "Do you mind if I join?"
No, absolutely not.
Not.
No. Off the
Not
map?
a chance, by the way. That's actually, you're drawing dead. He wouldn't. What, he's having dinner.
Now, if there was only one seat left open, like in the whole dining area, he might sit with you, but he'd probably say, "Do you mind if we don't talk?"
Okay.
No,
like,
he wouldn't.
like the Uber preference, no talking.
Yeah, he would just put a divider up.
I'm trying to think if there's some circumstance where it might happen. That's definitely not it.
Martirosyan catches top pair on the turn, and it's Vaskeboynikov who's betting into him.
You know what? You might be my in, actually, because I feel like I've been to some pretty trendy, high-stakes dinners because you've invited me along, you know? So
Sure,
I feel
but
like, have you had one-on-one dinner with him?
I've never had that one-on-one with Sage.
Yeah.
I've had one-on-one.
I guess one-on-one is yeah, it's hard.
One-on-one
that's a big ask.
conversations, but not dinner. No, not dinner. He doesn't go anywhere without Seiji Uedo, actually. People don't know that. They share a bed, actually. It's like Bert and Ernie on stops. They've been doing it so long and they've won so much money that it's like a tradition.
They can't sleep without each other.
Yeah. He sees his girlfriend in the afternoon, and then in the evening they twin. They discuss strategy and and wow, he's
Vaskeboynikov is betting not enough.
Yes.
Yeah.
The subtle bluff to try and fold out a 2 or a 3.
More.
You fold?
All in. How can I fold 200? 1.3 million.
A slight misstep there, potentially, from Nikolai. Obviously unlucky to run into the top pair.
Doesn't matter, he already won.
Yes.
You don't believe me.
And actually, it's significant. Arthur does take the chip lead here. It's here of the 59K in play. He has the biggest share.
That's 43 big blinds, 36 for Vaskeboynikov, and 15 for Mateos.
Yeah.
И 200 не заплатишь.
And you know, it's worth saying it's quite a comeback. When this deal was done, Arthur was actually on 17 big blinds, making that somewhat heroic call with pocket queens in a 4-bet pot. See, you know, the pot odds in play are very much a part of that call. But made the hero call, you know, wasn't on the right side of things, did a deal at 17 big blinds, and now with the chip lead and a favorite to take this shebang down.
10-6 tray, top pair for Martirosyan.
The run good continues.
180.
Yeah, and
that's half pot.
Diamond as well. Backdoor flush draw. It's a nice spot to put some money in.
It's going to extend Martirosyan's chip lead ever so slightly.
За 5, да? 5?
Yeah, again,
У меня 4, я так понимаю.
you can't say it too much. 300,000 in each and every pot.
У меня точно 4 есть.
У меня 5650.
Значит, у Эдриана, Эдриан, how much you have?
1.7.
Mateos approaching the danger zone now that he's posting 2 big blinds here.
Yeah, it's very significant. The raise folds, the C-bets and give-ups, they add up very quickly.
Don't I know it, brother? Don't I know it? As I live and breathe.
All in.
Mateos jams the deuces.
Yeah, and that's just a perfect hand to pick up. That one, you can just shove. You know, I mean, you don't even really chip up. You just pick up the, because you posted 2 of the blinds, it buys you some time, buys you a little bit more.
Yeah. I'm actually a little, I'm curious to talk out a little bit more with this like fantasy dinner between Griffin and Adrian Mateos. Would you be your typical goober self, or would you like be cool.
I mean, if he could be cool, surely he would be cool more often.
Yeah, if I could be
But
cool.
you would
Like, would you pick up the salsa here and be like, don't be so salty, Adrian, and kind of do the stuff that you usually do?
You wouldn't mention comics as much, right?
No, definitely not. Well, I mean, the thing about...
What would you talk
Well, that's the thing is that, like, listen, obviously, Adrian Mateos is like one of my poker heroes, but I don't know if we're gonna have a lot in common. I mean, he's
really good at.
Oh man, I don't know if you were there the one time someone asked him. It's just like, so they're just at a final table, and he's like, so what do you do when you don't play poker?
We may have a showdown here.
Wow.
Yeah.
All in the call.
All in and a call, and for once, Mateos is at risk and behind.
Potentially free for lunch or dinner, though.
Oh,
so
wow.
there is an
That is a
upside
good point.
if there's no crab. Nikolai obviously with a snap call, and Adrian looking a bit worried. It's a very close one with the 3 and no suited properties as to whether he's jamming in, and I think that's a bit of an annoyance to him. But does, can chop, can get out of jail. No extra outs.
Safe flop for Vaskeboinikov. Mateos in big, big trouble.
Wow.
Well, that's a little helpful.
Not good card, huh?
Yeah, definitely a good card.
Opportunities.
Adrian may just survive this.
I don't think it's coming somehow. And
Adios, Adrian.
GG.
See you at dinner, buddy.
Yeah, and again, just worth emphasizing that, we're witnessing the exit here of really the top player in the world right now, someone putting together
Adrian,
result
good deal, Adrian.
after results. Just a phenomenon. Has been
Yeah, and by the
since
way,
his youth.
very
but-
happy to book 40K over second place,
Yes.
finishing third, booking another extra 200,000.
Yeah.
That's pretty amazing.
And good news now for Nikolai Vaskeboinikov, who really wants to win this tournament.
Yes.
He has just got one more opponent to get through, and he's got the chip lead.
You know what? And just in the general scheme of things, I think it is lovely to sort of see very demonstrably how much these titles mean to people.
Let me tell you, doing a winner's interview for Super High Roller is a huge pain in my butt. Okay, because usually they're like, can we move this along? We want to get in the main event. Yeah, another win. Him, I'm actually looking forward to interviewing him because this means something to him.
Yeah, definitely.
We don't need 15. I think 10 is enough.
We'll be 15 anyway.
15 anyway? Okay.
All right, so it looks like we are going to take a break early since we're at heads up.
Okay, can you give us phones? No? Phones?
Just don't ask him about the money, because I don't think he cares about Top Dearly as much. He was asked that in his last Super High Roller win. That was for near 5 million. He said, money doesn't mean much to me.
And look at this little hug as they exit off stage. See some extra level of camaraderie between those guys. Nikolai continually asking Artur a few questions. So
that is adorable. So we are finally heads up in this Super High Roller. Taking the break a little bit early and taking us to the break. Yesterday's Team Pro and Power Path winners took part in a beach challenge here in Cyprus. Good times were had by all. Fun, sun, beach. More from the Super High Roller after this.
This is EPT Cyprus. PokerStars bringing you fun on the beach.
We are on the beach in Cyprus, and today we had crazy activities just there, just behind us.
EPT, PokerStars here in Cyprus. We have 4 teams. 3, 2, 1, go!
Come on, finish. With 4 teams, I was on Team Blue. I managed to get, as the team leader, my first run in. These team activities, they're just the best. They're so much fun. I enjoy them so much.
Yes, we have a winner! We were head-to-head on this one, and I beat him like very easily. We have 4 teams, but 1 team came to the top. Let's hear it one more time for Team Green!
This course has really helped me actually just detach from the poker and just chill a little. The green team won, guys. I won it!
Queen Jack offsuit for Talal Shakurchi. That goes in the muck.
Who says old guys are tight?
Ace-5 for JC Alvarado also gets folded. Mike McDonald's out. Seidel passes. Junk for Mike Watson on the button. Still thinking about it. Nah. So Dan Smith with the chip lead in the small blind.
That's your chips, please.
Dan should be raising him here 100% of the time, and then just calling the shove, or...
Yep, he bets enough to put McCrink all in.
Snap call. Snap call. Snap call. Snap call.
Good luck.
McCrink eventually makes the call.
Nice call.
Jim won't need luck, he'll just need some non-unluck.
Hearts are my favorite too, just so you're warned. And I'm a flush specialist.
And he's been running super hot in this tournament so far.
And he's dressed like a plumber, one of the Mario brothers.
That's the wrong color. That's the proper color.
Oh yeah.
Specialist, more like a shaman.
9 of hearts would be pretty great.
Well, that's sporting. There's Jim's wife on the rail. She doesn't want to see a heart.
There it is. That'll do it for McCrink.
Nice playing with you.
You are a flush specialist, aren't you?
You should see him work the urinal.
Jim McCrink, first man out of the EPT Barcelona Super High Roller.
Good luck, Talal. Good luck, Larry.
The amazing thing, Mike Watson came in with 10 big blinds, and he wasn't the first guy out.
All right, Mike. Here, good luck. Mike, you bet. JC.
So Dan Smith extends his chip lead.
Jim McCrink got McCrunked.
He'll walk away with nearly 123,000 euros. Ah, that trophy is a thing of beauty. Action has been folded to Mike Watson in the cutoff. He's been the beneficiary of another double up, so he starts the hand with 1.9 million. He's got ace-4 suited, and he is raising to 110,000.
Now, while Mike was short, he's been playing super tight.
Ace-queen for Dan Smith.
You had 935 with that hand?
890 I had. I have a 1.9 now.
Dan might be realizing that Mike could be opening things up a bit now that he's not super short anymore.
There's the 3-bet from Smith to 255,000. Jacks for Ilari Samias.
I think with a relative short stack raising and the biggest stack re-raising in position, you're usually pretty happy to go crazy here.
He 4-bets to 575,000.
Or in Ziegman's case, passionately emotionless.
Alvarado with 5s in the big blind.
5s. Come on with your 5s. Come on.
Yeah, he folds. Watson will give up the ace-4.
I'm assuming Dan will want to take a flop in position.
I'm all in.
Instead, he shoves.
What? I guess that's the power of the big stack. He's got to have something pretty good to call you.
And Ilari folds. Wow.
Whoa. I am all for not wanting to take a race or even flipping for your tournament life. However, if you're going to fold to the 5-bet, save yourself the 4-bet.
Action has been folded to Mike McDonald, who has ace-10 under the gun +1.
Huh?
And he's raising, makes it 120,000.
Mike McDonald, you are my little gentleman.
Mike Watson on the button. 6-deuce. He'll muck that. Dan Smith in the small blind has ace-jack of clubs.
Yep. This is 1,000% a 3-bet. There's a good shot these two get it in here, provided Ilari doesn't wake up with a monster.
Smith will re-raise. Makes it 295,000. Hillary does not have a hand. It's back on Mike McDonald.
Well, Mike McDonald, win in Rome. Everyone, shh, it's girlfriend Cam. This is Dan's girlfriend, Monica. Hi, Monica.
He shoves.
I call.
And Dan Smith calls.
Sweet Lincoln's mullet. It's Domination Nation for Mike McDonald and his Ron Burgundy shirt. Mike McDonald's kind of a big deal, but unfortunately Dan Smith has many leather-bound books.
That is a horrible flop for McDonald.
Mike, only 7% to survive this hand now. It's science.
Looking for a 10. Now looking for a jack.
Well, he didn't lose any equity there. It's so damn hot. Milk was a bad choice.
3 outs for Timex. No jack on the river. He's eliminated in 5th place.
Boy, that escalated quickly. I mean, it really got out of hand fast. Brick killed a guy.
Nice playing with him.
Handshakes all around. Stay classy, Waterloo, Ontario, Canada.
A disappointing finish for Mike McDonald. He started the day as one of the big stacks, second in chips, and not that far behind Dan Smith. So he was probably expecting a better return than 215,000 euros. So we're now four-handed. All the remaining players guaranteed at least 300,000 euros. Action's on Mike Watson. He has Queen-Jack offsuit under the gun, and he raises to 130,000. Dan Smith still stacking Mike McDonald's chips.
Well, it takes a while when you have 7.5 million of them.
Lines are still 30-60, Dan. Ace-10 of clubs.
Well, he's certainly not folding.
Question is, will he call, play a flop in position, or re-raise? He calls.
He calls, not wanting to let Mike get away, but now it's him. He's gonna have to get away.
Ilari Samias with ace-queen suited in the small blind, 3 bets to 400,000. JC Alvarado has king-queen in the big blind.
What in the heck is going on here? Are we playing with a pinochle deck?
JC folds, as does Mike Watson. Action's back on Dan Smith.
Hillary had every single hand dominated somehow. Smith probably can't fold this in position, and if he calls, he's got to pretty much call any bet on the flop as well.
I'm all in.
He shoves.
I call.
And Hillary calls.
And despite the fact that he's behind, this was a great pressure shove from the big stack. He knows Hillary is going to be 3-betting a pretty wide range, some of which he could fold, and now that he's gotten in bad, he can still lose without it hurting much.
Hillary is ahead, but he is the player at risk.
Kymppi tulee aina. Mulla on fiilis, mä tiedän. Siikattaa kymppi tulee aina.
Hillary says he always gets stung by a 10 and he can feel it's coming.
Well, Dan Smith hasn't lost many of these confrontations, no matter what he's held. I don't know if he's lost any.
Here comes the flop, which has a 10 on it. Hillary's feeling was correct.
Dan sucked out more often than the world's worst rattlesnake handler.
Hillary Samias has 1 out because JC Alvarado and Mike Watson both folded queens.
Peter Jetton on the right. He busted out just before the final table.
Hillary with just 11% equity. Make that 3%.
One last card in the deck that can save him. One chance to hit it. Dan Smith about to be an absolute beast.
The river is not the case, queen. We lose Hillary Samias in 4th place.
I hate cliches like this, but this is Dan Smith's tournament to win right now.
Hillary Samias will collect just shy of 292,000 euros. Blind still 40-80 with a 10K ante. Remember, the trophy still in play, along with 100,000 euros. King 6 on the button for JC Alvarado. It's a raise to 160. Dan Smith has Queen Jack in the big blind.
Usually just a call out of position. You generally want to see a flop with this.
Dan does call.
Yeah, you guys got some nice nubs on you, don't you? Like them nubs.
Please stop, you're creeping me out. An ace 7-3 flop. Both players miss.
King high still good.
Dan Smith checks to the razor. JC Alvarado checks behind. 8 of diamonds on the turn.
JC's king high still good. No real reason for anyone to bet this.
Dan Smith checks a second time. JC checks a second time. The river is a 9.
Both players have missed on every street. Looks like Dan's gonna bet. Because he can't beat hardly anything.
280,000 into a pot of 340,000.
This would be a really sick call by JC.
He does call.
Wow, that is an excellent call. Dan could have easily been value betting an 8 or a 9 in that spot, so that is a very tough call to make.
JC Alvarado wins the pot and takes the chip lead.
Let's go.
Wow, that was more than patronizing. If poker doesn't work out for him, I think Dan's got a real solid career ahead of him at the Department of Motor Vehicles. And my license just got revoked.
Having been a passenger in your car, I'd say it's probably for the best.
We got there.
9-10 for Dan Smith on the button in the small blind. Raises to 225,000. Pocket queens for JC Alvarado.
Not only does JC have the chip lead, but now he's getting hands. Typically the ladies come after you in the super high roller, but I'm sure he's happy to see them now.
He 3-bets to 700,000. Things turning around here for Dan Smith. Is his golden run over?
Possibly. That hand's a teensy bit weak to be calling 3-bets with.
Smith flops bottom pair and a straight draw.
JC's holding 2 outs to his gut shot, though, and his implied odds aren't great if he hits it.
He goes check on the flop, and it's a 9 on the turn. I spoke too soon. Dan Smith's run is by no means over.
And unfortunately for JC, that's going to look like a very safe card for him.
JC now bets 750K.
JC looks a little agitated. You know Dan's not reaching for chips with total air here. Best case scenario, he's got a jack or a super strong draw. Worst case, the hand he's got.
Smith calls. We go to the river, which is the inconsequential 2 of clubs.
That is such a brick. JC might think he can bet for value. Poor guy.
He is betting 1.4 million.
Dan most likely should be raising this river. It's really easy for JC to be value betting worse, which he is, and he's just not going to be beat very often. Also, it's such a polarizing spot that he's going to get paid off a fair amount of the time.
That is a big raise. 4.8 million total.
And we had to cut away because JC just threw up in his mouth a little. Shoots him a look. It's a very polarizing bet. Dan's either got a 9 or he doesn't. JC's put so many chips in this pot and was probably so sure he had the best hand. This spot is grosser than the piece of carpet the dog sleeps on.
Alvarado makes a great laydown.
Another really well-played hand by JC. It's a shame he had to lose it.
As the blinds go up to 50 and 100,000, Dan Smith has more than a 2-to-1 chip lead over JC Alvarado. 10-7 suited on the button. He raises to 225.
The old suited 2-gapper.
Alvarado with a suited queen 6 will call.
Pretty standard defend heads up.
The flop 7-5-9.
Both flop gut shots, both have a blocker, but Dan's got a pair, which is going to be the nuts for now.
Check. King of clubs on the turn. Alvarado.
Looking to bluff at this.
Leading for 500,000.
And that's weird. He's overbet the pot here on the turn. You'd think if he had a value hand, he'd maybe want to bet small enough to, you know, get some value.
Dan Smith calls.
Looks like it's going to take another big barrel from JC on the river.
That river card is the 9 of clubs.
Changes nothing. Let her rip, JC. Let her rip, JC. JC?
I don't know. Maybe he's thinking about waving the white flag. He checks. Dan checks behind.
Dan calls the overbet with 3rd pair on the turn, and he's right. He must be brimming with more confidence than a frat boy after his 3rd rum and diet.
Smith with a massive chip lead now.
Yep, that's your man over there. You get to say you knew him way back when. You know, like way back when he was already a millionaire.
Blinds up again, 61-20 with a 20K ante. Kings for Alvarado.
JC's got about 20 bigs.
250.
He raises to 250.
Dan Smith has ace-king.
Oh, it's all going in here. Really good spot for JC to double up.
All in.
Smith shoves, Alvarado calls.
Now, even with this loss, Dan's still going to have a monster stack compared to JC. He'll still have more than a 2-to-1 chip lead.
Don't assume it will be a loss. Dan Smith has got lucky from time to time in this tournament.
Truth.
He does have an overcard. He does have 30% equity. The flop has an ace on it.
Oh man, isn't that the story of this tournament? That's the whole story. Dan Smith plays good. Dan Smith gets business end of cooler. Dan Smith gets there. The end.
Might be the one-outer.
Just one card in the deck can save JC Alvarado.
Second place is pretty good.
Burn.
Dan Smith is on the verge of lifting the trophy here in Barcelona. The only river card that will stop that happening is the King of Spades. It's a 3. Dan Smith has done it. JC Alvarado's the runner-up, but bow before King Dan, who's earned the super high roller crown.
It was destiny. Kid could do no wrong.
Welcome back to Cyprus and the PokerStars European Poker Tour. It's the Super High Roller final table, and we are heads up. Just before the break, here at the Merit Royal Diamond Hotel, Casino and Spa, we saw start of day chip leader Adrian Mateos eliminated in 3rd place. So it's Mikolai Vaskobojnikov from Belarus heads up against Artem Martirosyan from Russia. Vaskobojnikov with the slight chip advantage as we pick up the action with 10 minutes left on the clock at the 60,000, 120,000 blind level. James Hartigan rejoined by Sam Grafton.
Hey, boys and girls.
And for the first time today, we say hello to Nick Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you for having me.
Short-handed play, Nick, your favorite.
I mean, you guys brought in the expert. Yeah, what can I say? Heads up poker, it's my favorite. Let's go. Let's see what they got for us.
Yeah, you could play these super high rollers. If you got 3-handed, you'd be the best player. It's just the early stages. 8-handed, you'd be under the gun. You'd be like, I have no idea what to do. Do I still raise 6-8 sooner?
Sam, you're just describing my entire life, man. Yes, exactly. That's correct. You're absolutely right. Don't worry, though. Spin and Go Championships coming up pretty soon in Prague.
Oh, love that.
So if I don't win that now, I'm going to look really silly. But there we go. We're going to give it a go.
Yeah, that would be fun.
So Martirosyan, first hand a heads up, raises from the button from the small blind with 9-6 of diamonds. King-Queen for Vaskobojnikov.
Yeah, and you can go either way here with the King-Queen. And he's playing high variance, by the way. This is something we saw short-handed as well. I mean, I think Mikolai very attuned to the fact that down the streets, Art are going to be more experienced, more technically gifted.
Well, that would be my question, Sam, and I guess this was also applicable when we still have Mateos at the table as well. If I feel that I am outclassed and outmatched, isn't playing high variance the correct strategy?
I mean, just to give you an old school reference, I really remember my first World Series or second World Series, Taylor Paul was heads up against an amateur, and Taylor was bashing him up. The guy went away on dinner break, came back and just started open shoving 38 bigs each and every hand, and Taylor had to just find a Queen 8 to call with, hope it was best, and then hope it held. And he was really distraught. He'd been winning every hand heads up. And, I'm not saying, by the way, that's what Mikolai's employing, but, he feels like taking the big shoves, taking the, big jams is just the way to go. And, it's very hard to combat, by the way.
Yeah,
9-6 suited versus King-Queen's a decent matchup.
And actually, I know we went into this kind of making a spin and go reference. That's something we encounter a lot. People are like, okay, this is my last $50. I'm just going to be all in every hand. That kind of play. How do you combat that? And you're right. You just have to find the hands at that point. You need showdown.
Sure.
And if you don't have it, it's very difficult to combat.
9-6 is not it. So we have Queen 3 against 8-4 here.
Yeah, and the thing I was going to say, James, is obviously we've seen over the course of this final table a lot of chat between Arta and Mikolai. See, there's a very collegiate atmosphere in general amongst the high rollers. But these two certainly seem to have a sort of fraternal bond, both from the language aspects and Mikolaj leaning on Artur a little bit when he was unsure about decisions. So, you know, these guys, although they'll be taking it deadly serious in the battle, you know, to be triumphant here at the Cyprus Super High Roller, obviously sort of a bit of camaraderie away from the tables.
So Vaska Boynikov playing 56 big blinds, Artur Martirosyan playing 38 big blinds. Those blinds will be going up in 7 minutes' time.
Is this Artur's lucky hat, by the way? I feel like he's always wearing this.
I mean, I was going to say, you know what Mikolaj should have done in the deal is he should have said, I want the trophy and your hat. and, you know, we would have seen if Artur has a price for which he will relinquish the 2 tigers.
He's a tiger, grrr.
I wonder what he initially won in this. It does feel like it does have a sort of lucky feel to it to him. I'm sure
Maybe it was the Sochi hat.
I'm sure he can afford a second baseball cap. Maybe we should offer him one. Maybe he'd wear an EPT Cyprus one for us for the next 4 years. Roman Hrabek style.
So Martirosyan's raise, flattered by Vaska Boynikov, and a queen 8 deuce flop. So top pair for Martirosyan. Significant advantage here.
Yeah, super strong top pair at the best of times, even more so heads up. And Artur going to immediately want to put some money in with this strong a holding.
Martirosyan closes the gap slightly. Vaska Boynikov still with the advantage in this heads-up battle. 47 total entries in the Super High Roller here in Cyprus. A 50k bind, so a prize pool of nearly 2.3 mil.
Pretty darn respectable, by the way.
Decent turnout, decent field, decent prize pool. And yes, a deal was agreed, so they're no longer playing for the advertised payouts of 500k, 786k. But of course, still playing for the win, still playing for the trophy, and an additional $59,000 in prize money.
Yeah, and it would be remarkable when that deal was done, sort of bookmarked moment in this tournament. Artur just on 17 big blinds at an extreme disadvantage, and here he is still very much competing for the victories. Only a few chips behind his adversary.
Jack 4 versus 7 deuce of strawberries. And the flop is Queen 4-4. Pretty decisive board for Vaska Boynikov.
Yeah, and will play it deceptively.
Ooh, that's an interesting check, Sam.
Yeah, with a 4 that you can raise on the river as well against other 4s, he feels like checking it back. And Artur not turning any hearts.
I guess my concern is, Sam, is Queen 4-4 seems like a board that we bet pretty much 100% of the time. So I think the checks ends up being somewhat strong. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Mikolaj is going to have his own way of dealing with things. We have seen some unorthodox, and it's actually worked out here as Marta's taken a stab.
Yeah, that surprised me. Kind of a no equity stab on a board that probably is going to be bluffed aggressively by the player in position. I feel like when they check this flop, they have some showdown often, Sam, at least an ace-high kind of situation, maybe a king-high.
Yeah, and if he thinks the range is ace or king high, he might feel tempted to go for it with the 7 deuce.
Yeah.
And look at this. I mean, Artur's aggressive instincts causing him problems here. And, you know, in a way, it seems Mikolaj really knew his customer, you know, with, as you say, a potentially unorthodox check back, and is going to be the recipient of over 1 million chips. Oh, he just, I didn't see him announce all in. I guess he just put the triangle forward. Goes all in. And one thing that's been really nice about this, you know, even before the deal was done, but Mikolaj's been in a great mood, you know, seeing how much it means to him to be at, and by the way, it's not like he's some rank amateur. He's had huge scores online and live before, but really playing with joy in his heart, which is which is something you love to see. You know, obviously the tour can make you a little bit jaded. You go to every stop, you know, you're going to be playing tomorrow, you're going to be playing the day after, but he's someone that really plays with a smile on his face. Obviously, the $500,000 score, like, you know, puts a smile on your face. But I don't want to say he's...
What you're saying is it's not just chirpy chips. He's a guy that enjoys the game.
Yeah, he does.
I got you. No, I feel that. I think that's nice. It's nice to see people enjoy themselves playing poker. It is a hard game to play. Got to put in a lot of study to be good at it. You got to be focused. You got to be serious, but you got to remember we're going to have fun out here too. And as you say, a big score on the way as well, guaranteed.
Yeah, I mean, if you're privileged enough to be able to play a tournament like this in the most luxurious of surroundings, then you've got to feel pretty bit of gratitude. Gratitude, as the podcasters say.
Hashtag gratitude.
Yes.
Grateful. Hashtag grateful.
Sure, exactly. Always.
So nothing going on for either player here, but the player in position might be tempted to make some bets here. As we see Martirosyan going to fire.
Yeah, and we do have spade diamond in hand as the out of position player, and we can consider check raising here.
420.
Yeah, I think this is kind of nice, especially if we ever feel like our opponent is c-betting too much. You know, it's not quite the same as, you know, raising button and getting big blind defense, where we always get to far range on these boards.
We've reached hand 100 of the Super High Roller final table. Meanwhile, day 1B of the 5K main event, up to 647 entries. A reminder that we'll be streaming the action from the start of day 2, which is tomorrow. The survivors from days 1A and 1B, plus anyone who late regs at the start of day 2, will take to the tables at 12:30 local time, and you can watch it, including world-famous bubble coverage on the PokerStars Twitch and YouTube channels.
I'm going to be there for bubble coverage. Playing.
I know.
That's I'm calling it. I'm calling my shot.
You're manifesting. I believe they say manifesting.
I don't know what. I don't really know American references. But like Babe Ruth, I'm calling the min cash. I presume he did similarly.
Sam points to the trophy.
Yeah, and says, maybe not, but I'd like to double my money. That's what I'm... Not really double my money, because I'm in for 2 bullets, but I would like to break even. Is that what Babe Ruth did? It's similar, right?
He sort of pointed to the left field or whatever it was and called the home run that won the World Series or something like that. Am I right, Joe? Something like that?
Hold on, we've got action here. We have got an all-in. Vaska Boynikov shoves on Martirosyan with Jack-10, and Martirosyan calls it off with Ace-Jack.
Yeah, and I didn't expect this. We were sort of goofing around there, but a huge clash. And Arta on the right side of things here with a dominating Ace-Jack.
It is a domination situation in Martirosyan's favor. If Ace-Jack holds, he gets a much-needed double up and takes the chip lead.
Yeah. And
if Jack-10 gets there, though, it's over.
Yeah, wow.
A low flop, Ace-Jack holding right now.
Yeah, no straight possibilities for the Jack-10, which is frustrating. Nikolai willing a 10 into existence. There is... I think he's saying, I'll take a 7, maybe.
Opportunities have emerged.
Or 10 for the win.
No 10.
Wow.
And that is going to be a double up for Arta Martirosyan. Well, that changes the dynamic of this heads-up battle. Almost even, but Martirosyan with the advantage. 6.46 million playing 5.29 million.
Yeah, absolutely. Reversal of fortune as Arta takes the not insignificant chip lead, 53 to 42 big blinds when the dust settles.
We've reached the end of that level. Blinds are about to go up to 81.60. So the big blind numbers not strictly accurate right now.
Yeah, but we see the magnitude of the double.
Yes.
As Nikolai loses the chip lead for, I believe, the first time since the deal was done. you know, at that point, Arthur was down to 17 big blinds. So an amazing 4-bet pot. Perhaps you saw Arthur clicking the queens, getting the extra value from the king 10, but cruelly outdrawn. Sometimes you've got to be careful what you wish for.
Meanwhile, we get to see the tables in action on day 1B of the main. Back to the main stage for hand 101 of this heads-up battle. Blinds are indeed up, which means we're, what, playing 30 bigs effective?
Yeah, hand 101, we release rats onto the floor of the tournament room.
80.
We're definitely getting into spin and go heads-up territory now, guys. 31 big blinds effective.
Isn't it more like 15 effective in a spin and go?
We start at 25, but frequently 30 and below happens if there's an early double up in the game.
Yeah, and every time a spin and go is played anywhere in the world, Nick Walsh receives $1.5, so he likes to promote it, you know.
$1.5.
He does this job just merely. He's the spin and go
affiliate.
Yeah.
That's not a bad deal, Nick.
I was going to say, I thought he was going to go for 0.001 cents.
Every time someone's playing
you'd still be the richest man in Cyprus.
Every time someone's playing a 50-cent spin and go, Nick Walsh is somehow getting $1.50.
Wow.
All in again.
Wow.
So Martirosian opens, Vaska Boynikov shoves.
Wow, and the high variance strategy comes undone. I mean, we do have a 12%, but this is pretty much as bad as it can get. You hope to, I mean, even if you get called, you want to see kings or queens, something where you could spike that ace. Martirosian in an amazing position.
87% favorite.
The title away.
So unless Vaska Boynikov gets very lucky here, we are going to have a winner in this 50K tournament here in Cyprus.
Yeah, and nothing much doing. A glimmer of hope in the form of a diamond. He's saying, would you take a 2 or a 5? A 5 actually is a double gutter somehow.
Oh,
7 of diamonds.
One time.
It's all about the backdoors, and Vaska Boynikov is using his one time to try and spike one of the 9 outs in the deck. A diamond on the river sees him survive and take a phenomenal chip lead. Any other card, Martirosian is the champion.
Will the Tigers roar on a brick river?
It's a diamond!
Oh my days, what is that?
It is the double up for Vaska Boynikov. The high variance strategy paying off for him.
Absolutely remarkable run out. I mean, I can't think of a bigger aces crack moment that I've covered on the footage. That's absolutely remarkable, and a humongous chip lead now for Nikolai. I mean that's wild.
That is brutal. It's absolutely brutal, Sam.
So I mean the dynamic now is 10 million plays 1 million. That is what 65 bigs playing 6 big blinds.
Yeah, and I mean Nikolai's almost a little sheepish here as they count it down, because, I mean, that's as bad a beat as you could get. But in terms of the moment, and you know, a decent amount of money, let's not forget, 60, 65,000, 59,000 on the line, you know, in terms of direct payout. You got to feel for Arthur. I mean, he takes it well against his friend. You know, and he'll regroup and play these 8 big blinds as optimally as he can. But that was just an amazing spot to claim the win.
I'll tell you one thing, guys. You never see that stuff online. Yeah, pretty brutal stuff. And, you know, as you say, Sam, a little bit sheepish. He knows that was a pretty significant moment. He knows that was a little bit lucky. However, very reasonable spot as well. I think 3-bet jamming that hand is okay. Probably not the line I would necessarily take, but still a very reasonable pre-flop decision. So,
well, blocking aces, right?
Yeah,
that's what if Joe Stapleton were here, he would tell you that there's a significant blocker there. You know, so I just because he's not with us, I want to cover for his.
Well, obviously, we know Vaska Boynikov really, really wanted the win. He really wants that trophy, and he's on the verge now of winning it legitimately. He's got his opponent right on the ropes.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's tough to come back from 10-1. I mean, certainly Mikolai's not going to small ball him to death now that he's got down to 6, I don't think.
James, sometimes it's just about who wants it more, and I feel like he wanted it more there.
That's a very valid point.
Yeah. Arthur was too relaxed about the aces versus ace-4. You should be calling cards.
Never call for cards when you're ahead, by the way. That is guaranteed bad juju.
Yeah, that's true, that's true.
Oh, wow, he's been shoved on. I mean, I guess this is just going to happen every hand, right?
Yeah, I mean, Mikolai not going to take his foot off the pedal now. He's so within touching distance now for the amateur of, you know, as we say, we see very literally in sort of dollar value what a title means to these guys. And you know, that's the same for the pros as well. Maybe you don't see it in terms of them giving up EV because of swaps and and pride and a whole host of other things. But, you know, it's very meaningful if you're in the poker world, you know, either as an amateur or a pro or somewhere in between. Then these titles are sort of bookmarks and benchmarks and things you're known about in that journey you're on.
So Artem Martirosyan starts this hand with fewer than 6 big blinds,
nice
shoves
hand
with
to
Queen
find.
10, and Vaska Boynikov does not really have a hand he can call with.
I mean, it's only 4 bigs, right?
Yeah, it's close actually. With the big blind ante as well. Don't forget about that. A lot of extra dead money.
It's 3 to win 6, right? Oh, I don't know the exact.
Такой некрасиво даже будет выигрывать. Знаешь?
Well, he decides to fold the jack deuce.
4 to win 8, maybe.
Что у тебя?
Дама 10.
Говорю, такой некрасиво выигрывать было бы.
I mean, by the way, this is where it's good to be a spin and go player in all seriousness. So, you know, knowing that you do actually deal with 4 big blind shoves on a regular, which is kind of a hard thing to know. Right?
Yeah. And then with the addition of the antes, I think that actually is a call sign, to be honest. Yeah.
The spin and goes, you don't have big blind ante.
Correct. So it's really just a case of knowing it and then adjusting for a lot more dead money.
It's very significant.
Yeah. It does change the strategy considerably.
I mean, it's quite sweet as well. Like, I think Mikolai's, again, I don't know, but I think he's even asking, should I have called there or whatever? You know, there's a great, you know, because often Arthur, one of the more stoic guys, but you see in his own language, the personality emerging. It's lovely to see.
Yeah. I think if we were to look it up, though, that would have been a call, just because there's so many other hands that you beat, and of course lots of equity in a pot where there's a lot of dead money already, so that makes a big difference too.
Yeah, I mean, if Arthur had 8-9, he would have shoved.
Yeah.
Technically had.
6-5 suited, 5-4 suited, 8-9, 9-10.
Well, that hand was a walk for Artem Martirosyan, who is still hovering around the 10 big blind mark. Actually, a sub-10 big blind stack, close to 8 big blinds right now.
Yeah, and we're just in a hand-finding contest at this stack depth, particularly with the way Mikolai's approaching things. We've done too many limps. It's just a case of finding a shoving hand and finding a calling hand. We certainly won't have to wait long now for another all-in confrontation, you feel. You know, because also as a top pro, if you're playing someone you're better than, you want to find a way to lower variance. But, you know, Mikolai not going to allow that to happen and hasn't done so at any stack depth, really.
Martirosyan shoves with ace-deuce. Pocket 4s for Vaska Boynikov, and he is calling.
And that's a hand to win a title with, a pocket pair versus the overcard. And I mean, look at this. Arthur almost looks a little bit resigned to it. Both standing up. I mean, he can get out of it.
I would like to highlight, it was one of Martirosyan's fellow countrymen who said there is always an ace on the desk, and that's what he needs right now, looking for that ace to get the double up to survive.
I mean, it's easier to beat pocket 4s with ace-deuce than it was to beat aces, yeah. So...
Martirosyan counting his time bank cards like, man, I'm fast.
Well, there's a deuce. That does give Martirosyan additional outs. As things stand, though, Mikolai Vaska Boynikov is an 82% favorite to win the super high roller on this hand.
Yeah, and he would love to claim that title, Mikolai.
Of course, he has the 4 of spades, so that reduces Martirosyan's outs to 3 cards. 2 aces, 1 deuce, or we have our winner.
There it is.
A blank on the river, fours hold, and Mikolaj Vaskobojnikov has taken down the EPT Cyprus 50K super high roller.
Where is Fire Show? Where is Fire Show? Guys, come on.
Absolutely wonderful. And amazing, by the way, in an absolutely stacked field of killers, the top pros in the world, an amateur triumphant here, somewhat on home soil. A really big win for Mikolaj, and a great run by Arta, who fought hard until the end. Look at that, running for the trophy.
Vaskobojnikov wants that trophy so bad, he's not prepared to wait for the official presentation. He's going to nab it off the podium now.
Sure.
And of course, he does get the most prize money. He locked up 542K in the deal. Add 59,000 to that, plus the trophy, plus the title, an official recognized win for Vaskobojnikov, and a total of more than 600K in prize money.
Yeah, great to see. I mean, he's got online titles on other tours, but the EPT Super High Roller title, particularly the sort of Jewel in the Crown 50K event, is something that will be top of the poker resume, I'm sure, for a long, long time to come.
So we started this final table with 6 players. We started with 3 short stacks, and no real surprise that those short stacks, well, 2 of them were the first 2 players to go. Jamil Wakil, the first player out in 6th place, followed shortly by Alexander Zubov. We then started to see the ascent of Vaskobojnikov. Roman Hrabek had that great hand against Adrian Mateos, the start of day chip leader, pulled off that amazing bluff, but then just ran card dead and eventually exited in 4th place. 3-handed, we continued to see the ascent of Vaskobojnikov, and that's where Adrian Mateos' descent began, eventually going out in 3rd place after agreeing that 3-way deal, which saw him secure $555,000. Not bad. Martirosyan then gets heads up against Vaskobojnikov, had that big advantage, had the win against Vaskobojnikov, but then had aces cracked to become a massive underdog, and then Vaskobojnikov closed out the deal. Is the official winner, 601,000. But again, interesting to see, Sam, Mateos get more prize money than Martirosyan for that 3rd place finish.
Yeah, of course, the deal sort of anchors the amount of money distributed. But it's, for me, quite a beautiful thing to see the deal and the actual win sort of dovetail for someone that clearly wanted this title so much, for it to happen all the ducks in the row, so to speak, the actual physical win as well as locking up the money, the biggest amount cashed for. Lovely to see, and something he'll remember for years to come, I'm sure.
Yeah, and obviously we'll present Mikolaj Vaskobojnikov with his trophy in just a moment. And then tomorrow, you see the other tables playing right now. That's day 1B of the main event. We're going to switch our attention to the main event tomorrow, pick up the action with players like Sam Grafton, who will be competing on day 2. Maybe pick out some of our Power Path winners, some of the players who are here courtesy of a gold Power Pass. And one thing I would highlight again is that our daily free rolls, we're going to have 5 more of them. Wednesday through Sunday, we'll be awarding $2,000 in Power Path tickets, including $55 Step 4 tickets for the 9 finalists. And Nick, that's the message we've got to get out there, is that is the key change to Power Path now. Step 4, $55. And a reminder, if people still have those 109 tickets, for a limited time only, I believe, you can redeem them for 2 $55 tickets.
Yeah, absolutely. I had a conversation with somebody just yesterday about how the Power Path is designed. I think this is a positive change, but also don't forget, guys, the staff are there to help you. If you do win yourself a Power Path and you want to use it in a unique way, have a conversation with Stars and see if they can make whatever you win work for you. That might mean that you just have the regular silver pass, the regular gold pass, or whatever. But if you ever want to do something online or live, have a conversation with the staff and they'll try and make it work for you. It's meant to empower the players, not restrict them.
Absolutely. So we'll see if any Power Pass winners are in the field tomorrow, as well as picking up the action with all the pros competing for the main event trophy when we start our coverage tomorrow. But we need to round off our coverage of the Super High Roller and present the winner's trophy. So let's go back down to the main stage for the official presentation and join our friend and colleague, Joe Stapleton.
For the trophy presentation for the EPT Cyprus Super High Roller. Here on stage with me is our worthy champion, Songul Beckham, President of Merit Poker, and Julian Liarte, Business Development Manager for Live Events at PokerStars. Now, before we hand the trophy over, I just wanted to throw a couple of questions your way. First one being that sometimes we cover these super high rollers and it just seems like another day at the office. People just want to get in the main event, but this actually seemed quite special for you.
Yeah, very special event. Very special event for me because I never won. I played a lot of high rollers and super high rollers on PokerStars series, but never won none of them. So for me, a special moment, especially that I can get the trophy because this was the main target of this. Already playing EPT for 10 years. Yeah, in 2024 will be 10 years because first was 2014 in Barcelona, so yeah, it's like this.
Excellent, and you mentioned wanting to bring that trophy home to your kids. How's that going to feel later today?
Yeah, I can say that I dedicate this win for my wife, yes, and for my kids, 2 kids, and 1 is coming, so it's already for 3 kids. So, so at the moment I have 2 big trophies. This is the 2nd one. So in the nearest future, I need to get 3rd one. So nobody from them, get upset.
All right, fair enough. Besting an elite field to take the title and more than $600,000 for first place. Please give it up for Mikolai Vaskaboynikov.
Congratulations to our winner. And a reminder that you can get live updates from the European Poker Tour on Poker News, and of course the team from the PokerStars blog also covering all the major stories and all the major tournaments here in Cyprus. So check out the PokerStars blog for the latest news. And a reminder that we will be back tomorrow. We're here for 5 more days on the PokerStars Twitch and YouTube channels, and tomorrow world famous bubble coverage is on the agenda. We will bring you day 2 of the 5K main event. Join us at 12:30 local time, which is 11:30 Central European Summer Time. Thanks for watching the Super High Roller. We'll see you tomorrow from the main event. For now, from Joe Stapleton, Sam Grafton, Griffin Benja, Nick Walsh, and me, James Hartigan, it's good night from Cyprus.